Yes, master. In that case, I will act the same as last time and stay hidden as I bide my time for an appropriate time to act. Han Li nodded. That will do. Last time you acted at a very decisive moment, to much effect. Many thanks for master's praise. This servant shall strive her hardest. After placing away the two treasures, she smiled and disappeared from sight in a flash of silver light. Han Li then turned to look at the distance, a stern expression appearing on his face. In a burst of azure light, he flew deep into the mist. Not long after the spell warriors entered the mist, the remnant restrictions within it began to stir, repeatedly endangering them. Fortunately for a majority of the spell warriors, the giant rhino was clearing a path, brushing aside the restrictions without care. Regardless whether they be fireballs, lightning, ice spikes, or boulders of earth, they didn't harm the huge beast in the slightest. Its jet-black armor easily brushed off any of the attacks. Paying no heed to any of the attacks, the huge rhino straightforwardly lowered its head and rushed forward. Any restrictions or obstructions that barred its path were struck through, as if the beast's body carried the momentum of a shooting star. Its destructive force cleared the mist of an area of over 100 meters around it. As for the many spell warriors following after it, not a single one of them were harmed. However, it was quite baffling that within the group of spell warriors, those with the greatest cultivation were the 4 at core formation stage. There wasn't a single nascent soul stage sage amongst them. It was unknown where the 3 nascent soul sages went after they entered the green mist, nor what strange plot they had in store. When these spell warriors saw that the area was clear of the mist, they sighed with relief. The core formation stage spell warriors even gathered together to discuss their next course of action. But at that moment, 2 sparkling silver halberds suddenly shot out of the mist, leaving thunder in their wake as they arced with lightning. Shocked with alarm, 2 of the core formation stage spell warriors acted first. They immediately raised their hands and released a blue and red streak of light directly towards the halberds in an attempt to block them. But who could have thought that instead of directly confronting the spell warriors' magic treasures, they changed direction and quickly shot towards the giant rhino's head. Although this had greatly surprised the core formation spell warriors, they soon grew relieved. The giant rhino's defenses weren't something that could be penetrated with ordinary magic treasures. But soon an astonishing scene had occurred before them. The 2 silver halberds didn't directly strike at the giant rhino, but instead, they flew above the beast and began to strike each other without warning. Then a huge roll of thunder sounded out as a dense bolt of lightning shot from the 2 halberds towards the head of the huge beast. A blue light barrier shined from the beast's body, but it was completely scattered by the bolt of silver lightning and directly struck the jet-black armor. With a loud rumble and a flash of lightning, the giant rhino stood in place unscathed. However, the beast was enraged by the attack and loudly roared to the skies before opening its mouth and shooting out a 3-meter-long spike of ice towards the silver halberds above it. Making no attempt to stand their ground, the halberds dodged away from the ice spike before releasing another silver bolt of lightning and flying back into the mist. When the huge beast saw this, its eyes grew crimson and it chased them down without a further thought. The core formation spell warriors were alarmed and hastily called out to the other spell warriors behind them, each of them intending to give chase to the huge rhino. But before they took action, various colored lights appeared from the mist, revealing over 100 cultivators that had emerged from concealment. Then, they launched a massive assault against the Milan spell warriors as they released their magic tools into the air. In furious alarm, the Milan spell warriors also sent out their magic tools and unleashed their spirit techniques, sowing chaos amongst the cultivators. With that delay, the giant rhino had already disappeared into the mist. The core formation stage spell warriors were unable to deal with this as they were locked into battle against many cultivators at a similar cultivation. In their rage, they thought to call to the spell warriors behind them to assist them and completely wipe out the cultivations. But suddenly, the cultivators had recalled their magic tools and flew back into the mist. When the spell warriors saw this, they glanced at each other with dismay and hesitation, not knowing what they should do next. A late core formation stage old man, the leader of the bunch, pondered for a moment before calmly commanding, We will split our vast numbers and take actions separately. A majority of the restrictions nearby should have already been destroyed. So long as we are careful, it shouldn't pose much of a problem. Since they're using guerrilla tactics, they shouldn't be able to withstand a full-fledged pursuit and will be smoothly exterminated. As for the giant rhino, the core formation cultivators shouldn't be able to harm it. We will find the beast after we kill them. Then, taking the lead, the old man flew into the mist, pursuing a core formation cultivator that had fled in that direction. Soon, the other spell warriors obeyed and chaotically scattered into the mist in their own groups. The thick mist roiled for a moment before soon growing calm, with not a single person in sight. But a short moment later, a silhouette walked out of the green mist with a calm expression and with his hands held behind his back. He was Old Man Ma. Though his complexion was somewhat pale, his eyes shined spiritedly as if he were in peak condition. He walked out to the center of the empty area, and he glanced around before suddenly revealing an odd expression. He then stared at an empty location and calmly said, "Since I've already come out, there is no need for fellow Taoists to continue hiding. Your techniques won't be able to hide you from me." With a cold snort, the black light flashed to reveal the tall, shriveled spell warrior. "I didn't expect that your spiritual sense would still be so strong. I originally planned on giving you a pleasant surprise, but it seems things don't always go as planned." As soon as he appeared, he twisted his hands and raised them towards Old Man Ma. In the following instant, several tens of thumb-thick black streaks shot out in a barrage towards the old man. About a kilometer away from Old Man Ma and the shriveled spell warrior, the bald man was expressionlessly staring at a man across from him, Ku Yao, who was enveloped in a ball of roasting flame. The blaze emitting from his body was so fierce that it turned the nearby mist to ash, creating clear air for 100 meters around him. Ku Yao originally planned on ambushing Old Man Ma from behind and attacking him together with the shriveled spell warrior. However, he didn't expect that he would be blocked by the bald man along the way, much to his fury. He snorted and said, "You think that you'll be able to save your companion by blocking me? Sage, when spirit techniques are ferocious beyond your imagination." The bald man remained still as he narrowed his eyes. Rather than paying attention on others, wouldn't it be better if you were focusing on preserving your own life? While fellow Taoist Ma didn't recover his strength from yesterday's battle, you must have exhausted much of your power as well. And with the addition of the great amount of strength needed to direct the spirit technique formation, you are in rather poor shape. Unless you have a heaven-defying treasure to assist you. He then opened his mouth and spat out a short white rod. It circled once around his body before suddenly emitting a blinding white light with a tremble. When Ku Yao saw this, his face revealed disdain. But just as he thought to launch his own attack, his expression vastly changed. The color of the light had suddenly changed, and the white light gradually turned golden. At that same moment, a huge golden ape began to form above the short rod. Although its stature wasn't as excessive as the giant rhino, it was 20 meters tall. Under closer inspection, the ape had 4 hairy ears and appeared extremely ugly and fiendish. As soon as it had appeared, it thumped its chest and howled to the sky before glaring at Ku Yao across from it. "Artifact spirit. Your magic treasure has an artifact spirit." When Ku Yao saw this, he cried out in alarm. Killing intent leaking from his face, the bald man formed an incantation gesture with his hand. "Hee. You are the first to witness my 4-eared golden ape artifact spirit. You shouldn't feel too wronged to meet your end by this." The huge ape's body became more distinct, and soon, the short rod grew to 100 meters in length. Now appearing as a true demon bast, it grabbed onto the extended rod and fiercely pounced towards Ku Yao with golden light emitting from its body. The green-robed woman was neither together with the shriveled spell warrior or Ku Yao. Her objective was quite simple. Using her own abilities, she would directly approach the heart of the grand formation and shatter it. With the crux of the formation shattered, the rest would soon follow. Of course, she planned to dispose of a certain cultivator along the way. Ever since she entered the mist, she clearly sensed a faint sliver of spiritual sense coil around her. Even with her vastly powerful spiritual sense, she was unable to block it. While this did cause the woman's heart to tremble, her desire to slay the nascent soul youth only grew stronger. If she didn't eliminate this vastly skilled cultivator, it was quite possible that he could cause great mishaps in the future. Fortunately, this cultivator seemed rather confident of his abilities and didn't conceal himself in the slightest, wishing to draw her in, a mid-nascent soul stage spell warrior. She met the challenge with a sneer and directly flew towards him. When she sensed the youth was only 300 meters within range, the green-robed woman's body ceased emitting white light and her flight speed slowed before coming to a full stop. Although she was confident in her own abilities, she wasn't clear whether or not she was walking into a trap. She then slapped her storage pouch and summoned a fist-sized azure pearl into her hand. The azure pearl flew above her head and she struck it with a spell seal. It immediately shined with radiant light before releasing countless threads of azure light that swept past the green mist. With violent sweeps, the wind of light scattered the surrounding mist, leaving an area of 300 meters around her entirely clear. She spotted a youth standing 100 meters away, silently observing her without the slightest emotion. He was Han Li, who had been waiting quite a while for her. A cold glint appeared in the woman's eyes and her bright gaze flickered. Once her spiritual sense swept her surroundings, she frowned and glanced at the sky. About 100 meters above them, there was a cloud of silver and gold silently floating there. When she saw the true appearance of the golden cloud, her expression vastly changed, with the icy intent in her eyes only growing denser. The woman muttered, "Gold-devouring beetles. It turned out that you were the cultivator who possessed them." Han Li was surprised she had recognized them, but he managed to retain his calm. There seems to be many spell warriors amongst the Milan that recognize these insects. I am truly surprised. Did the spell warrior who last saw me inform you? Rather than answer his question, she asked, "The heavenly wind tribe's sage Mu had his body destroyed by your hand?" Betraying not the slight vigilance that grew in his heart, he flatly said, "Sage Mu? The spell warrior that pursued me with the wind-riding chariot? If that is the one, then yes, I am the one who destroyed his body. Were it not for his nascent soul fleeing so quickly, I would have been able to exterminate both spirit and body. Could it be you wish to take vengeance on his behalf?" Since this woman already knew of the celestial ice flames and the thunderstorm wings, he wouldn't be able to catch her off guard, turning her into a somewhat troublesome opponent. All of his battles at nascent soul stage so far, barring one, had been handled by first catching his opponents off guard with the thunderstorm wings and later using the celestial ice flames to freeze them through. Sage Mu's body didn't possess particularly deep cultivation, so its loss isn't anything to complain about. However, you possess many mystical abilities and are able to even control the gold-devouring beetles. Therefore, you will not be escaping me alive. The green-clothed woman's expression sank, and she quickly formed a hand incantation. With white light flashing around her, a white ribbon suddenly floated from her body as it fluttered with the wind. She then twirled her palm and a faint yellow cauldron appeared in her hand. It was refined from some unknown wood, was 4 inches large, and appeared rather antiquated, with cryptic talisman characters carved on its exterior. When Han Li's spiritual sense swept past it, his expression changed. Your gold-devouring beetles may be an exotic insect from antiquity and nurtured to a stage of invulnerability and ravenous gluttony, but it just so happens that it is capable of being restrained by wood-attribute magic treasures, like my yellow spirit cauldron. In the past, I fought against a soaring tribe's cultivator who commanded gold-devouring beetles, and I sought this cauldron in preparation to deal with him when I met him again. But I didn't think that I'd first meet a heavenly south cultivator that used them rather than him. Were this not the case, I would have found such a large number of gold-devouring beetles difficult to deal with, regardless of how mature they were. Once the green-clothed woman finished speaking with a cold tone, she stroked the small cauldron with her delicate hand and caused it to magnificently shine with light. A translucent light barrier faintly appeared when Han Li heard this. He curled his cheek and soon wore a grave expression. "There are others that use gold-devouring beetles? You don't know of it? Gold-devouring beetles are the sacred insects of the soaring tribes, our archenemies. Their ancestors spent an immense amount of time before finally nurturing several tens of fully mature gold-devouring beetles. Only the most distinguished of their cultivators were allowed to inherit them. But ever since those times, an unknown number of spell warriors were devoured by them, becoming a target of hatred amongst the Milan. Since you possess so many of them, I cannot allow you to pass them down, regardless of how mature they may be. With that said, she expressionlessly tossed the small cauldron above her. The small cauldron circled once above her, and in a flash of light, it shot a pillar light directly towards the cloud of beetles in the sky. Hanli was dumbstruck to hear that there already existed fully mature gold-devouring beetles in this world. But when he heard her malicious tone, he regained his bearings and tossed the matter to the back of his mind. His heart sank upon seeing her use the cauldron to directly attack the beetles with wood spirit chi. With a fierce expression momentarily appearing on his face, he pointed to them and had the golden cloud disperse into countless golden petals. In the blink of an eye, the beetles could hardly be seen. As a result, the yellow light had missed its mark. The woman was stunned, but something soon came to mind, and she swept her spiritual sense into the mist nearby. A short moment later, she frowned and an icy aura enveloped her face. You actually commanded the gold-devouring beetles to attack the other spell warriors. You believe that you can afford to be distracted. Before she even finished speaking, she had already flung her white ribbon towards Han Li. The ribbon shined with dazzling white light as it circled in the air before transforming into a snow-white hawk that spanned about 6 meters in length, with eyes of flame and jet-black claws. It flapped its wings and it instantly disappeared in a flash of white light, reappearing a moment later above Han Li's head. Then with a caw, it swooped down with its razor-sharp claws aiming at it. The huge hawk was extremely fast. In Han Li's alarm, he raised his hand out of instinct, shooting several 10 arcs of golden lightning from his palm, forming a large golden net to meet in the incoming hawk. When the white hawk saw this, its eyes ominously glinted and its wings trembled. The wind boomed. Countless blades of wind shot out in a dense barrage to meet the incoming net of golden lightning. Explosions sounded out as golden and white light intertwined. Upon contact, the golden net had blocked a majority of the blades of wind, but they were too strong. The net of lightning was cut through, and several tens of wind blades shot towards Han Li with the huge hawk closely following after them. Despite the astonishment betrayed from his eyes, the rest of his face remained expressionless. He flicked his fingers, releasing over 10 azure sword streaks to meet the blades of wind. Soon after, he flipped his palm and a small blue shield appeared in his hand. With a slight tremor, the blue shield grew several times larger, extending to 3 meters in length. Lustrous blue light fluidly wandered from its surface as if it were truly made of liquid, making for an exceptionally odd sight. At that moment, the azure sword streaks had shattered the blades of wind and were about to strike the hawk. The hawk showed no fear and flapped its wings, sweeping away the azure chi before continuing its sweep down towards the huge blue shield. Han Li coldly snorted and pointed to the shield, causing it to shine with greater magnificence. Consequently, the hawk's claws struck an icy surface, leaving only ripples behind. But in that instant of delay, an icy glint flashed from Han Li's eyes and he raised his hand. A black light suddenly emerged from his palm, transforming into a black-red hand that was 3 meters wide. It shot out at a speed greater than lightning and forcefully grabbed the huge hawk. Whoosh! Flames suddenly emerged from the hand and enveloped the hawk in pitch-black flames. The hawk attempted to escape its grasp as it miserably wailed and fiercely picked the hand. Han Li grew relieved at the sight of this and turned his head towards the woman. The woman didn't appear to mind that her hawk was captured. Instead, she was muttering an ancient incantation with a solemn expression. Upon closer inspection, Han Li wasn't able to understand it in the slightest, much to his shock. Soon after, the woman spread out her fingers in the style of a lotus flower and white light began to flicker, forming what seemed to be a white lotus. Although Han Li didn't know what she was planning, she was still a mid-nascent soul-stage cultivator. Anything that took an incantation this long was certain to be powerful. He couldn't allow her to smoothly succeed. Once that was thought, Han Li flung out his sleeve with a grave expression, summoning several tens of azure flying swords in a swarm. They then condensed together into a mist and charged towards the green-clothed woman. Taking advantage of this delay, Han Li raised his other arm towards the huge hand that was tightly gripping the bird. The black-red hand suddenly gripped with further force and instantly dragged the bird before him. Without a thought, Han Li spat a sliver of blue icy flame onto the struggling bird. Crackling, the blue flame instantly covered the bird in a layer of sparkling frost. The resulting ice sculpture captured its desperate struggle in a lifelike image. A trace of satisfaction appeared on his face. But just when he thought to collect it, he heard a series of divine rings in front of him. Blinding white radiance suddenly erupted from the woman, covering the surrounding area of 300 meters under a layer of white light. Han Li inwardly cursed and hastily looked at the strange scene from across him. The green-clothed woman had finished her incantation. But now, the white lotus had left her hand and was floating 3 meters above her head. It continuously unfolded its petals as it shined with dazzling light. As for the cloud of sword chi that he unleashed, it was stopped about 40 meters away from her as it attempted its hardest to make its way towards her. It seemed to be blocked by something invisible. Han Li unconsciously narrowed his eyes. It appeared the white lotus wasn't something that was created from a treasure, but was rather something that was formed from the woman's own magic power. Han Li was truly amazed that something this powerful was solely produced by a technique. However, this amazement only lasted for only a moment. He took a deep breath with a sullen expression and quickly raised his arm, cover it in a layer of faint black chi. The black chi appeared alive as it continuously lashed around and grew thicker. By the time it became pitch black, Han Li's expression grew stern. His arm quickly swelled, becoming 3 times as thick in the blink of an eye. Soon, a layer of dazzling crimson light began to cover the black chi in an incredibly bizarre display. At that moment, Han Li glanced coldly at the green-robed woman, and just as it so happened, the woman also raised her head to look at him. Their eyes met. Then when her eyes saw Han Li's monstrous arm, a cold glint shined from them. "Go!" Han Li roared and dropped his arm, releasing a semicircular mass of black-red light. Once it left his arm, it grew to the length of 10 meters. It ripped through space as remnants of light dragged behind it, instantly arriving before the white lotus. The green-robed woman raised her brow at the sight of the devil execution and spat out a mist of lustrous white chi onto the lotus. In an instant, a huge lotus mirage suddenly emerged from the white lotus, enveloping both itself and the woman. In a flash of light, the devil execution rammed into the lotus mirage and easily cleaved into it. But after traveling 10 meters deep into the mirage, it slowed down before coming to a stop. A trace of pride appeared on the woman's face, but soon her expression vastly changed. At that moment, she saw Han Li fling a black object at her. As soon as it left his hand, it began to exponentially expand and overbearingly pound downwards on both woman and lotus. The 1,000-fold mountain. When the woman saw this huge, towering mountain, she couldn't help but shout its name. This ancient treasure was renowned amongst spell warriors. Even if a mid-nascent soul-stage spell warrior like her were to use a secret Buddhist technique from antiquity, they wouldn't be able to receive an attack from the mountain unscathed. The green-robed woman formed a hand incantation without a further thought, immersing the white lotus above her, the small yellow cauldron, and herself in a fusion of white light. In an instant, the air surrounding the lotus became completely still before suddenly erupting with azure radiance. The woman came into view once more. Despite no longer being sustained by the woman's magic power, the lotus mirage grew dim and didn't immediately fade away. It managed to last for a short moment before being completely scattered by the descending mountain. Revealing not the slightest joy from his face, Han Li muttered, "Wind movement technique?" He then began to inwardly curse. He didn't expect that this woman would be capable of a strange movement technique on par with his lightning movement. In this case, he wouldn't be able to harm her unless he somehow trapped her. He had managed to come up with a plan, but he felt unsure of it. She was as skilled with her wind movement technique as he was with his thunderstorm wings. So long as he managed to keep up with her, he was confident that he would be able to easily wound her with the fearsomeness of the celestial ice flames. With that thought, Han Li raised his hands and pointed to the black-red light and the tens of bamboo cloudswarm swords that had finally escaped their restraints. Quickly, they fiercely shot towards where the green-robed woman had appeared. Thunder then roared from behind Han Li and silver wings appeared from his back. As for his blue light shield, he waved both his arms and it quickly shrunk before flying back into Han Li's sleeve. At that same moment, the huge black-red hand relaxed its grip on the white ribbon hawk, and it streaked towards the woman in a ball of black light. But that was not the end of his preparations. He raised his arms once more, but this time, a blue flame emerged from his palm, crackled with a wavering blue brilliance. Finally, Han Li took it upon himself to personally close in on her, having done what he could to restrict her movements. In a flash of silver lightning, he disappeared, leaving only rolls of thunder in his wake. When the woman saw Han Li release so many treasures in a single display, she felt her head suddenly ache. She originally believed that this measly early nascent soul cultivator's power only extended to a few strange abilities. So long as these abilities were restrained, she should be able to smoothly deal with him. But she didn't expect that in a single move, he would unleash several powerful treasures in succession. In comparison, the only treasure she released had been restrained by her opponent. As someone who was used to being revered amongst the spell warriors, this embarrassment had given rise to fury. However, the woman clearly understood that since he possessed so many treasures, it would be difficult to injure him with ordinary techniques and treasures, let alone kill him. When she saw Han Li flap his wings and disappear in a flash of lightning, she snorted and eventually came to a decision to exhaust a bit of her strength and finish Han Li off with one of her killing moves. Of course, she couldn't allow Han Li to easily approach her during this time. As she pondered this, the white lotus had dropped down onto her head and disappeared into her body. Just as this happened, Han Li's figure appeared about 10 meters away from the woman's body in a flash of lightning. With a blur of his body, he suddenly appeared 3 meters away from her and hastily extended his cackling blue palm against the yellow barrier that surrounded the woman's body. Han Li was confident that the wood attribute barrier placed by the cauldron would be broken by the celestial ice flames, and his attack smoothly succeeded. However, the woman remained still and showed no indication that she was going to use her wind evasion technique. An unease filled his heart as a shiver spread across his back. At that moment, the woman suddenly shined with a soft white radiance as lotus petal mirages blossomed from her body. And against expectation, the faint yellow light barrier that Han Li just struck had actually managed to withstand his attack. Just as the white light and the blue flames made contact, Han Li felt his entire arm tremble. In the instant that the white brilliance shined, the lotus petals began to sweep towards him. Although they appeared slow, he wasn't able to evade their attacks, and he could only helplessly stare as the petals struck his body. Astonished, Han Li was struck back, a wave of pain assailing his chest. He was launched 100 meters away before he managed to barely stop himself, his body swaying. He glanced at the woman with alarm as he held his hand against his chest. He glanced up and saw the green-robed woman was now standing above a lotus that spanned 10 meters wide. White lotus petals were slowly fluttering all around her, and the woman herself was coldly staring at Han Li. The treasures he had launched to attack her, they had been easily stopped by the petals surrounding her. They were far more powerful than the lotus mirage from before. At that moment, Han Li suddenly felt his throat become hot, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He wryly smiled in his mind. He had suffered quite a bit in that exchange. Han Li then spat out the turbulent qi in his body and slowly moved his palm away from his chest. He glanced down at his chest to see that his robes were already shattered, revealing a tricolored luster that laid underneath. The battle armor had a huge dent in it with thumb-sized cracks on it. Han Li felt his breath turn cold, and the pain he felt from his chest became far sharper. With a gloomy face, he raised his head to look at the green-robed woman. As a result, He saw both astonishment and disappointment from her face when she laid her eyes on his armor. He coldly snorted and tore away at the remnants of his robe, revealing the beetle armor in its entirety. Then, in an azure flash of light, he swept his hand across the armor and repaired it with an unbelievable speed to its original condition. Shock appeared for just a moment on the woman's face, but her cold demeanor was soon restored as her killing intent against Han Li only grew stronger. Without further thought, she placed her palm against her chest and began to utter a cryptic incantation. A ball of azure light then flew out of her sleeve and dropped into her hand. The light faded away to reveal an azure oil lamp of ancient and worn condition. It appeared even slightly blackened. The green-robed woman looked at the lamp with a faint reluctance to use it, but then she turned her eyes to fiercely glare at Han Li. This scene left Han Li with a slight sense of dread. He didn't know what kind of ancient treasure this bronze lamp was, and this was the first time he ever saw a treasure lamp. Various thoughts quickly passed by his mind before he decided to fly into the sky and recall his treasures. Then, with a flap of his wings, he disappeared. He reappeared in front of the frozen ribbon hawk and bluntly took it into his hand before disappearing once more, reappearing on the border of the dense mist. The green-robed woman's mouth dropped in amazement. Ever since she ascended to her current cultivation, she encountered many fearsome opponents that had been her match, but this was the first time she saw a high-grade cultivator turn tail and run. But when she saw Han Li take her ribbon hawk with him, she awoke from her stupor with fury. Grasping onto the lamp, she glided through the air on the white lotus, closely following him in a breeze. Afterwards, she entered the dense fog and disappeared without a trace. Immediately afterwards, azure light flashed with each appearance of silver lightning, closely chasing after it. The sounds of thunder and wind intertwined. In an instant, Han Li lured the green-robed woman into an unfamiliar area of the formation. It was there that Han Li stopped and glanced at the frozen ribbon hawk in his hand. With a cold chuckle, golden lightning flashed from his hand and shattered it. The ice-clad ribbon hawk shattered into pieces alongside the ice. But when the green-robed woman saw this while she was pursuing him, she coldly laughed and stamped down on the white lotus below her, causing it to scatter away the nearby mist with a wild gale. Han Li narrowed his eyes, staring at her malicious expression. He calmly asked, "Is fellow Taoist not heartbroken that her treasure was destroyed? Or do you believe my actions weren't enough to destroy the treasure?" With that said, he casually glanced at the cleared air, not paying any attention to the shards of ice that were floating in the air. "How about you tell me?" The green-robed woman pointed at Han Li, insteadly causing the countless shards of ice at Han Li's side to shine with white light. Han Li was stunned and immediately raised his arm, unleashing an azure mist to engulf the glowing ice. But in that moment, the ice shattered and specks of white light escaped from them, each of them flocking towards the woman. The azure mist was too late. Seeing that his attack failed, his face grew sullen, but he stayed his hand rather than waste his effort on attacks that might have no effect. He saw that white light was condensing in front of her, soon reaching the size of a head-sized ball. With a spell seal striking the ball, a hawk's cry immediately sounded out from the ball in a blinding flash of white light before taking shape of the snow-white hawk from before. When Han Li saw this, he frowned, but soon he took note of how its spirit was listless compared to before. He revealed a pensive expression at the sight. It seemed shattering the treasure did have some effect. The hawk wasn't truly immortal. He was sure that after killing the hawk several more times, it would definitely turn to ash and scatter. Despite seeing that the hawk had weakened, she wordlessly waved her arm and commanded it to take to the skies. It then twirled in the air before drifting back down as a white ribbon. Once it touched the woman's body, it disappeared. With one hand holding the lamp, she brushed her hair with the other. With a detached tone, she said, "Your sudden stop must have been to infuriate me by shattering my magic treasure. It seems that this place should be your contingency plan." Han Li grew silent for a moment before speaking with spirited eyes. "Since you already knew this and chased me, it seems you hold much confidence in the treasure in your hand. Perhaps you might tell me something of it." This is the first time I've ever seen a lantern-type ancient treasure. The woman's face grew sullen. She said without reservation, "No. Rather, how about I send you off to the underworld?" She then opened her mouth and spat a ball of nascent flame into the lantern. Specks of azure light then began to slowly rise up from it. Hanli sighed and he swept his arms, summoning a green formation flag and a red azure formation plate into his hands. He took a deep glance at the woman before tossing the small formation flag in the air. He quickly struck it with a small seal and hurriedly muttered an incantation. The formation flag flashed with light, instantly causing a green mist to suddenly form. It extended 100 meters around the sky and scattered with the wind before transforming into a 40-meter-long flood dragon of green mist. At that same time, Han Li ordered the flood dragon to attack the woman. He had the formation plate in his hand shine with radiance. He tossed it underneath him and had it immediately transform into white mist as it disappeared further from sight. Suddenly, the seas of mist down below began to roil and release countless threads of red azure light that shot towards the green-robed woman in a dense barrage. He then took out a small silver bell with a wave of his sleeve. It wildly expanded in the blink of an eye and began to release silver sound waves with a loud ring. Then, with all of that done, he streaked towards the green-robed woman's head. Since he wasn't able to grow close to the woman, he would make use of silver sound waves to attack. Perhaps a formless attack would have some effect. Of course, against the green-robed woman's white lotus flower and the unknown bronze lamp, Han Li's killing move wasn't any of the attacks he released. Rather, it was Silvermoon who had burrowed herself earlier in the earth. At that moment, Silvermoon had already begun to unravel the purple cloud lace and was standing at the center of the formation. She was waiting for when the green-clothed woman would let down her guard so she could deliver the fatal blow. Although the green-clothed woman didn't know that there was someone lying in ambush, she turned a blind eye to the restrictions and attacks that Han Li unleashed. She only lowered her head to look at the lamp that was flickering with weak azure flames. A sneer appeared on her face. She unhurriedly raised her arm and nimbly took out a pea-sized flame from the lantern with two of her fingers. At that moment, the flood dragon of mist, the threads of azure red light, and the silver sound waves were all about to strike her. The woman didn't reveal any worry in the slightest and simply pointed to the white lotus down below her feet. White light flashed and it began to quickly revolve. Its petals contracted before instantly shrouding the woman in an impenetrable barrier. The flood dragon of mist was the first to strike the barrier. It opened its mouth and spouted out a surging breath of green mist. At that same moment, a white lotus petal from within the barrier lightly swept and scattered the attack. Then the red azure threads followed. They had also been scattered. Only the sound waves weren't blocked by the white lotus petals. They passed through the barrier, but it was unknown what effect they would have. When Han Li saw this, he formed an incantation gesture with his hands, and the red azure light threads ceased their attacks on the barrier. Instead, they formed a huge net and quickly layered upon themselves, blocking the white lotus from every side. As for the mist flood dragon, it surged and transformed into a large expanse of green mist, submerging the white lotus within it. As for the silver bell, it quickly arrived before the white lotus and was controlled with Han Li's full strength. The silver sound waves became stronger and continuously struck at the green-clothed woman through the barrier. For a time, the green-clothed woman from within the white lotus seemed to be restrained. However, Han Li didn't appear happy about this in the slightest. Rather, he furrowed his brow at the sight. As Han Li worried that the attacks actually made no difference, the contracted petals of the lotus immediately blossomed and spread out without the slightest warning. The petals were each razor-sharp. The surrounding mist and threads of light were completely scattered as soon as the flower unfolded. Han Li appeared particularly grim at the sight. The beautiful, green-robed woman was standing at the center of the white lotus with an expressionless face. She held the bronze lamp in one hand and clasped a seemingly ordinary blue flame in the other. She glanced at Han Li and then looked above him at the silver bell that was enveloping the woman in silver sound waves. A harsh expression flickered from her eyes. She suddenly raised her hand and sent an ember of flame into the bronze lantern. It crackled and trembled before instantly disappearing from sight. In the next moment, the huge silver bell was struck by an azure fireball out of nowhere, and was enveloped by it. When the woman saw this, she uttered an incantation, and had the surface of the silver bell scorched by the unknown azure devil flame. The silver bell wailed for a moment and released silver light in an attempt to resist the flames. But after an instant, the silver bell was deformed by the silver flames and turned into molten silver. After that, the azure devil flame scattered without a trace. Han Li's face paled at the sight of the ancient treasure being scattered. At that moment, the green-clothed woman swept her hand and picked off another azure ember from the lamp with practiced ease, and malicious glanced at Han Li. Han Li inwardly cursed and flapped his thunderstorm wings without another thought. He then disappeared, leaving only thunder in his place. The woman didn't mind this in the slightest and dropped the azure ember into the lantern. Just as she was about to blow spiritual chi into it, purple light suddenly flashed beneath her, and a 40-meter-wide purple net rushed towards her from below. As the green-clothed woman stood in place, she suddenly heard another woman's laughter before being instantly shrouded in a purple net. A beautiful woman suddenly emerged with a yellow flash of light soon after the purple net appeared. She chuckled and said, "Since you're fond of playing with fire, how about witnessing the might of my purple cloudlace jade sun flames?" She raised her hand. The purple net flickered with flame, covering it with a layer of azure-white flame. There were even several azure-white flame serpents that suddenly emerged from the net and fiercely attacked the White Lotus. Soon, the White Lotus was entirely engulfed in blue-white flame. At that moment, Han Li appeared about 40 meters away from the green-robed woman with a smile on his face. He flung out his sleeve and summoned his 72 bamboo cloud-swarm swords before him. Once they swarmed into the sky, he struck them with several spell seals in quick succession. The flying swords released a clear ring and condensed together into a 20-meter-long sword. Thunder roared from within it as dense arcs of lightning began to shoot off from the sword, transforming the sword into one of thunder and lightning. However, Han Li didn't stop there. He took a deep breath and he spat a thread of celestial ice flame onto the sword, adding a layer of faint blue flames onto the surface of the sword. Han Li pointed at the sword with an icy glint shining from his eyes. It trembled before cleaving directly towards the White Lotus. At that moment, the green-clothed woman finally realized what had happened. In furious alarm, she flung the azure ember above her. As soon as the azure ember left the green-robed woman's hands, it shined with blinding azure light. Afterwards, it began to revolve around her head and give rise to an astonishing display. The azure-white flames that burned on the exterior of the White Lotus was overtaken by the lantern ember, and were quickly absorbed. Once the jade sun flames were cleanly absorbed, the flaming ember floating above her head had stopped, and were simply shining slightly brighter. The green-robed woman then pointed at the ember and had it flutter in the direction of Silvermoon. Silvermoon was greatly alarmed and pointed at the purple cloud lace without another thought. Suddenly, the purple net brightly shined with light and a portion of it moved in front of her. At that same moment, the ancient flower basket appeared in her hand. Then the huge azure sword, roaring with thunder, arrived above the woman, immediately striking down at her under Han Li's command. Of course, Silvermoon conducted a joint attack at that moment. She had the flower basket envelop her body as white mist and clutched her hands in an incantation gesture, opening a large hole in the White Lotus barrier in a sudden flash of purple light. Having witnessed the astonishing pressure of the huge sword, the woman's expression changed in alarm, wearing a grave expression for the first time in this encounter. After a moment of hesitation, she ceased her attack on Silvermoon and completely concentrated her body's spiritual power into the White Lotus beneath her. In an instant, the White Lotus petals surrounding her increased several times in number and mirages of lotuses began to fold around her in a dense barrier. At that moment, she suddenly pointed at the lantern ember and had it return to flying above her head. Afterwards, the woman lifted the copper lantern in her head and waved it in front of her. A series of azure flame mirages appeared along with 2 flame embers. The two flame embers then flew towards the woman's head and condensed together with the original azure flame ember to form a first-sized azure fireball. At that moment, the huge sword arrived at the lotus petal barrier. Rolls of thunder and a huge rumbling explosion sounded out as white light, golden lightning, and blue flame entwined. While the tensome lotus petals were rather remarkable, the divine devilbane lightning and the celestial ice flames were also a force to be reckoned with. While they alone might not be able to overcome the lotus mirages, when combined together into the huge sword, the combined might of 72 bamboo cloudswarm swords eventually shattered through the lotus mirages despite their greatest attempt to resist, and faded away into specks of starlight. Unimpeded, the huge sword continued its descent, only for the blue ball of flame to unhurriedly meet it. Han Li's expression turned solemn at the sight. Although he felt some fear towards this odd azure flame, he was quite interested in measuring the might of the celestial ice flame against the lantern's flame. The impact between the huge sword and the azure fireball was completely silent. Regardless of whether it be the golden lightning or the icy flames, they were both instantly consumed by the azure flame. It then began to engulf the huge sword. The bamboo cloudswarm swords were Han Li's bonded magic treasure, so it was natural for him to feel it quite closely. In the instant the azure flames completely enveloped the huge sword, he felt his mind tremble as unbearable pain and scorching heat assailed him. His body's temperature abruptly risen. He could almost feel his blood boil. In great alarm, Han Li instantly formed an incantation gesture and pointed to the huge sword. With that done, the sword wildly flickered and transformed back into many small swords before scattering. He originally believed that this would rid him of the strange flame. But when he clearly saw what happened, his expression vastly changed. All of his flying swords were simultaneously covered in burning azure flame. Han Li's expression wavered as he felt his body's condition worsen. Sweat began to profuse from his body. He gritted his teeth in astonishment and quickly cycled through several hand incantations, ordering the 10 strands of spiritual sense controlling the flying swords to fly to the sky. Then, in an attempt to escape the flames, they began to wildly revolve. Having saw the silver bell melted into silver liquid, he grew even more fearful of having his own bonded magic treasure destroyed. If this were the case, his vitality and spiritual sense would suffer a great decrease. At that moment, the destroyed lotus mirages had been replaced as more lotuses emerged from below her to restore the gap. The woman then coldly glanced at Han Li's flame-clad flying swords. The woman sneered upon seeing the swords flutter around in an attempt to extinguish the flames. However, she didn't rush to act. She simply waited for Han Li's bonded magic treasure to be destroyed, for his cultivation to be greatly damaged. A short moment later, the woman's sneer had froze, soon to be replaced with astonishment. The bronze lamp in her head was no common magic tool. Strictly speaking, it didn't even belong to her. It was one of the 2 lineage treasures that were passed down by the Mulan tribes. This sage Lu was able to acquire this treasure not only because of her profound cultivation, but also because she was the most powerful female spell warrior in the Mulan. Most importantly, she was the only woman who held a similar rank to the soaring tribe's Saintess Tianlan, and received much esteem amongst other high-grade spell warriors. Even the Mulan's 3 divine sages had to treat her with respect. Ever since she acquired this ancient treasure, she had only used the lantern a few times due to its restrictions and peculiarities. When the treasure reached the maximum quantity of uses, it would immediately be revoked and be given to the next suitable master. The treasure was held with great importance amongst the Mulan. However, the most important use for the bronze lantern wasn't for battle. Rather, it had a specific and extremely important use. Of course, this treasure was obviously powerful in battle, and was used by its masters to slay many formidable enemies and destroy countless treasures. Be they ancient or magic treasures, the flames were incapable of being extinguished once they were covered. Wood attribute treasures were particularly vulnerable to the flames and would be destroyed in an instant. But while Han Li's set of flying swords were obviously wood attribute magic treasures, they had been enveloped in the lantern's flames for quite a while and didn't show the slightest indication of becoming ash. But in the instant that she was absorbed by her surprise, Purple light suddenly flashed above her head along with the abrupt appearance of a purple cloud. The green-robed woman was stunned, and she turned her gaze to look at Silvermoon, who had used the opportunity to launch a restriction with the purple cloud lace. Then, with a turn of her body, Silvermoon filled the air with a fragrant pink mist, covering the White Lotus in the blink of an eye. The green-robed woman snorted and glanced at the lantern in her hand. After a moment of hesitation, she decided not to further use it and instead raised her arm, summoning a yellow jade pendant into her hand. Just as she thought to activate the pendant and deal with Silvermoon, the pink fragrant mist was shaken and the scent grew stronger. Afterwards, countless handsome men and beautiful women began to emerge from the mist and embrace each other in an extremely bold and intimate fashion, causing the green-robed woman's complexion to grow scarlet. She-demon, you're courting death. The woman's complexion soon grew pale, and yellow light glowed from the jade pendant. Yellow mist enveloped her and scattered the pink mist around her. However, Silvermoon could no longer be seen. The green-robed woman sneered, but just as she thought to seek Silvermoon out, something suddenly came to mind and she hastily glanced in Han Li's direction. In the short amount of time that Silvermoon had bothered her, Han Li had already condensed his flying swords back into its huge form and recalled it before him. He was currently staring at it with a grave expression. The woman was hit by another wave of shock upon seeing that the flying swords had yet to be scorched, but she was no longer about to continue staying still. She immediately raised the bronze lantern in her head, but just as she thought whether or not she should waste another of its uses to strike down Han Li, he suddenly placed both of his hands on his chest. With one hand holding a mist of white frost and the other holding blue flickering flames, he spat a mist of azure chi to envelop them together. With a gust of wind, an egg-sized purple flame appeared in his hand. Han Li pointed it with his free hand and it suddenly ruptured before transforming into a small fluttering bird. It spread its wings and charged towards the huge sword that was enveloped in the lantern's azure flames. With a light bang, a strange scene occurred before them. The purple flame and the azure flame blazed on the surface of the huge sword. Both of the flames swayed and gave neither way to one another, giving its utmost to consume the other. For a time, neither flame had the advantage. As Han Li observed this with a nervous expression, the green-robed woman appeared even more shocked. What were these purple flames to not fear the flames of her lantern? Had she not seen this personally, she wouldn't have dared to believe it. But this woman soon awoke from her shock and only felt a stronger desire to kill Han Li. How could a mere early nascent soul cultivator possess so many heaven-defying abilities? If he were to enter mid or even late nascent soul stage, he could sweep through the entire Milan Plains without a match. With that thought, the woman's expression grew sullen and she flung the lantern in the air. It stopped about 3 meters above her. She then solemnly sat down. At the moment, the woman had truly resolved herself. Even if she consumed all uses of the bronze lantern, she would slay Han Li with complete certainty. Han Li had also taken note of the woman's actions and he felt his heart drop. He bitterly cursed in his mind before deciding to retreat. Although he still had the purple apex flames and the blood devil sword, there was no need for him to stake it all on this fight. The woman before him was no ordinary mid-nascent soul stage cultivator. He was particularly unwilling to end this battle in mutual destruction. As these thoughts stirred in Han Li's mind, a silhouette suddenly appeared in the mist and charged towards them, much to their surprise. As the both of them were distracted, purple cloud formed from the purple cloud lace above the green-robed woman's head and suddenly parted and released an immensely fast streak of white that flew towards the lantern. Then, in a flash of white light, the lantern was completely enveloped by the light and was fiercely dragged back towards the purple cloud. Han Li rejoiced at seeing the bronze lantern seized, much to the green-robed woman's despair. In an instant, her face paled with an expression of furious alarm. Soon after, she raised her arms, sweeping a white mist around her. The white lotus below her began to wildly revolve, producing a lotus mirage that appeared as large as a mountain. Once the white light holding the lantern returned to the cloud, the huge lotus mirage had already launched after it in pursuit. The purple cloud then transformed into a large purple net and dropped down. In the next instant, the lotus struck the net, releasing a glow of purple and white light. Silvermoon's sweet chuckle soon followed. After the purple net was released, the white light faded away to reveal Silvermoon. She laughed as she held onto the ancient flower basket. Its interior shined with white light as it rigidly trapped the bronze lantern. Once the green-robed woman's spiritual sense was wiped from it, it would be capable of being used by anyone. But before Han Li could bask in his excitement, a silhouette staggered towards them and spotted both Han Li and the green-robed woman engaged in battle. The silhouette shouted to Han Li in panic, "Fellow Taoist Han, quickly run! A Milan divine sage has arrived. He's already killed fellow Taoist Lu. Hurry and run!" This silhouetted turned out to be Old Man Ma, but his hair was disheveled and one of his arms was missing. A Mulan divine sage? Han Li felt his heart drop upon hearing this. Just as he thought to ask further of the matter, Old Man Ma flew away in a flash of white light, not daring to stay a moment longer. But at that moment, an indifferent man's voice soon arrived. "You're too late. I've already found you. You had abandoned your arm to escape calamity. But let's see what other secret techniques you have. Surely you didn't refine a substitution puppet out of your other arm as well? If that's the case, I will truly hold you in admiration. Is this not the bright essence lantern? You cunning scoundrel, your courage is quite great. A little fox such as yourself dares to take a lineage treasure of the Mulan." The words were spoken in quick succession, and the speaker of the voice soon arrived before them. A silver streak of light shot out from the sea of mist in a seemingly slow manner, but it instantly arrived before Silvermoon. Silvermoon's complexion grew deathly pale, and she hastily waved her arm, summoning a purple net in front of her. At that same moment, she instantly took off without a further thought. The silver streak paused for just a moment before immediately transforming into a large silver hand. It forcibly took the purple cloud lace in its grasp and formed a fist before striking at the air in the direction that Silvermoon had fled. As Silvermoon flew off in a streak of yellow light, she was suddenly struck by a silver ball of light out of seemingly nowhere. With a miserable wail, her yellow light disappeared and she fell from the sky. But in her cunning, she gritted her teeth and bore through the pain, throwing the ancient flower basket towards Han Li in a streak of white light. "You're courting death." The man's voice grew furious, and in a flicker of light, the silver hand split into two, with one chasing the flower basket and the other chasing after the falling Silvermoon in an attempt to crush her. The action was conducted as swiftly as a flash of lightning. Silvermoon turned pale with fright, and she hastily attempted to draw on her magic power to escape. However, silver light flashed from her body, and she found herself incapable of drawing any of her magic power. That surprise strike from before had not only heavily injured her, but it had placed a simple restriction on her body. Although it could be easily broken, she was caught by surprise and didn't have the time to dispel it. The huge silver hand approached her with the momentum of a falling mountain, and she felt her heart tremble. She could only shut her eyes as she waited for death, but at that moment, she heard thunder roar behind her. With an arm holding her by the waist, she had somehow escaped from the silver hand's grasp. "We're going." Han Li made a clear appearance before disappearing from sight with Silvermoon in tow. The huge silver hand had missed its mark by just a sliver. In the next moment, Han Li appeared 100 meters away at the edge of the mist with a sullen expression. He carried Silvermoon in one hand, and the huge sword blazing with azure and purple flames in the other. Lightning movement! An astonished voice came from the huge silver hand. As for the other hand, it returned with the flower basket in its grasp. The two silver hands then combined together in a brilliant glow of light, disappearing to reveal a middle-aged spell warrior in scholar robes. He held on to the purple cloud lace with one hand, and he grabbed the ancient flower basket with the other. He was examining Han Li in the distance with a calm expression. When Old Man Ma had seen this person appear, his face became deathly pale, and despite the light that continuously pulsed from his body, he didn't dare to flee. Han Li's gaze flickered as he carefully examined the very first late nascent soul stage cultivator he had seen for the first time. Apart from the few sparse cultivators that managed to reach deity transformation stage, late nascent soul stage cultivators were peak existences in the cultivation world. At that moment, the middle-aged spell warrior glanced around and spotted the green-robed woman surnamed Lu. With a wave of his hand, he tossed the ancient flower basket containing the bronze lantern towards her. Many thanks for Divine Sage Zhong's assistance. Had Brother Zhong not come, the green-robed woman was delighted that she managed to regain possession of the bronze lamp and felt immense relief. Even as arrogant and cold as she may be, she was facing one of the 3 Milan divine sages, and she didn't dare to offend him in the slightest. The scholarly middle-aged man calmly said, "It's nothing. I've simply heard that the heavenly south cultivators were sending reinforcements towards this grand formation. After hearing about Heavenweep's death, I grew somewhat worried and came over to take a look. It'd be best to give those from the state of Great Gene a reasonable explanation as we are currently intertwined with them. But since our enemy is capable of using lightning movement, it is no wonder even Sage Lu has a problem dealing with him." Afterwards, he turned to look at Han Li and asked, "That small fox is yours? It is quite courageous to dare to act against our Milan's lineage treasure. Since you're her master, then I'd best deal with the both of you." Han Li narrowed his eyes and took a deep breath. He snorted and icily replied, "Your tone is quite arrogant, but even if we didn't touch that lantern, would you still let us go free? I don't know if you have the skill to take my life." When the scholarly man heard this, his gaze swept past the huge sword in Han Li's hand. His face revealed astonishment upon seeing the azure and purple flames tangle against one another, but soon, he chuckled as if he hadn't seen it. "It has been many years since a cultivator dared to say that in front of me. Sage Lu, I'll hand that one-armed cultivator over there to you. As for our young friend capable of lightning movement, I'll be personally dealing with him. Let's see just how long he can last." Ruthless intent revealed from the man's face as his body suddenly blurred and silver light flashed from both his sides. Suddenly, 2 exact replicas of the scholarly man appeared at his side with the exact same clothes and face. They both stared at Han Li as if he were already dead. Han Li felt his breath run cold. He quickly swept his spiritual sense and couldn't find any difference between the 2 incarnations and the original. Be it their aura of cultivation or appearance, they were completely the same. Despite the dread he felt in his heart, Han Li patted Silvermoon's shoulder and quickly whispered something to her. Silvermoon obediently nodded. Having already dispelled the restriction on her body, she returned to the form of a small fox in a flash of white light and swiftly entered Han Li's sleeve. At that moment, the 3 scholarly men swept their sleeves and slowly made their way towards Han Li. Their movements clearly appeared relaxed, but in a matter of only 3 steps, they had already arrived only 30 meters away from Han Li. With a vastly changed expression, Han Li flapped his wings without another moment of thought and disappeared from sight. "You want to leave, but where can you run?" the middle of the 3 scholarly men said with a chuckle. Afterwards, the 3 of them flickered with silver light and pursued him with a relaxed stride. With 2 steps taken in the air, the 3 of them also disappeared. When the pale old man Ma saw this, he suddenly leapt away at great speed, wordlessly transforming into a streak of white light as he tore through the skies. The green-robed woman sneered at the sight of this and formed an incantation gesture with her hands before chasing after him in a breeze of wind. She no longer had any worry of Han Li, knowing that a divine sage was chasing after him. Additionally, this old cultivator wasn't capable of lightning movement, so he definitely wouldn't be able to escape her. As for the grand formation in the area, it was hardly effective against a nascent soul cultivator. Its restrictions were easily swept away. In an empty wilderness with a darkened sky, claps of thunder echoed through the air with flashes of silver light, each flash revealing the figure of a distraught Han Li. He was hurriedly glancing behind him with an expression of resentment. "Silvermoon, how many days have we fled?" Silvermoon's voice worriedly spoke in Han Li's mind. "It should be about 4 days already. If Master rests for more than a few minutes, this late nascent soul stage cultivator will immediately catch up. Is there truly no way to escape his spiritual sense mark?" This is far too dangerous. Although you have the myriad-year spirit milk to restore your magic power, you've almost exhausted your divine Devilbane lightning. Without the lightning movement, you won't be able to escape his pursuit and movements. Such profound abilities are on par with instantaneous movement itself. There are hardly any differences to be said. Were it not for Master's shrewdness to completely avoid fighting and continuously flee, we would have been tangled down without a method of escape. Han Li wryly smiled and resentfully said, "The trace of a late nascent soul stage spiritual sense can be tracked down by a couple hundred of kilometers. Although my own spiritual sense is beyond that of a mid-nascent soul stage cultivator, it is still quite lacking to a true late nascent soul stage cultivator. After all, I didn't learn the great development technique to completion. I haven't been able to get my hands on the last layers of the technique. Once this chase ends, I'll immediately head to the far west and find the final layers of that chant with certainty. In the past, I've never had this problem because my spiritual sense was always superior to my opponent's. But now, my hands are tied and I find myself helpless in spite of whatever methods I use." Silvermoon worriedly muttered, "Then how about Master Use Blood Shadow Evasion? In a single use, he'll be able to traverse over 50 kilometers. Surely you'll be able to break free of his spiritual sense tracking." Although Silvermoon hadn't mentioned anything about Han Li saving her life, she was touched by it nonetheless, causing her tone to feel particularly concerned. Having already considered the matter, he wryly smiled and said, "A single time won't be enough. I'll have to use the Blood Shadow Evasion at least 2 times in succession, perhaps even 3, and exhaust all my remaining divine Devilbane lightning for a good chance at escaping. Although my magic power is slightly greater than ordinary early nascent soul stage cultivators, it is still quite dangerous. Even if I come out unscathed, I will be weakened for quite a long while. Now that no other methods will work, this is the only option left." "Master Yu." Han Li's expression suddenly changed and he turned his head behind him. He gloomily snorted. "That person is grower closer to the second. I can no longer continue like this. I can only take the risk." When Silvermoon heard this, she chose to keep silent. Soon after, Han Li deeply sighed and his hands quickly blurred as they formed a series of strange hand incantations. At that same moment, his body began to pulse with azure light and an astonishing spiritual pressure suddenly released from his body. He then spat a mist of scarlet blood essence from his mouth. It scattered in the air and seeped into the azure light surrounding his body, transforming it into a demonic fusion of crimson and azure light. Soon, Han Li's hands and face became dark red, and countless threads of crimson blood began to spurt from all over his skin, making for a frightful sight. Han Li didn't seem to mind this in the least and continued forming hand incantations at great speed. Spitting out another 2 mouthfuls of blood essence, Han Li became completely enveloped in a mist of blood and could hardly be seen. At that moment, radiance began to shine from the distant sky. 3 silver balls of light were slowly moving towards them. Silhouettes could be seen moving from within them. They were Divine Sage Zhong and his 2 incarnations. Their scholar robes fluttered as they calmly flew in Han Li's direction. However, they moved at an incredible speed in spite of their appearances. In an instant, they had already traversed a distance of over 400 meters and could see Han Li from the naked eye. One of the men wore a surprised expression, but he soon frowned. The azure crimson blood mist suddenly bursted with dazzling crimson light. As Han Li stood in place, he coldly glanced at the incoming Milan Divine Sage before unfolding the thunderstorm wings behind his back. In the following moment, space itself warped around him, and Han Li's figure blurred from sight. A sharp, ear-piercing shriek faded into the distance as suddenly as it had appeared. The 3 scholarly men simultaneously wore a face of astonishment, and the 3 glanced at one another before joining together with the man at the center. With a flash of silver light, the 3 men then returned into one. He immediately shut his eyes and released his spiritual sense in the direction that shriek had traveled in. The scholarly man glanced where Han Li had disappeared and revealed a trace of surprise. What kind of movement technique can travel 50 kilometers in an instant? It seems similar to the Devil Dao's blood movement, but the distance is astonishing. Having chased Han Li for several days, the divine sage had experienced quite a bit of surprise at having continuously pursued him for several days without rest. Even if an early nascent soul cultivator was capable of lightning movement, their magic power should have long been exhausted, leaving them helpless to their fates. Unless one possessed a heavenly treasure capable of instantly restoring one's magic power, or a secret technique that drained from one's vitality. Now that Han Li employed a strange movement technique, it appeared he hadn't shown his full strength before this. But this was no matter, although he had already traveled 50 kilometers. Divine Sage Zhong was still tracking him with his spiritual sense. It would only be some more time before he caught up. Just as the scholarly man threw this, he narrowed his eyes, and his spiritual sense targeted Han Li once more. With a cold smirk, his body glowed with white light before setting off once more to give chase. But at that moment, the scholarly man suddenly felt Han Li's aura mysteriously disappear once more. He ceased his movements in shock. He suddenly thought of something and hastily expanded the perimeter of his spiritual sense by twofold before spotting Han Li once more. Yet before he could set off once more, Han Li's aura disappeared yet again. This time, the scholarly man simply stood in place with a face of amazement. Although his spiritual sense was vastly powerful, it could only reach a distance of a little over 100 kilometers. He could forcibly stretch his spiritual sense to acquire an approximate understanding of the environment, but it was beyond him to track someone at that distance. Of course, unless something impossible occurred, like Han Li waiting in place for him to sweep his spiritual sense past him. Han Li was a truly cunning opponent. The moment he felt the divine sage's spiritual sense speed past him, he employed that strange movement technique several times in succession and slipped away. This was perhaps the first time in many years since the scholarly man had ever been played around with in this manner. He was a magnificent Mulan divine sage. Once it became known that an early nascent soul cultivator was able to escape him, his reputation would be greatly tarnished. However, he didn't have any intention to immediately continue the chase. Without any spiritual sense tracking along with Han Li's strange techniques, it would be difficult to track Han Li down again, even with the use of secret techniques. Not to mention that he had already wasted several days chasing Han Li down. He couldn't continue the pursuit, especially given the uncertainty of success. After all, since he, a divine sage, had made an appearance, the other late nascent soul stage cultivators in the heavenly south could no longer remain idle. He needed to return and join with the other Milan divine sages in preparation. If they were jointly attacked by enemy late nascent soul stage cultivators, it would be extremely dangerous. After pondering for a long while with a restless state of mind, his face grew sullen and he flew back in the direction from where he came. In the blink of silver light, he disappeared from sight. In an area 150 kilometers away, Han Li was flying through the sky in a streak of azure light in a different direction from before. He was continuously taking out medicine bottles from all over his body and pouring whatever vitality healing medicine he had down his throat. His complexion was deathly pale and his eyes were listless. Silvermoon's voice echoed through Han Li's mind. "Master, are you all right?" Using the blood shadow evasion 3 times in succession was truly dangerous. Were it not for the many medicine pills Master had taken along the way, the third use of the technique would have. "It's nothing. Although I've lost much blood essence, fortunately, I refined a few medicine pills in the past. So long as I consume them and properly rest for a few months, my cultivation should be fully restored." Han Li slowly replied with an exhausted voice. Having heard this, Silvermoon sighed and hesitantly asked, "Will you be returning to Soaring Skies City?" With a tone of helplessness, Han Li said, "Of course not. With a situation this dire, I must at least restore my cultivation before heading back to the Nine Nations Union. Otherwise, the Ghost Spirit Sect and whatever other enemies I have will be able to easily plot against me. I cannot brave such risks. Fortunately, I don't need to seek out an area with spirit veins, given the efficacy of the medicine pills alone. I simply need to find an uninhabited area and rest for a while. Furthermore, the bamboo cloudswarm swords are still tainted by the azure lantern flames. Although I've used the purple apex flames to forcibly restrain them, I must think of a method to remove the azure flames entirely, or there will be later consequences. Silvermoon smiled and said, "That bronze lantern was a lineage treasure belonging to the Mulan tribes, so it should have some closeness to the ghost Dao. This servant is confident that so long as Master spends some time, he will be able to refine those flames entirely." Regardless of what is said, the purple apex flames possess truly remarkable abilities. Han Li bitterly smiled and calmly replied, "With how things played out, these problems can only be solved slowly in the end." Afterwards, Han Li spoke no more and used the remaining spiritual power in his body to urge the light around him to fly faster. After flying for a day, Han Li ceased his flight and dropped down to an unremarkable valley. The Mulan divine sage should be unwilling to search this far away. He glanced around several times and found 2 suitable barren hills. Not only were they completely lacking any spiritual power, but they were also completely bare and inseparable from the other hills in the area. Han Li cautiously swept his spiritual sense past a 50-kilometer radius. Finding that there were no cultivators or spell warriors nearby, he felt safe and released Silvermoon. The small silver fox then obeyed Han Li's orders without any objections and twirled around, sweeping a yellow light around her and enveloping Han Li within it. In a flash of light, she brought Han Li directly with her into the side of the hill. The valley became desolate once more. With Han Li brought to the center of the mountain through Silvermoon's earth movement technique, Azure Sword Chi was shot out in a dense barrage, quickly carving out a crude, 10-meter-wide room. In a blur, Han Li entered it and promptly sat down cross-legged. Not long after, Han Li opened his eyes and azure light began to revolve around him. Over 10 medicine bottles of various sizes laid before him. He needed to first refine the medicine pills he had taken before he dared to take any more medicine. As such, he calmly secluded himself as he restored his vitality. However, Han Li didn't anticipate that the damage to his vitality would be far greater than he had predicted. The amount of time he would need to recover would be much longer. As time dryly passed by, he meditated and focused on recovering with the aid of medicine pills. After around half a year slowly passing by, Han Li still remained within the center of the mountain. However, countless changes began to surge around the world. A battle to the death between cultivators and spell warriors was just off the horizon. And beyond Han Li's knowledge, his fame as the Drifting Cloud Sect's Elder Han had spread widely not only throughout the cultivators of the Heavenly South, but also through the ranks of the spell warriors. Whenever they heard of his name, none dared to hold him in contempt. His repute of matching a mid-nascent soul-stage cultivator was already well known. Ever since the battle at the Yellow Dragon Mountains, the 3 Mulan sages had taken the initiative to lead the war effort. In only half a month, they had already managed to push all the way towards Soaring Heaven City. Caught unprepared, the 9 Nations Union could only stand alone against the incoming enemies. Fortunately, the Grand Elder of the 9 Nations Union, Wuxia, one of the 3 great cultivators in the Heavenly South, had recently received word to hurry to the city. Relying on the city's grand formation, he was able to support it for an entire month against the spell warriors' armies. However, the city faced the combined might of 3 divine sages, a few black-robed cultivators, and 8 giant beasts. As such, it didn't take long for the grand formation to be destroyed and for Soaring Heaven City to fall to the hands of spell warriors. But fortunately for the 9 Nations Union, a majority of their forces in the city had already withdrew to the neighboring countries of Yu and Bailiang. At that time, reinforcements from the Righteous and Devil Dao as well as those from the Heavenly Dao Alliance had arrived. With the 4 united superpowers of the Heavenly South, they managed to temporarily hold back the Mulan vanguard after a few small-scale battles. However, it was clear that none of these battles were a true battle to the death. Once Soaring Heaven City was seized by the Mulan, it immediately became the first stronghold in the Heavenly South for the spell warriors. An unending stream of Mulan spell warriors began to stream in from the Mulan plains in great number. Each of the Mulan tribes sent their elite to the other tribes in hopes they would be able to occupy the Heavenly South, apart from the greatest Mulan tribe, the Golden Sun tribe, who were occupied with monitoring the movements of the soaring tribes in the Mulan plains. Once the Mulan finished gathering together, they would begin conducting battles to the death. Of course, the Heavenly South wasn't about to accept this occupation without resistance. In addition to the forces of the four superpowers, unaffiliated sects also sent men, and even a few vagrant cultivators participated in the war effort, all knowing just how important the coming battle was. Even the various clans in the Heavenly South took the initiative to send their own forces to support the war. With these forces taking in, the four superpowers immediately moved towards the border of the state of Baliong and the state of Yu. Through the use of grand techniques, they were able to construct a huge stone city overnight, treating it as a fortress to resist the spell warriors' advance. During that time, they also made arrangements for the various sect and vagrant cultivators in their armies, so that they may drive away the Milan from the Heavenly South in a single move. Like the calm before the storm, battles between both sides ceased, and they made use of this opportunity for further preparations. And during this time, Han Li's feats during his time at the Yellow Dragon Mountains had already begun to spread. Of course, he couldn't have known that, in addition to himself, Old Man Ma had also survived from the battle that day. However, in the face of the green-robed woman's wind movement techniques, he could only abandon his mortal body and flee back to the Nine Nations Union only with his nascent soul. As for core formation cultivators, Ingning and the Murong brothers had both survived. Once they saw the battle was lost, they all took the initiative to flee. With these survivors, Han Li's feat of killing the black-robed nascent soul cultivator in an instant became known by others, and his reputation soared. As for the controlling spirit sect spy Gu Shuangpu, his true identity was only known by a select few high-grade cultivators amongst the superpowers. It was not widely spread. Of course, what truly made Han Li's reputation soar was the news that he managed to escape from the grasp of a Milan divine sage. When Divine Sage Zhong had returned to the Spell Warrior army, his failure to kill Han Li had caused quite a commotion amongst the Spell Warriors. The scholarly man, as a result, had given Han Li a very high assessment in order to save face and avoid embarrassment, rating his abilities slightly beyond that of a mid-nascent soul-stage cultivator. Naturally, none doubted the assessment of a divine sage. With the addition of the many abilities Han Li displayed in his battle with the green-robed woman surnamed Lu, and his earlier victory over the Heavenly Wind Tribe's sage Mu, resulting in the destruction of his physical body, his repute amongst the Spell Warrior armies were even greater than those of the Heavenly South cultivators. Of course, this information eventually made its way to the Heavenly South and had caused quite a ruckus as well. Needless to say, many other obscure nascent soul cultivators had also made a name for themselves in that way. After all, a cultivator's true abilities could only be truly measured in battle. Eventually, over half a year had passed, and Han Li had finally emerged from his seclusion in a valley in the state of Yu. Feng Tuo was a foundation establishment stage spell warrior from a small Milan tribe. Although he was worshipped as an immortal master amongst his people, he was now merely a common foot soldier in Soaring Heaven's city. He was currently stationed on a fortress on the border of the state of Baliong. He had to patrol an area of over 100 kilometers with a party of chi condensation spell warriors in between the fortress and the city to warn of any sudden attacks by the Heavenly South cultivators. After patrolling for about half a day, it was about time for him to be relieved by another spell warrior. Once he patrolled a few tens more kilometers, he would be able to return. Feng Tuo pondered for a moment, thinking about the tens of spirit stones he had received in the past 2 days. With those spirit stones, he felt confident he would be able to break through the bottleneck to mid-foundation establishment stage. He couldn't help but feel an impatience to return to cultivating and become stronger before the next battle. If he would be able to acquire a few merits in the upcoming battle, he would surely be rewarded with an appropriate number of spirit stones. This spell warrior was indulging in fantasy as he slowly flew on his magic tool, guiding a party of chi condensation stage spell warriors. At that moment, he happened to fly across an ordinary cliff that few ever visited. When he thought to brush through the area, he suddenly saw a flash of azure light emerge from the rock, revealing an azure-robed youth that appeared to be in his early 20s. The youth glanced at the party of spell warriors with a cold, emotionless expression. When Feng Tuo clearly saw this youth, he swept his spiritual sense past him and felt his breath turn cold. Heavenly South Cultivator. He's at least core formation stage. I cannot see the depth of his cultivation. Quickly withdraw. This person isn't someone we can handle. Feng Tuo acted rather keenly and hastily called for his 6 low-grade party members to retreat. He then tossed an exquisite spirit beast pouch through the air. At that same moment, a streak of red light shot out of the pouch and spun in the air before shooting in the direction of the fortress. At that moment, a beautiful white-clothed woman appeared in a flash of white light. Red light suddenly appeared near her, and she chuckled before spitting out a fragrant pink mist and forming a barrier around the streak of red light. With a clear cry, the red light faded away to reveal a small red bird floating in the air. The young woman extended her hand and had the small bird fly into it. Having seen this, Feng Tuo felt his heart drop. Unable to look after the others, he quickly formed a hand incantation and had his body glow with yellow light and instantly shot several kilometers away by using a life-saving technique. But at that moment, the youth narrowed his eyes and snorted. The sound was ordinary as it could be, but when Feng Tuo heard this, he felt his ears ring and his mind grow dark as he felt the very earth twirl around him. The other Qi condensation stage cultivators didn't fare any better either. In the instant the youth infused magic power with his snort, the spell warriors dropped to the ground in succession. As for Feng Tuo, the young woman arrived by his side in a blur and lifted him into the air by his neck. Once she landed in front of him, she sweetly smiled at the youth and said, "Master, this person is their leader. He should know a bit more." Needless to say, these two were Han Li and Silvermoon, who had discovered that the state of you had fallen during their time in seclusion. They already had a rough understanding of what had happened. He already had Silvermoon sneak into the nearby area and gather some information. Just as he was passing through this area, he discovered Feng Tuo's party patrolling nearby. Han Li felt his heart stir and decided to capture the party of spell warriors, questioning them about the surrounding affairs and saving him the hassle of treading into any areas that may be guarded by a divine sage. Combined with Silvermoon's bewitchment techniques, Han Li's Dream Tier technique allowed him to easily acquire what he wanted. Han Li greatly sighed with relief. The 3 divine sages took alternative turns guarding the border, but this span of the border was far from the fortress the divine sage was guarding and was being guarded by only a Mulan sage. With Han Li's cultivation, he should have no problem sneaking past him. Han Li then looked down at the captives with a frown. In order to acquire the information as quickly as possible, Han Li had used a forceful method to extract information, resulting in a near-total annihilation of their minds. Even if they woke up, they would empty husks. With a light sigh, he turned each of the spell warriors into ash with a fireball. He then took to the skies in an azure streak of light and took Silvermoon in tow. On the border of the state of Bailiang, in a remote building in the newly constructed city of Skyfirst, Han Li's senior martial brother Lu was currently talking with a few other high-grade cultivators of the Heavenly South cultivators. However, he appeared absent-minded, as if he were worrying about something. Since he had already battled against the spell warrior vanguard, he could already return to the Drifting Cloud sect. However, the sect currently only had 2 nascent soul cultivators. He couldn't allow the silver-haired old man, his senior martial brother, to lead the Drifting Cloud sect disciples into battle, so he took the initiative to remain and look after his sect disciples. Of course, the other reason he was unwilling to depart was because of the recently famous Drifting Cloud sect's Elder Han. His whereabouts were still unknown. He was worried that Han Li either met mishap or perhaps found himself incapable of returning. Nevertheless, Han Li had already proven himself capable of killing other nascent soul cultivators and even escaping the pursuit of a Mulan divine sage. Elder Lu could hardly believe Han Li was such a capable individual. After all, others might not know this, but he personally knew that Han Li had just condensed a nascent soul several years ago. How was it possible that he had developed such heaven-defying abilities in such a short amount of time? Even a Mulan divine sage had appraised him to be a level slightly above that of a mid-nascent soul cultivator. Could it be that the Drifting Cloud sect had truly collected a treasure? Was Junior Martial Brother Han a cultivation genius that appeared once in 10,000 years? As of current, Lu Luo was sitting in the hall as he pondered about this matter, oblivious to what the others were saying. A white-haired old man sitting across from Lu Luo politely asked, "Brother Lu, did you receive any information about Elder Han?" He was an early nascent soul cultivator by the name of Su Chongjing, an elder of the Heaven Dao Alliance's Water Mirage sect, and a longtime acquaintance of Lu Luo. He had arrived at Skyfirst City the day before. After a moment of pause, Lu Luo smiled and answered, "There is no news for the time being, but it seems that Brother Su is showing quite a bit of interest in Brother Han." Su Chongjing chuckled. "It is only natural. From your tone, it seems that others have also asked the same. This should come as no surprise. Before I arrived at Skyfirst City, I've already heard many rumors with regard to fellow Taoist Han. TCH. An early nascent soul cultivator was actually able to escape a Mulan divine sage's pursuit. This isn't something that the likes of us are capable of. Furthermore, I've also heard that fellow Taoist Han had condensed a nascent soul only a few years ago. If that was true, then it'd be all the more shocking." As the old man spoke, the other cultivators nearby glanced at each other and turned their curious eyes towards Lu Luo. They were all interested in whatever rumors related to Han Li, not to mention the hearsay that Han Li was only a newly ascended nascent soul cultivator. That was something they had yet to hear anyone confirm. That? Lu Luo hesitated for a moment. Then, having recalled that this was a fact already known to quite a few people, he honestly replied, "It is true. Junior Martial Brother Han is a newly ascended nascent soul cultivator." The entire hall began to stir. There were even a few people that gasped in surprise. Amazed, Su Chongjing spoke with even greater admiration. "Since Elder Han possesses vast abilities at such a young age, surely he has a great chance to later rise to late nascent soul stage. I must congratulate Brother Lu. The Drifting Cloud sect will soon experience an era of prosperity, and in the future, a great cultivator will be joining the ranks of our Heavenly Dao Alliance." The others felt mostly the same and began to speak words of praise. Lu Luo felt somewhat pleased by this, but he uttered some humble remarks nonetheless. A middle-aged man with thick straight eyebrows frowned and said, "But Brother Lu, although Elder Han managed to escape the hands of a divine sage, I fear that his injuries must be severe. Why else hasn't he appeared until now? Brother Lu should probably send some men to find him. If you are lacking hands, I am able to send some of my sect disciples to assist you." His tone of voice seemed emotionless. Lu Luo couldn't help but grow tense upon hearing those words. But he soon calmly replied, "I am not too sure about his circumstances, but I am sure that he is merely recovering from his injuries in concealment." As someone who lived for several hundred years, Lu Luo was able to clearly see the middle-aged man's envy. He was an elder of the number 1 sect in the Heavenly Dao Alliance, the Phoenix's Cry sect. They were the sect that had the Dao companion cultivators that were capable of rivaling the 3 great cultivators of the Heavenly South. There were few other reasons why they stood at the top of the alliance. Now that he heard that a Drifting Cloud sect would later be able to enter late nascent soul stage, his mood turned for the worse. But from his expression, it appeared as if he were actually concerned, so none could say much about it. Just as the atmosphere turned awkward, a streak of red light suddenly entered the room, much to the surprise of those present. It circled once around before flying towards Lu Luo. With a face full of surprise, Lu Luo waved at the red light and it burst into a ball of flames before dropping into his hand. After he immersed his spiritual sense into it, delight appeared on his face. Junior Martial Brother Han entered the city. He is currently at my sect's camp. I must take my leave. Forcefully suppressing his excitement, he gave a brief explanation before hurriedly departing. The others were left dumbstruck for a time after seeing him leave in a blur, each of them wearing all sorts of expressions. They didn't expect that the legendary Elder Han would appear now. Su Chongjing twirled his beard as he wore a pensive expression. As for the middle-aged man, he appeared calm, but if one looked closely, one could spot a trace of gloominess from his face. Although Skyfirst City was a newly constructed city, it was where the various sects of the 4 superpowers stationed their forces, each faction taking up a different section of the city. As for the middle section of the city, it was public grounds where a few famous vagrant cultivators lived. The Heavenly Dao Alliance were situated in the west section of the city, with the Drifting Cloud sect occupying an area of about 5 acres in the southmost portion. Over 200 Drifting Cloud sect disciples occupied it, consisting of 7 core formation cultivators and the rest being at foundation establishment stage, a majority of the Drifting Cloud sect's forces. Han Li was currently sitting in a wooden chair at the center of the main hall in the Drifting Cloud sect's camp. He was holding his chin in hand as he wore a calm expression. At his side stood 2 core formation cultivators, the Fire Cloud Mountain Lord, a red-clothed old man, and the White Phoenix Mountain Lord, the woman surnamed Song. They were both waiting at his side in a solemn and respectful manner, but complicated expressions occasionally surfaced from their faces. At that moment, Lu Luo hurriedly rushed into the hall and spotted Han Li. He promptly beamed with joy as he approached him. "Junior Marshal Brother Han, you've finally returned. It's been over half a year since I've seen you. You've had me worried." Han Li stood up and returned the smile. "Sorry to worry you, but my vitality was injured at the time. I had no choice but to recover for a time. However, I heard news that Soaring Heaven City is no longer under our control. I was quite worried for you as well. It is good that nothing bad has happened." Lu Luo wore a relieved expression, but he then swept his gaze across the hall and his expression grew sullen. "Huh? Where are the other martial nephews? Why haven't they greeted you?" The red-clothed old man respectfully answered. "Reporting to Martial Uncle, the others are on rotation today." Lu Luo's expression then relaxed. "Oh, so it was like that. Then it can't be helped." At that moment, Han Li said with a smile, "When I returned, I discovered that I had become quite famous. Could you tell me something about the rumors? There seemed to be many of them." On his return, he was quite surprised to hear many of the rumors about him. Lu Luo chuckled. "I was just thinking of talking to you about this." As he was about to continue, he suddenly glanced at the red-clothed old man and the woman standing at the side. "You two may leave. I am going to have a discussion with your martial uncle Han alone." The two didn't dare to disobey and they hastily withdrew. However, when the woman surnamed Song walked out, she glanced once more at Han Li before departing. Han Li felt somewhat puzzled by this, but he turned a blind eye to this. Ever since the woman surnamed Song saw him, her expression had been odd, as if she had something she wanted to say to him. However, she was always hesitant to do so. While this did baffle Han Li, he had no intention to take the initiative to ask about it. Seeing that the 2 martial nephews had withdrawn, Lu Luo bitterly smiled and complained, "Junior Martial Brother, you've spent quite a bit of effort hiding your vast abilities from Senior Martial Brother Chang and me. Why didn't you tell us about them earlier?" Han Li shook his head and helplessly said, "Senior Martial Brother Lu should know perfectly well that I condensed a nascent soul only a few years ago. Wouldn't I seem boastful speaking of any great abilities?" Lu Luo chuckled and wore a strange smile. "That's enough. There is no need for Junior Martial Brother to be so modest. Although it was our enemies who evaluated your abilities, their assessment should be too far off. Yet, what truly surprised my Senior Martial Brother and I was how you managed to steal away that female nascent soul cultivator from the Masked Moon sect. You truly have our admiration." Han Li's expression stirred and he worriedly asked, "What? You've already seen Wanner?" Before Han Li and Nangong Wan departed, he had given her a jade slip, providing an ambiguous description of her identity. But when he heard Lu Luo, it seemed he already knew everything. Seeing the worry from Han Li's face, Lu Luo beamed and said, "That's right. Fairy Nangong already explained everything to Senior Martial Brother Chung. There is no need to worry about anything." Han Li frowned and puzzledly asked, "Senior Martial Brother Lu means to say?" Lu Luo blinked before happily saying, "Ah, so Junior Martial Brother still doesn't know. Several months ago, the Masked Moon sect suddenly spread information that Fairy Nangong had suffered inner demon backlash during cultivation and had lost her life, and that her engagement to the Flowing Mind sect's Wei Lycan was dissolved. Also, Senior Martial Brother Chang has recognized Wanner as his sworn sister and intends for the 2 of you to become Dao companions. What does Junior Martial Brother Han think?" Han Li was dumbfounded by what he heard. "Wanner has become a sworn sister of Senior Martial Brother Chang? That's right. It is as I said. Once we repel the spell warriors, we will openly conduct the Dao ceremony for you too. Even if any doubts later surface, the matter will already be done. Who would dare to seek trouble from the entire Heavenly Dao Alliance? Even if Wei Wuya were to personally know of this matter, he would only be able to forcibly ignore the matter as we were war allies. Besides, you've also made quite the name for yourself. The Flowing Mind sect and the Masked Moon sect will likely ignore this matter. Having heard this, Han Li grew silent, and a complicated expression appeared on his face. Then with a light sigh he slowly said, "For my matters, I have troubled my two senior martial brothers greatly. I will take it to heart." Han Li's simple words were much to the light of Lu Luo. He and his senior martial brother had spent no small amount of effort to win over Han Li's feelings. With those words, it was most likely impossible for Han Li to be roped over to Yellow Maple Valley. In a display of complete intimacy, Lu Luo continued, We consider junior martial brother Han to be one of our own, not some outsider." "Ah yes." Lady Nangong was somewhat worried when she heard you went missing and felt the need to rush here herself. It was only through immense effort that senior martial brother Chang was able to hold her back. After all, there are Mei cultivators from the Flowing Mind sect and the Masked Moon sect here, and you've yet to officially become Dao companions. It'd be best if Fairy Nangong isn't recognized. As for junior martial brother Han's concubine, I've had her escorted back to the sect, as it will be dangerous in the upcoming battle. Han Li felt somewhat apprehensive at the thought of Mu Piling and Nangong Wan meeting each other. However, he merely uttered a few words of thanks to Lu Luo. What does junior martial brother Han plan on doing now? According to the arrangements, you no longer need to participate in any upcoming battles due to your previous service. However, a few days ago, the Righteous and Devilish Dao, the Nine Nations Union, and our Heavenly Dao Alliance held a meeting with regards to war countermeasures, and junior martial brother Han was mentioned. Since you were able to slay the Blackrobe spell warrior in an instant, his techniques will be certainly capable of restraining the other Blackrobe spell warriors. As such, they hoped junior martial brother would be able to participate in the battle soon to come. Lu Luo then revealed a hesitant expression before continuing. The representative of the Heavenly Dao Alliance also believes that junior martial brother will be a great military asset, and that it would be inexcusable if he doesn't fight. That is, somewhat to Lu Luo's surprise, Han Li didn't reveal any anger. Instead, he coldly smiled and asked, "I find it acceptable to continue fighting. If the Heavenly South was to be truly occupied by the Milan, nothing good would result of it for our Drifting Cloud sect. However, how will the previous agreement be dealt with? Surely it won't just be waved away with solely words." Lu Luo bitterly smiled and said, "Of course not. With the addition of junior martial brother's merits of slaying the Blackrobe cultivator and ferreting out the Milan spy, the Alliance promises that it will adhere to any conditions junior martial brother will raise, given that he continues to fight in the war. So long as these conditions are fulfillable, they will attempt to satisfy you as much as they can as compensation." Han Li's expression stirred for a moment, but he remained calm. "They are willing to compensate me? That is easy to say, but I'll need to have a discussion about these specific conditions with the person in charge." Lu Luo smiled and said, "That is also good. I was just about to bring junior martial brother to go see the acting leaders of the Heavenly Dao Alliance. So long as your conditions aren't excessive, they should be willing to agree." Han Li smiled and slowly said, "Be at ease, senior martial brother Lu. I will not attempt to overreach myself and make it difficult for you." Seeing that Han Li understood to act within reason, he felt relieved and said, "Junior martial brother must be joking. There is no need to give consideration for my sake. This is a rare display of generosity from those old folks. You shouldn't hold back." When Han Li heard this, he wore a mysterious smile and said nothing further. Afterwards, Lu Luo promptly led Han Li out of the Drifting Cloud sect's encampment and directly head to the Heavenly Dao Union's official hall. Our Heavenly Dao Alliance's acting leaders are a coalition of Tensum elders from various large sections. They are replaced every interval of 10 years. Of course, this doesn't apply to the three founding sects of the Heavenly Dao Alliance, the Ancient Sword sect, the Phoenix Cry sect, and the Sailing Boundaries study. In truth, These three sects have the most sway over the alliance. And amongst them, the Phoenix Cry sect is a cut above the Ancient Sword sect and the Sailing Boundaries study in terms of power. Surely you should know of fellow Taoists Feng Bing and Long Han of the Phoenix Cry sect. They are Tao companions that are capable of contending against a late nascent soul cultivator. It is because of these two that we are capable of rivaling the other three factions. However, only fellow Taoist Long Han has revealed himself as Elder Feng Bing immediately entered seclusion upon arriving at Skyfirst City. It appeared as if she was at a crucial period of cultivating some secret technique. So long as Junior Martial Brother Han has a proper discussion with the acting leaders of the alliance that are currently in the city, they should surely be agreeable. I also have to mention that Elder Long Han is currently amongst the three acting leaders in the city. As Lu Luo walked by Han Li's side, he gave him an explanation of the workings of the Heavenly Tao sect. Some of this information was new to Han Li. As such, he simply nodded as he silently listened. The Heavenly Tao Alliance's official hall was located in the center of the west part of the city. In a calm walk, Han Li and Lu Luo soon arrived there. It was an imposing stone hall that was surrounded by many towers. Clearly recognizing Lu Luo, the Foundation establishment cultivators guarding the hall respectfully saluted him. One of them stepped forward, said, "Greetings, Senior Lu. Which elders have you come to see? And who might this senior be?" Their expressions grew hesitant when they saw Han Li's unfamiliar face. Lu Luo's expression remained calm as he calmly said, "This is my fellow sect Elder Han, and I've come to see Elder Long and the others." "Ah, so it was Senior Han. Please wait a moment. The elders are currently discussing something in the hall. I will report to them immediately." The cultivator was shocked and glanced at Han Li with astonishment, his expression growing more respectful. It was clear he knew of Han Li's reputation. The cultivator soon took out a sound transmission talisman and whispered something into the talisman before tossing it into the air. A short moment after it shot inside as a streak of red light, 3 melodious rings rang from the hall. When the guards heard this, they immediately bowed. "Please enter, seniors. The elders already know that you've arrived." Lu Luo nodded and boldly walked into the hall. Han Li calmly followed after him. After passing through several corridors, Lu Luo brought Han Li into a side chamber where 6 nascent soul cultivators were currently seated. When the two walked in, all 6 of them glanced over. However, most of their gazes were focused on Han Li, each with an interested expression. Each of their cultivations was unordinary, but when Han Li looked at them, his attention was caught by the middle-aged man that was sitting in the center of the room. His clothes were gray, his appearance odd, and his stature wide. His cultivation was also at the peak of mid-nascent stage, a considerable distance above ordinary mid-nascent soul cultivators. He was just 1 step away from entering late nascent soul stage. Han Li's heart trembled, immediately realizing that this person was the Phoenix Cry sect's Long Han. With such profound cultivation, it was no wonder he was able to contend against late nascent soul cultivators with his wife. He had originally believed the rumors were over-exaggerated, not the other way around. As the others remained silent, the middle-aged man beamed and stood up. With a salute, he said, "Brother Lu, this must be your sect's Elder Han. In the past few days, we've heard much of your thunderous repute." After giving the middle-aged man an appraising glance, Han Li returned the salute and smiled. "So you must be Long Han. I too have long heard of your famous name." Sitting at Long Han's side, an old man with pale complexion half-jokingly said, "If we're speaking of reputation, recently fellow Taoist Han is much more famous. You've given our Heavenly Tao Alliance much face. This fellow Taoist is quite humorous. May I know your name?" Han Li had already taken note of the old man, as he was the only mid-nascent soul cultivator in the room apart from Long Han. He didn't dare to slight him. Before the old man could reply, Lu Luo rushed to introduce him. "Junior Martial Brother Han, this is Brother Kwang of the Sailing Boundaries study. His heavenly earth arts have repeatedly shaken the continent for several hundreds of years." Astonished, Han Li said, "So it turned out to be Brother Kwang. I've also held you in much admiration for a long time." Han Li's words weren't lies. This old man was truly renowned, and was second in the Heavenly Dao Union only to Long Han and his Dao companion. Of course, the Drifting Cloud sect Elder Chang had repeatedly mentioned them in the past, but Han Li didn't think he would actually meet them. Afterwards, Lu Luo introduced the other cultivators to Han Li. They weren't particularly noteworthy apart from the ancient sword sect elder, an ugly man surnamed Tian, who Han Li particularly took notice of. With the introductions over, they all took a seat. Long Han smiled and calmly said, "Since fellow Taoist Han has come to visit the official hall, he should know of our wishes for him to continue fighting in the war. In truth, we did break our previous promise. But with war approaching, your abilities will prove to be of great strength for the cultivators of the Heavenly South. We have no other choice. But as compensation, we will provide you with materials, medicine pills, and such for your trouble. Fellow Taoist Han, if you are still unwilling, we can further discuss this. So long as it is possible for your alliance, we will not refuse you." Long Han deserved his title as the cultivator who ruled the Heavenly Dao Alliance. Before Han Li could even mention why he had come, he already took the initiative to apologize to Han Li. He would be put in a bad position if he were to reveal his objections. However, Han Li wasn't angry to begin with. Having escaped from the hands of the Milan Divine Sage, he had proved he should have more than enough strength to spare to preserve his life when a battle turned for the worse. Since he had no worries over his survival, he didn't have much to be unhappy about. Rather, he felt that this was a rare opportunity. As a result, Han Li pondered for a moment before bluntly speaking. "Since Brother Long said this, I will not object to continuing to fight. After all, I do understand this war is for the survival of the Heavenly South. However, there are some things that I will require from the Heavenly Dao Alliance. Therefore, I will bluntly take advantage of this opportunity." When Han Li said this, he appeared calm. He knew that these old eccentrics were extremely sharp, and felt that it would be easier to handle such matters directly. As expected, his honest words left a positive impression on most of the cultivators in the room. The cultivator surnamed Quang was particularly happy, and he honestly replied, "Fellow Taoist Han's quick and direct words are very much to my liking. Please tell us of your conditions. I am quite curious." Long Han's expression wavered several times before he silently smiled. As for the others, they all glanced at Han Li, wondering what it was that he wanted. With an indifferent expression, Han Li calmly said, "It is quite simple. I hope to draw support from the Alliance to help me find a certain type of tool refinement material. I won't hide this from you. This item is extremely important to me. If you are able to gather together these items for me before the grand battle, I will have more confidence in dealing with those black-robed cultivators." Tool refinement material? Those in the room glanced at each other, none revealing surprise. They all knew of materials that were certainly precious and difficult to find. Why wouldn't Han Li want to use this opportunity to seek them out? Lu Luo wore a pensive expression upon hearing Han Li and faintly recalled something. Luo Han slowly asked, "What is this material? Please tell us, fellow Taoist Han. I need auric essence to refine my magic treasure. The more, the better. But don't worry, I am willing to trade items of equal value for it. I will not take it for nothing. The Alliance only needs to use their resources to help me collect the auric essence, or perhaps find its whereabouts." Having been unable to acquire a large amount of auric essence and refine the aureate sword formation, Han Li felt extremely frustrated by the matter. Now that this opportunity presented himself, he wished to use it to its fullest extent. Auric essence. Those present all revealed unconcealable shock upon hearing Han Li. This illustrious treasure known as honed gold was about what they had expected, but they were stunned from hearing such a heaven-defying material nonetheless. Old man Quang frowned and wore a puzzled expression. "Fellow Taoist Han, the magic treasure you wish to temper requires such a vast amount of auric essence? Do you know how much a magic treasure's power increase after only infusing a small quantity of it? And if you add too much, it won't have any further effects." Han Li calmly said, "Don't worry, I already know this. I merely wish to ask whether your alliance would be able to gather together a certain quantity of this item." Long Han shook his head with a sigh. Since fellow Taoist Han is willing to evenly trade for it, We can certainly be on the lookout for any information to help you gather together the material if we can. However, when such items are acquired, they are normally consumed immediately. From your tone, it seems you require much of it. I fear this will be quite difficult to do. Even if information of auric essence exists, their masters may keep quiet on account of wishing to acquire it themselves. It will be difficult to find. That is why only such a small amount was found at the recent trade meet. When Han Li heard this, his heart sank. He had already considered the problem, but he had no methods of dealing with them. He was at a complete loss over the matter. If he truly couldn't acquire a large amount of auric essence in the heavenly south, he may have to travel to the rumored Gene Empire or other great continents in his search. Since the Gene Empire was about 10 times larger than the heavenly south, perhaps he would be able to find a large amount of auric essence there. Not to mention that he still had the bone case he received in the Umber realm that contained the refinement method for the spirit subjugation talisman. If he returned to the Gene Empire, he would naturally want to return it to the heavenly talisman sect. Han Li felt a wave of gloominess upon hearing this. Seeing Han Li's hesitant expression, Lu Luo couldn't help but console him. Junior Marshal Brother Han, let's change the condition. Auric essence isn't something that can be easily sought. Han Li unconsciously frowned when he heard him. After a moment of thought, he shook his head and said, regardless, auric essence is extremely important to me. Even if the chances are slim, I still want the Alliance to agree to this matter. Once this was said, he wore a resolute expression. Seeing that Han Li made up his mind, Long Han eventually nodded. Since fellow Taoist Han decided, I will order the Alliance's disciples to spare no effort over this matter. However, please don't regret this decision if we aren't able to find even a single piece of auric essence. Despite the great superpower the Heavenly Tao Alliance may be, the most it could do was order its low-grade disciples around and pay particular attention to any news that may surface. Since this matter wouldn't prove particularly draining, Old Man Kuang and the others raised no objections. However, they also felt that this alone wasn't enough to compensate. They promptly took out a bag of over 100 mid-grade spirit stones as well. Han Li took it with a smile. With this resolved, a friendly atmosphere appeared in the hall. The Heavenly Tao Alliance cultivators chatted for the time being. Eventually, detailed questions about the battle at the Yellow Dragon Mountains were being asked, particularly about the Black-Robed Man and the Mulan Divine Sage. With no intent to conceal this, Han Li answered their questions once through. Of course, he brushed past any mention of his techniques and treasures, and Long Han and the others didn't press him. However, they were doubtful when they heard that the Black-Robed Man weren't heretical demon or ghost cultivators. Long Han was particularly surprised to hear that they were merely Devil Dao cultivators. When a half-day had passed, Han Li and Lu Luo eventually took their leave. Shortly after they departed, a voice transmission talisman suddenly shot towards Lu Luo's hand. Lu Luo gave Han Li a helpless smile and said, I have urgent business to attend to. I'm afraid I can't continue to keep your company. Junior Marshal Brother Han should take a stroll around the city. Let us have a proper chat when night comes. Han Li kindly smiled in response. Senior Marshal Brother Lu, please don't mind me. I also wish to go take a look at the city alone. Feeling relieved, Lu Luo saluted Han Li and hastily flew off in a streak of light. The matter seemed truly important. As Han Li watched Lu Luo depart, he shook his head, but after some thought, he smiled instead. He pondered for a moment as he looked at the sky before heading towards the city's central district. But after taking a few steps, he stopped and slowly turned around to face Mountain Lord Song, who stood at the entrance of a nearby alley. She stood there with bit lips and a hesitant expression. Han Li blinked and waved at the woman. With a moment more of hesitation, she walked over with lithe steps. The beautiful woman respectfully shouted, Junior pays her respects to Marshal Uncle Han. How long have you been waiting here? Han Li looked at the woman's face with hands behind his back. The woman lowered her head and softly replied, It has been about an hour already. Han Li glanced around and calmly said, It seems you have something you wish to say to me. However, this isn't a good place to talk. Follow me. Without waiting for her reply, he began walking. The woman's expression wavered for a moment before she closely followed after him. Once Han Li brought her to a secluded place. He turned around and said, "What is it that you wish to say?" The woman kept silent for a moment before taking out a jade slip from her robes and handing it over to Han Li. "Someone had this Martial niece pass on a letter to Martial uncle. They wish to see you." "A letter?" Han Li wore a face of surprise and swept his spiritual sense past the item. However, he didn't immediately sink his spiritual sense into it. He stared at the woman and asked, "Who gave this to you?" "You must know." With the jade slip no longer in her hands, she managed to retain her calm. "It is a good friend of mine. She says that she knows you and wishes to pass something on to you." "She knows me?" Han Li narrowed his eyes and his expression stirred. After pondering with a tilted head, he eventually pressed the jade slip against his head and looked into it. A short moment later, he was wearing an odd expression on his face. "Where is she? Bring me to her." The woman blinked and astonishedly said, "Martial uncle truly recognizes my friend." Han Li casually said, "That's right. There is some friendship between us. I didn't think that Martial niece song would know her." Spirits roused. She sweetly smiled and said, "I met her in only the last 2 years. I originally believed it to be a joke that she knew you. I didn't think that it would be true. I've arranged an empty place for her outside of the city. I'll bring you to her." Afterwards, Han Li and the woman walked towards the city gate one by one. After they left Skyfirst City, the woman took to the skies and led Han Li south. They traveled tens of kilometers before arriving at a small, uninhabited valley. The entrance of the valley was enveloped in a pure white mist, concealing its interior from sight. The woman surnamed Song silently waved her hand as she grabbed onto a command talisman. The streak of red light then shot into the mist and caused it to roll away and reveal a narrow green path. The woman respectfully stood to the side and said, "Martial uncle, please go first." With Han Li's current spiritual sense, he clearly saw everything within the valley. He wore a slight smile on his face and walked down the path. This exquisite valley wasn't large. It was only a mere 300 meters in an area with nothing aside from several small buildings at its center, making it appear only as a temporary residence. Yet, it was completely clean near the buildings with not a single weed to be found. However, someone in the room was alarmed by the formation being broken. In a blur, a gorgeous, yellow-robed woman emerged from the building. As the woman appeared before Han Li, her name appeared in his mind. She was Mei Ning, who traveled with him from the Umbra realm to the heavenly south. Her beauty became more captivating over the few years he hadn't seen her. This junior was only able to reach her current cultivation because of the pills that senior gave me in the past. At that moment, Cultivator Song walked up from behind Han Li and spoke in a familiar manner. "Little Sister Mei, is fellow Taoist Violet Spirit inside?" This caused Han Li to look at her with slight surprise. Not daring to neglect the two, Mei Ning wore an apologetic expression and said, "Senior Song, Elder Sister Violet Spirit is currently cultivating inside her room, but her cycle should be done soon. How about you two wait in my room for now?" Han Li raised no objections. With his spiritual sense, he was able to see from Violet Spirit's spiritual chi fluctuations that she was on the verge of finishing a cultivation cycle. The two then entered one of the stone buildings under Mei Ning's modest invitation, and they both took a seat. Afterwards, Mei Ning quickly steeped a cup of tea for each of them. Han Li took a sip of tea and calmly asked, "Lady Mei, where have you and Violet Spirit been cultivating these past few years? Could it be that the two of you haven't yet entered a sect?" Standing at Han Li's side, Mei Ning lowered her head and replied, "Big Sister Violet Spirit and I had a discussion about this. We will first observe the great sects of the heavenly south and consolidate our cultivation before deciding on a sect. As such, we've been traveling in the last few years. After all, the circumstances in the heavenly south are quite a bit different from our original home." Seeing that Mei Ning didn't conceal that she was a foreign cultivator, Han Li came to a realization that his martial niece Song most likely knew that they came from the scattered star seas. It seems her relationship with Violet Spirit was quite close. But upon seeing Mei Ning's gentle and sincere behavior, Han Li stroked his nose and felt it awkward to continue his questions. He simply turned to look at Cultivator Song at the side and smiled. You didn't bring me here on behalf of Violet Spirit just so that we could reminisce about old times, right? Otherwise, there should be no need to be so secretive and hesitant about delivering the letter. Martial Uncle, Cultivator Song's complexion grew slightly red and she swallowed. Mei Ning revealed a trace of embarrassment. Just as she thought to say something, a woman suddenly laughed from outside the room. Brother Han, there is no need to make it so difficult for these two little sisters. In truth, it was mostly my idea to invite you here. Just after she finished speaking, Fairy Violet Spirit walked in. Her appearance was more captivating and her eyes more luminous than ever before. In truth, I should actually be calling Brother Han as senior now. However, I feel that Brother Han is a more appropriate title as your age isn't necessarily larger than mine. Brother Han certainly won't mind. Violet Spirit spoke with a smile. Having met her in Heaven Void Hall and the Umber Realm as well as the days he spent with her in the Endless Seas, Han Li felt that she was a close friend. Han Li shot the woman an appraising glance. Despite his current cultivation at nascent soul stage, he felt his spirit shake upon seeing Violet Spirit's true appearance. She was no doubt country-shattering beauty from legend. Solely with regards to beauty, even his beloved was an entirely level lower. Of course, Nangong Wan's calm temperament and charm belonged to a completely different category. They couldn't be compared. It makes no difference to me. However, if Lady Violet Spirit were to walk out of this valley with her true appearance, she will bring about chaos in the heavenly south. If any of those old eccentrics were to see you, I fear they would attempt to take you by force. It was in the presence of this old friend that Han Li was able to say the seldom joke. Violet Spirit smiled and gave Han Li a glance before calling out towards Cultivator Song. I've troubled you quite a bit, Big Sister Song. Mei Ning and I found it difficult to travel into Skyfirst City. It's nothing. Since I am also involved in this matter, exerting a bit of effort is only natural. The woman still appeared somewhat astonished. Although she knew Violet Spirit and Han Li were truly old friends, she was quite astonished to see them acting so casually with one another, and it greatly bolstered her confidence in the matter to come. At that moment, Violet Spirit sweetly smiled at Han Li and casually said, Every time I see Brother Han, it seems his cultivation vastly increases each time. This unknown cultivation art of yours is truly astonishing. And now, Brother Han's resounding fame has left us at a loss for words. Rumors have spread everywhere that Brother Han's strength is greater than even a mid-nascent soul stage cultivator. Is this matter true? Once that was said, Violet Spirit mysteriously smiled at Han Li, her eyes faintly revealing a trace of anticipation. Han Li's heart stirred, and he pondered for a moment. Rather than offering a direct response, he calmly asked, Lady Violet Spirit, why is the first thing you ask me is about my strength? Isn't that too impatient? Can you tell me why you sought me out first? I hope to understand this before we move on to other matters. When she heard Han Li, she blinked and wore an embarrassed expression. I was impatient. It is true. However, this should come as no surprise. This matter is truly important. If you have the abilities of a mid-nascent soul stage cultivator or greater, our plan will have a chance to succeed. Han Li's gaze flickered and his smile disappeared. He calmly asked, What is so important? If you need my help, you may as well ask me clearly. Violet Spirit's expression grew solemn. It seems there is no need for me to say. Brother Han had already guessed. We truly sought fellow Taoist Han for help. But before this, I want to ask you a question. Not long before, did fellow Taoist Han accompany a few nascent soul eccentrics to the Milan Plains and acquire Master Tsang Kuan's remains? With slight surprise, Han Li asked, How do you know about that? This matter should only be known to few. Mei Ning sweetly smiled and said, It was something we found out from a ghost spirit sect cultivator. They are of direct lineage with a ghost spirit sect elder. He accidentally saw Big Sister Violet Spirit's true appearance and became entirely captivated her. There is nothing he won't say. Stupid girl. What nonsense are you saying? Violet Spirit snorted and her cheeks blushed. It seemed the two had grown quite close over the years. Han Li nodded and suspicion appeared on his face. If the Ghost Spirit sect is involved, this matter can't be ordinary. Violet Spirit's bright eyes flickered and she said with a sweet voice, I didn't expect brother to still be so cautious after entering nascent soul stage. I've only recently entered nascent soul stage. If I don't want to die, I must be careful. Being careful is only natural. However, why does it matter that I head to the Mulan Plains in search for treasures? Could it be that you acquired another secret from the Ghost Spirit sect? Han Li curiously asked. Seeing that Han Li was truly familiar with Violet Spirit, Cultivator Song felt less at ease and interjected herself. Martial Uncle is truly insightful. This matter involves a treasure inside Devilfall Valley. The Ghost Spirit sect disciple unintentionally revealed this as we were talking about it. After a moment of surprise, Han Li wore an odd expression and said, Devilfall Valley? I recall that only Master Tsang Kuan was able to safely leave there alive. How does the Ghost Spirit sect know of a treasure inside it? Were you not deceived? Violet Spirit's eyes shined and said, This isn't the case. At the time, we were curious and we joined hands to perform a charming technique. Not only did we manage to acquire the treasure's name, but we also found out the treasure's approximate location. As for why the Ghost Spirit sect knows of this matter, the person in question also didn't know. However, this matter is most likely true. Han Li frowned. If this matter is true, then this must be an unordinary ancient treasure. What is this treasure that you covet so greatly? The three women quickly exchanged a glance. Cultivator Song then solemnly asked, Has Martial Uncle Han ever heard of the Spirit Kindle fruit? Han Li's calm expression was now replaced with astonishment. What? The Spirit Kindle fruit? If I remember correctly, the fruit itself should be extinct. However, Devilfall Valley had been sealed since times of antiquity. Perhaps it is truly inside the valley. It seems Brother Han knows much about the spirit fruit. Then he should also know of the nature origin pill. In legend, so long as one uses this pill, they will be able to break through any bottleneck short of deity transformation stage. It is also said that cultivators who took this pill had their spiritual senses undergo a transformation and ascend to an inconceivable level. Although these rumors are unclear to the point that recorded results differ from each individual, the legend of cultivators breaking through the bottleneck was always consistent. Despite the many records throughout the ages, they all mentioned the great name of this spirit pill. It is a pity that the main ingredient to refine it, the Spirit Kindle fruit, was extremely difficult to find even in the age of antiquity. Although the pill formula was preserved, it remained and used for eras. Despite their former knowledge of this matter, Cultivator Song and Mei Ning couldn't help but reveal excitement upon hearing it once more. Mei Ning in particular was excited about the nature origin pill as it would vastly increase her chances of reaching core formation stage. But at that moment, Han Li's excitement slowly faded as he pondered about the matter. After some careful consideration, Han Li calmly replied, If the spirit fruit is in Devilfall Valley, that explains why the Ghost Spirit sect went through such lengths to hire those treasure-seeking nascent soul cultivators and kill Marquis Nanlong for Master Tsang Kuan's treasure. Still, there are a few things I still don't understand that I need you to explain. I will not be braving this danger otherwise, despite how tempting the fruit may be. Brother Han, please don't hesitate to ask about anything. As this matter is important, we cannot have anything overlooked. Violet Spirit felt some admiration for Han Li, having seen him so calm at the mention of the nature origin pill. Han Li stroked his chin and asked, While I did make a trip to the Mulan Plains, why is it that you sought me out? The one who knows best how to enter Devilfall Valley should be Marquis Nanlong. Unless you know of some other method to enter the valley. I know that Marquis Nanlong holds the method to enter the valley. However, with his rumored temperament, how could I dare to have a secret discussion with him? As for Brother Han, we know you to be someone who doesn't forget past friendships, and we feel far more at ease with you. With regards to entering the valley, that same Ghost Spirit sect disciple told me that their sect has been researching this method for a while now and their research is growing close to completion. While this person doesn't know the specific details, They did mention that the Ghost Spirit sect will be certain to act the next period where the spatial tiers in Devil Fall Valley stabilize. If Brother Han's cultivation isn't enough, then let's leave the matter be. After all, even if he safely enters the valley, who knows what calamitous dangers lie within. Once this was said, Violet Spirit revealed a hesitant expression. Han Li pondered to himself for a long while before sighing. The Ghost Spirit sect also has a way to enter the valley? This is the first time I've heard of this. But from your tone, it seems there isn't much information about it. How about this? It is still a few years before Devil Fall Valley's spatial tiers stabilize. Before then, make a few deeper inquiries and make certain that the information is true. If the Spirit Kindle fruit is truly within the valley, I will take the risk. As for cultivation, you don't need to worry about it. If I cannot succeed, then a mid-nascent soul cultivator likely wouldn't be able to either. Han Li didn't mention that Marquis Nanlong had earlier made contact with him about Devil Fall Valley. Although the Spirit Kindle fruit was truly tempting, Han Li need to further consider the matter. If the Ghost Spirit sect's method of entering the valley was safer, he didn't need to mention Marquis Nanlong's matter to them. Violet Spirit wasn't dejected in the least from Han Li's vague answer. Rather, she was happy about it. Knowing his cautious attitude, those words were practically an agreement. Moreover, his tone may as well have confirmed the rumors to be true. With his current abilities, his chances of acquiring the Spirit Kindle fruit will be all the better. At that moment, she smiled and said, In truth, the reason why we so impatiently sought out Brother Han was because we felt that if we didn't find a capable partner, this entire matter would result in nothing, and any further action would have been wasted effort. But now that Brother Han has agreed, we will feel more at ease investigating this issue. After all, we also wish to enter the valley. We don't wish to treat our lives as a joke. What? You three wish to enter the valley? When Han Li heard this, he felt his heart thump, and an expression of surprise appeared on his face. With a bitter smile, Violet Spirit helplessly said, Does Brother Han think we want to enter the valley? We are only doing this out of necessity. A majority of ancient books only record its marvelous effects, but there were a few records that all pointed out that the Spirit Kindle fruit cannot survive once picked. It will need to be immediately refined in half a day. Once it exceeds that point, the fruit's medicinal power will vastly decrease, and at 3 days it completely disappears. But most terrible of all is the nature origin pills. If they aren't consumed shortly after they are refined, they completely lose their efficacy. As such, Devil Fall Valley is something that we must force ourselves to brave. It is better than remaining stagnant in our cultivation for 100 years, maybe even several hundreds. Han Li frowned. I've looked through many ancient records, but not once have I heard that the Spirit Kindle fruit had such limitations. Why have I never heard of this before? Martial Uncle Han. There is an ancient book of secrets that was passed down from the ancestors of the Song clan. I have a copy of it right here. Please take a look at it. Much to his surprise, Cultivator Song took out a jade slip from her storage pouch and respectfully offered it to Han Li. An astonished expression appeared on his face, and he gave the woman a cautious glance before nodding and reading the jade slip with his spiritual sense. This ancient book introduced pills and medicines from times of antiquity, including a few that Han Li have seen before. They even gave a detailed explanation of the 9-curl spirit ginseng, and included the pill formula that the Bone Sage had given him. He found many medicine pills that were quite useful towards nascent soul stage cultivators. Although the pill materials were lost since times of antiquity, it was always best to be prepared in case he found some unknown spirit medicine pill in the future, else he wouldn't know what to do with them. It appeared cultivation clans still had a few good things even large cultivation sects didn't have. Using his powerful spiritual sense, he was able to quickly find the Spirit Kindle fruit among the many entries in the jade slip. Sure enough, he found the limitations of the Spirit Kindle fruit and the nature origin pill within. He unconsciously frowned after reading them. A short moment later, he withdrew his spiritual sense, but rather than speaking, he rubbed the glossy surface of the jade slip and muttered to himself for a short moment. With great tact, Cultivator Song said, I heard Big Sister Violet Spirit mention that Martial Uncle Han obtained great attainments with regards to pill refinement. This ancient record is of little value to our Song clan. Although there are many ancient pill formulas, the main ingredients for each of them aren't something that our Song clan are able of acquiring. If Martial Uncle doesn't find it disdainful, he may take the jade slip. Please consider it a gift for accepting our request, Martial Uncle. Han Li paused and took a deep look at the woman before smiling. With a moment of thought, he calmly said, I've never been a cheap individual in my life. If the spirit kindle fruit is truly within the valley, I will also greatly benefit from it, so there is no need to reward me. It is likely that I would have gone to the valley anyway. However, this ancient book of yours is quite useful to me. How about I exchange it for some medicine pills for cultivation progression? These pills should be suitable for your current cultivation. Han Li then took a small green bottle from the storage pouch on his waist and handed it over to Cultivator Song. The woman unconsciously accepted the bottle, but her face appeared hesitant as if she were at a complete loss. When Violet Spirit saw this, she simply smiled. Violet Spirit chuckled and said, Since it was given it to you, Big Sister Song should take it. Brother Han's pill refinement techniques are truly vast. The pills are most likely refined from some high-grade demon cores. It will definitely bring your cultivation to the next stage. There is no need to hold back with business. Cultivator Song revealed delight upon hearing Violet Spirit. She repeatedly uttered thanks to Han Li before carefully putting the medicine bottle away. Han Li smiled and took away the jade slip. Since the spirit kindle fruit and the nature origin pill cannot be preserved, it seems you three will be heading into the valley. If you are going straight to the spirit fruit and head nowhere else, there is a good chance of leaving intact. But for now, you should first gather together the supplementary materials for the nature origin pill. Although these ingredients aren't nearly as rare as the spirit kindle fruit, they will be difficult to find. Han Li then sighed and solemnly said, With regards to the details, I will only make a decision once everything is understood. After all, this matter is still quite a while away. If we are defeated in the war against the Mulan, the matter about Devilfall Valley can't even be considered. By then, we'll be attempting to retain our place in the heavenly south. The three were startled upon hearing Han Li. Mei Ning couldn't help but ask, What? Senior Han doesn't seem confident in this war. Han Li non-committally said, It's hard to say. At first glance, the united forces of the heavenly south along with the home terrain advantage should be able to prevail against the Mulan. Even if the heavenly south's three great cultivators, and the Heavenly Dao Alliance's Long Han and Feng Bing are able to restrain the Mulan divine sages. Those black-robed men are of unknown origins. They clearly belong to an external power meddling on our wary. They may cause something unexpected to happen. Violet Spirit's expression turned grave. From what you're saying, the odds of victory for either side are even. It can be said that way. However, the most likely possibility is, Han Li's gaze flickered and his voice grew inaudible, much to the three women's surprise. Han Li shook his head and calmly said, All right, that's enough of that. No one truly knows how the war will turn out in the future. You simply need to make preparations for entering Devilfall Valley. Let's see if it is possible when the time comes. Who knows what might happen? Afterwards, Han Li no longer spoke of it. Rather, he curiously asked about what Mei Ning and Violet Spirit have been doing these past few days. At the same time, Han Li answered the excited questions about his escape from the Mulan Divine Sage. Since speaking in such pleasant company as these three beauties was truly a delightful matter, time quickly passed by. When Han Li saw that the sky had darkened, he took his leave. Cultivator Song also parted with him with Violet Spirit and Mei Ning seeing them off at the valley's entrance. When they departed, Han Li saw that Mei Ning hesitated to say something several times, but in the end, she bit her lip and remained silent. Han Li felt his heart throb at seeing her blush, and he turned his gaze to Violet Spirit, who looked at him with a mysterious smile. Unconsciously feeling a trace of embarrassment, he didn't dare to say any longer. With a parting word, Han Li flew off as a streak of azure light, bringing Cultivator Song with him back to Sky First City. Han Li and Cultivator Song flew alone in the skies, and they spoke not a word. But when they saw Sky First City in the distance, the woman hesitantly asked, "Marshal Uncle Han?" Countless nascent soul eccentrics had entered Devil Fall Valley and had never returned. Would core formation cultivators be able to find the spirit fruit and safely return from the valley? Han Li was somewhat surprised by her question, and the light around them pulsed, causing them to slow down. He then astonishedly glanced at the woman. After a moment of silence, he calmly said, "On cultivation alone, you are lacking much in comparison to the other cultivators that have sought treasure in the valley. If you encountered any danger, your chances of surviving would be vastly inferior. However, it is likely due to greed that these cultivators have perished. With so many nascent soul cultivators, there had to be some cultivators that could safely leave with one or two treasures, but most of them were blinded by the temptation for treasure, wishing to acquire just another item or perhaps some spirit medicine that can extend their lifespan or break through their bottleneck. As such, it was only a matter of time before they perished." Cultivator Song frowned with worry. Then from Senior's words, "We will most likely die? If one doesn't have a safe route through the valley and a way to leave and enter, they will most definitely die." Apart from Master Song Qin, no one else had lived to leave the valley. "Unless we have this, we shouldn't even consider entering Devil Fall Valley. It would be suicide. Although your cultivation is low, so long as you control your greed and fully investigate the whereabouts of the Spirit Kindle fruit, you'll be able to make succeed with some luck. Of course, Devil Fall Valley is the most dangerous area in Devil Fall Valley. You should properly prepare yourself and set up your affairs in case you perish. As for the Ghost Spirit Sect, they should also know of the fruit, and will acting to acquire it. They will most likely rush to be the first to acquire the treasure in the valley, forced to brave dangers in the fear that Marquis Nanlong will be faster. I fear their method of entering the valley will be quite risky." A trace of alarm appeared on the woman's face. Since Marshal Uncle had guessed that the Ghost Spirit Sect's method of entering the valley is dangerous, "Why didn't you mention it before?" Han Li smirked. "Didn't it seem inappropriate to tell this in front of the others? Could it be that you believe I have other intentions?" After a brief pause of surprise, she hurriedly said, "No, I don't dare to doubt Senior. Relax. It is natural that you have doubts. It wasn't out of malice that I didn't mention this before. While this may come as some surprise to you and Mei Ning, Violet Spirit wouldn't be shaken by this in the last. You should know that while the Nature Origin Pill is extremely precious, it is a bit of a waste on early core formation cultivators like you and Violet Spirit. With regards to Mei Ning, she will have a greater chance of entering core formation stage with the pill, and as a result, her lifespan will be extended by several hundred years. But with you and Violet Spirit, you two would most likely break through to mid-core formation stage with time in respect to your exceptional aptitudes. If you take the pill, it will only save you about 100 years to break through the bottleneck. On one hand, you and Violet Spirit will save yourselves 100 years of cultivation, but on the other, you could die after entering Devil Fall Valley. These two choices vary from person to person. I don't know what you will choose, Marshal Niece, but Violet Spirit would definitely take the risk. 100 years saved on cultivation is an additional 100 years she further cultivate, and she doesn't plan on staying as a core formation cultivator. This will vastly increase her chances of reaching nascent soul stage. As Han Li spoke, it was with a heavy tone. Cultivator Song revealed an odd expression. Marshal Uncle means to say that Violet Spirit has already steeled her resolve to become a nascent soul cultivator? Is that why she is willing to brave the grave dangers of the valley? Han Li turned his head to glance at the fading red sky as if reminiscing in past memories, and he slowly said, "That's right. Violet Spirit's experiences are quite different from you and Mei Ning. She had been pressured by powerful cultivators several times, and even had her own mother's sect taken away from her. Although she hadn't mentioned this to anyone else after she had fled, I can faintly feel that her ambition has far surpassed that of an ordinary cultivator." Then, under Cultivator Song's amazed gaze, Han Li paused for a moment as if deliberating what to say. "If the Spirit Kindle fruit is truly within the valley, I will most likely make an attempt for it. After all, it is incredibly difficult to progress one's cultivation in nascent soul stage. If I do not seize this opportunity, I may find myself forever struck at early nascent soul stage. However, I won't be saying about being overly careful before entering Devilfall Valley, unless it is absolutely necessary. When the time comes to enter, I'll be sure to stress what dangers you should be careful of and point out any dangerous aspects of the ghost spirit sect's method to enter the valley. Nevertheless, what I said before were merely guesses. It is possible that the ghost spirit sect has a method of entering the valley that is even greater than Master Tsongkuan's. This was also one of the reasons I hadn't mentioned the matter from before. When Cultivator Song heard this, she grew silent, but her eyes seemed to reveal understanding. Enough of that. I originally didn't plan on telling you this, but since you asked, I gave you an answer. Having returned to Skyfirst City, your most important task is to survive the battle ahead. It will be your top priority. If you run out of luck, something may happen during the war, and you need not further consider going to Devilfall Valley. It will be the same for me. When I return to Skyfirst City, I will be setting the matter aside for more pressing affairs. With that said, Han Li wore a self-mocking smirk. Cultivator Song felt her heart trembled at his words and curtsied. Many thanks for Martial Uncle's advice. Han Li waved his arm. It is hardly advice. Just needlessly said things that you would have come to understand after some thought. Let's enter the city. The sky is nearly dark. Yes, Martial Uncle. The azure streak of light shot forth at full speed once more and entered through the gates of the city. Several days later in the Drifting Cloud Sect's encampment, Han Li was sitting cross-legged in a hidden room surrounded by layers of restrictions. He was holding up a 15-meter-long sword in his hands and was thinking of something with a frown. Strange azure and purple flames were currently burning on top of them, the purple apex flames and the azure flames of the azure lantern. After he came back from his meeting with Violet Spirit, Han Li had Lu Luo introduce him to many nascent soul cultivators with good relations to the Drifting Cloud sect. During that time, he asked this various cultivators to take a look at this difficult problem. However, they were at a complete loss over the matter. These cultivators naturally knew of Han Li's great reputation, so they didn't dare to be negligent and wished to establish good relations with him instead. There were a few that even had a rather pleasant conversation with him, but nevertheless, Han Li gained little from his discussions. Afterwards, he immediately sought out a quiet room to deal with the lingering damage of the battle, the azure flames that had never ceased burning. The swords weren't harmed as the flames burned. They were in balanced competition with the purple apex flames. While it was unknown what kind of devil flame this azure flame was, its might was just as astonishing as his own purple apex flames. He could now rely on quantity to forcefully restrain the flames, but it was still a problem with how he could refine them. If these azure flames weren't eliminated, he wouldn't be able to use his bamboo cloudswarm swords, nor would he be able to easily draw on the celestial ice flames and purple apex flames to attack. At that moment, Han Li was staring at the sword with wandering eyes. After a long moment of consideration, he raised his hand above the huge sword and struck it with an azure spell seal. The huge sword revolved once in the air and split into several tens of small flying swords with a ring. Han Li's spiritual sense stirred and a majority of his flying swords shot back into his body as streaks of azure lights. Only one sword remained in the air, slowly floating in front of Han Li. Han Li glanced at the sword's azure and purple flames. He narrowed his eyes and he suddenly opened his mouth, spitting out a streak of purple flames directly onto the surface of the flying sword. It flourished with purple flames, restraining the azure flames. Then, under the control of an incantation seal, roiling purple flames slowly pressured the azure flames to the tip of the swords before turning into a pea-sized ball of azure light. Having seen this, Han Li wore a grave expression. With a deep breath, he began to form incantation gestures in a flurry, sending streak after streak of various colored spell seals onto the sword. In an instant, the sword's purple flames grew turbulent and more powerful as they formed wave after wave of flames towards the tip of the azure sword. The azure flame began to sway and grow unsteady on the sword tip as if it were about to be extinguished. However, the azure light simply grew brighter as the purple flames exert more pressure. No matter what the purple flames did, the azure light remained at the sword tip without being extinguished. A trace of dread appeared from his eyes as the hand incantations he formed grew more hurried. A short moment later, Han Li's face grew unsightly. There wasn't any change in the slightest. Then, with another moment of thought, an icy glint appeared in his eye and he waved his hand, covering it in a layer of brilliant purple flames. Then, without the slightest hesitation, he pinched off the azure flames from the flying swords. Han Li pinched the azure flames at the tip of the sword and held them in his inflamed fingers. However, he felt his fingertips grow numb as a huge force began to emit from the azure flames and forcefully repelled his grasp, the azure flame still remaining on the sword. Han Li was dumbstruck, but something soon came to mind. He widened his flaming hand and had the purple flames alone envelope the azure flames. Han Li's hand remained still as his fingers continued to spout blinding violet flames, causing intertwined azure and purple light to pulse. This continued for quarter-hour more before he sighed and shook his hand. The purple flames in his hand disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only a dazzling and translucent ember of azure flame. This strange flame was more troublesome than he had anticipated. The violet apex flames may be able to contend against them, but it found it difficult to refine them. After some further deliberation, Han Li raised his hand and pointed to the flying sword in front of him. With muffled claps of thunder, the flying sword burst forth with arcs of golden lightning. As soon as the lightning appeared, it shot towards the azure ember in countless tendrils and completely enveloped it. The pea-sized ember glowed and cleanly absorbed the golden lightning as if it were a bottomless pit. Its brilliance grew vastly bright and the flame swelled to the size of an egg. As this occurred, Han Li's eyes shined with a bright blue light as he stared at the azure ember absorbing the golden lightning. His expression wavered as he stood still for an unknown amount of time before sighing. The blue light within his eyes faded away, but his face now appeared hesitant. A short moment later he came to a decision and nodded. He opened his mouth and breathed in the bit of purple flame that still remained on the flying sword. Without the suppression of the purple apex flames, the azure flames on the sword flourished and enveloped the entire sword in a mere moment. As the treasure was bonded to Han Li's soul, his face immediately paled from the pain that followed. However, he didn't pay this any further attention and simply flicked his fingers towards the sword, shooting streaks of azure sword streaks from his hands. The azure sword streaks had been completely absorbed just like the divine Devilbane lightning. However, Han Li continued to circulate the spiritual power inside his body, as if nothing had happened, and continued to strike the azure ember with repeated attacks of sword streaks, quickly consuming their magic power. As a result, the azure flames took the sword streaks as kindle, causing them to roar and surge with brilliant light. At that moment, Han Li had already consumed a third of his magic power. With the lantern flames greatly enlarged, Han Li smiled and ceased attacking. Instead, he beckoned at the sword chi within the fireball. In a gust of wind, the bamboo cloudswarm sword was able to easily leave the azure flames. It circled once around before landing in his hand. Han Li lowered his head and took a look at it. He couldn't help but smile at the translucent blade being completely free of flame. As expected, although the flames are miraculous, it has a limit of how much spiritual power it can absorb. Once it absorbed too much of the azure sword chi, it was capable of being manipulated. Once that was muttered, he slapped his hands together and the sword disappeared in a flash of light. Han Li then turned his eyes towards the azure ball of flame before him. He lightly tapped it, sending a sliver of his spiritual sense into it. The azure fireball then trembled and began to slowly revolve as it pulsed with light. Han Li raised his brow and attempted to command the fireball with his spiritual sense, but it merely swayed from start to finish. A short moment later, he was able to command it to sluggishly fly 3 meters into an air at a crooked angle. When Han Li saw this, he stroked his chin and began to mutter to himself. Given how powerful the azure flames were, it would be a waste not to use them. Although he was able to forcefully control the flames from the large quantities of azure essence sword chi that it had absorbed, it was clear to see that this method also came with its flaws. After all, these flames weren't something that he had refined. It would be difficult to control it as naturally as the celestial ice flames. Han Li frowned and stared at the azure fireball as his mind wandered. He then reached for his storage pouch and summoned a flawlessly smooth rib bone and a faint yellow bottle into his hand. This was the Bone Sage's jade slip that recorded the profound Yin arts and the magic tool he had used to absorb demon beast souls. Han Li opened the bottle and released a cloud of black qi. He grabbed the air in the direction of the black qi and summoned it into his palm. Then, under the control of his spiritual sense, the ghost qi immediately flew into the rib bone that he held in his other hand. In a moment, it turned black and began to float in the air, releasing a sinister black light. When Han Li saw this, he pressed the bone against his forehead and quickly read through the contents of the profound Yin arts, searching for something in particular. Just as Han Li found the Yin fire lightning technique, he rejoiced and began to carefully read through its contents. While the technique's name may suggest it to be ordinary, it was a technique on par with the profound Yin arts heaven-wide corpse fire. However, it wasn't some secret devil Dao technique. Rather, it was a secret technique to refine lightning beads like the heavenly lightning seed that Han Li had used in the past. According to its description, the Yin fire lightning possessed astonishing might when successfully created, displaying a destructive might even greater than the heaven-wide corpse fire. In principle, condensing such a large quantity of pure Yin fire into an explosive required other materials in order to stabilize it, creating a weapon that was capable of inflicting devastating damage. But it was a pity that these mines were only single-use items. Not only were there many restrictions that must be followed when refining them, it was also troublesome as well. It was only refinable by cultivators who could control lightning attribute spirit power. As a result, Zenith Yin and the Bone Sage had never been able to refine these items. When Han Li first saw the Yin fire lightning refinement method, he didn't pay much attention to it. He was able to control divine Devilbane lightning, but he swept past it since he only wished for secret techniques that were easy to learn, such as the Yin Devil execution. But now that this troubling azure flame had appeared before him, he recalled the refinement technique for the Yin fire lightnings. Originally, refining the Yin fire lightnings required a large quantity of spiritual power, and the rate of success wouldn't be large either. Also, there were sparsely few cultivators capable of controlling lightning, and these weapons were short-lived as they were consumables. Although Han Li couldn't use the profound Yin arts, he no longer needed to strictly follow the Yin fire lightning refinement technique with his current knowledge and cultivation. He simply needed to alter the refinement method to make sure of the azure flames in order to refine them. And since the azure flames might were no less than the purple apex flames, they would be no less powerful than the Yin fire lightnings that were originally described. In the past, he had thoughts of using the celestial ice flames or even the purple apex flames to refine the mines. But because the two flames were too difficult to refine and he lacked the amount needed to face enemies, he didn't dare to squander them on this idea and tossed the matter to the back of his head. Now that he had the azure flames, which he could neither store nor refine, he could now put his plan into action. This way, he would have another devastating weapon to use in the incoming war. With that thought, Han Li took a look at the other items in his storage pouch. Han Li was eventually able to find the materials needed to refine the lightning beads. These items weren't rare in the least. They were all common materials used to refine tools and pills. After taking out all these items once by one and arranging them in front of him, he faced the flickering fireball and he raised his hands with a grave expression. With a series of rumbles, 2 arcs of lightning shot out from his palms, striking the azure fireball. In the main hall of the Drifting Cloud sect encampment, Lu Luo was motionlessly sitting in his chair without a trace of emotion. There were several Drifting Cloud sect core formation disciples standing on front of him, the red-clothed cultivator song among them. They all appeared somewhat apprehensive. Lu Luo calmly asked, "Martial Nephew Duan, your martial Uncle Han still hasn't left seclusion after these many days?" Reporting, Martial Uncle Han has remained in seclusion for 2 months. Junior Martial Sister Song and I have been guarding his room since the very beginning. He had yet to leave. Lu Luo sighed and muttered, "When your martial Uncle Han entered seclusion, he had already told me that he had to make preparations for the coming war and wished that we wouldn't bother him during his seclusion. However, the Mulan have just about finished gathering together and are about to move. There is a meeting being held amongst the high-grade cultivators, and they want your martial Uncle Han to attend. They had used this as a reason to delay the meeting, but now that the three great cultivators had arrived at Skyfirst City, they sent a request for Han Li to attend it. Since this is a meeting that only mid-nascent soul cultivators can attend, this clearly illustrates your martial Uncle Han's importance to them. We can't push this off any longer. Furthermore, I reckon that this meeting will decide the final decisions for the battle. If someone from our sect were to attend, it would bring great benefits. Having heard Martial Uncle Lu, the other cultivators in the hall wore a bitter smile. After a moment of hesitation, Cultivator Song worriedly said, "However, Martial Uncle Han is certain to be at a crucial moment of his seclusion. If we were to rashly disturb him, wouldn't we spoil his efforts?" The middle-aged cultivator with a long, thin mustache also appeared hesitant and said, "Even if there are some apprehensions, Martial Uncle Lu can no longer delay the matter. The meeting is being held tomorrow. If Martial Uncle Han doesn't come..." "What's going on, everyone?" At that moment, a soft voice was clearly heard throughout the hall. When Lu Luo heard this, he wore a face of delight. Soon after those words echoed through the hall, Han Li suddenly appeared at the entrance wearing a calm expression. Just as the core formation cultivators bowed towards Han Li, Lu Luo stood up with a smile. "Junior Martial Brother Han, you've finally left seclusion. This is great." Han Li smiled and said, "I wasn't completely finished. I planned on continuing my seclusion, but I felt worried about the matter of the Mulan and thought I'd take a look. Seems I've arrived at just the right time." Hee hee. It seems Junior Martial Brother Han has also heard our martial nephews. There had been many people that had wished to see you recently. There isn't much to say about the others, but the three great cultivators personally invited you to attend a high-echelon meeting. Junior Martial Brother Han, you must participate in it. Our Drifting Cloud sect had mustered a majority of its power, and I don't wish for our sect's disciples to die in the masses. Junior Martial Brother Han must go and listen to how they've made arrangements in the war, and put my worries to ease. Once Lu Luo finished speaking, he wore a solemn expression. "Yes, since I now know of this matter, I will be certain to pay them a visit tomorrow. I've long wished to speak with the three great cultivators. I am looking forward to seeing them tomorrow." Han Li's reply was much to Lu Luo's satisfaction, and they chatted about what had happened in the past 2 months. Han Li frowned upon hearing Lu Luo's words. "The spell warriors have begun to attack the border fortresses?" Lu Luo's smile faded away, and he said with a deep tone, "That's right. To tell the truth, this had only started in the past 4 days. Although this hadn't caused many deaths, it is a sign that the Milan had already finished their preparations." Han Li blinked and slowly said, "The Mulan had prepared themselves so quickly. How well have our forces made arrangements? Surely they must have made much progress." Lu Luo explained, "Our circumstances greatly differ from the Mulan. Although the Mulan spell warriors had joined together their tribes and are not wholly united, their tribes aren't as varied or numerous as the sects in the Heavenly South. It has proven difficult to have these various sects to join together in spite of the differences in technique, power, and wealth, much more difficult in comparison to the Mulan. Not to mention that the Mulan had spent nearly a century preparing for this invasion. Our current preparations are simply lacking. But fortunately, the 4 superpowers have wholeheartedly committed themselves to the war. There is a chance at winning this war." Han Li stroked his nose and sullenly said, "According to what you've said, the war could start at any moment." Lu Luo sighed and helplessly said, "That's right. Why else would the three great cultivators quickly meet together and convene to hold a meeting of mid-nascent soul cultivators the next day? After all, mid-nascent soul cultivators are amongst the peak existences in the Heavenly South." As the other cultivators in the hall listened to Han Li and Lu Luo chat, their expressions unconsciously grew solemn. However, Han Li soon turned to ask about the recent plans of the Drifting Cloud sect. The Drifting Cloud sect disciples all spoke in a flurry, each informing him of the several squads they formed and how they were holding day-long drops for group combat. Han Li simply nodded in silence. These types of arrangements were to be expected. Wars weren't something fought alone. Even immensely powerful couldn't withstand a barrage of attacks of thousands of trained cultivators. Of course, ordinarily, high-grade cultivators wouldn't find themselves in such dangerous positions. So long as they aren't surrounded by a squad of cultivators, these high-grade cultivators are able to use large-scale abilities to eliminate lower-grade cultivators in droves. As such, it was extremely crucial for enemy high-grade cultivators to be placed in check. This was true for both cultivators and spell warriors. In a battle between high-grade cultivators, whichever side lacked the forces to check the other was already bound to lose. As a result, Hanli asked about the drifting cloud sex affairs, wondering what was the true reason the three great cultivators of the Heavenly South was holding a meeting between mid-nascent soul sage cultivators. He reckoned that in addition to the arrangement of the cultivator armies, the upcoming meeting would most likely include arrangements of how to deal with the Milan sages. With that thought, Hanli couldn't help but coldly smile. In the last 2 months, not only did he eliminate the azure flame from all of his bamboo clouds worm swords, but he also used the divine Devilbane lightning to turn the azure flames into 8 lightning beads. When Hanli recalled his attempts to create the lightning beads, he couldn't help but wryly smile. His efforts were met with mostly failure. It had been a truly exquisite way to rid off the azure lantern flames. After a moment more of chatting, Hanli left the hall and returned to his assigned residence to hone his spirit. In the 2 months he spent unceasingly purging his swords of the azure flame and refining them into lightning beads. He had exhausted himself quite heavily. On the next morning, Hanli left the drifting cloud sect encampment and walked towards the heart of the city. He soon found himself looking a huge stone palace hall in the distance. Because the entirety of Skyfirst City had been built as a rushed construction, even the main hall used to host meetings between the higher echelon of the 4 superpowers appeared quite ordinary and coarse. Apart from being larger than the Heavenly Tao Union's meeting hall, it had little else of note, apart from the several core formation cultivators standing guard in front of it. When they saw Hanli approach, they swept their spiritual sense past him, and they immediately welcomed him. One of the core formation cultivators saluted him first and respectfully said, "Senior, only mid-nascent soul stage cultivators are allowed to participate in the meeting today. May I ask?" "Here." Without waiting for him to finish, Hanli waved his arm and flung a white jade slip over to him. It was the invitation that Hanli had received the day before. After the guard swept his spiritual sense into the jade slip, he apologetically said, "So it was Senior Han. This junior has been lacking in manners. Please go in." He then stood to the side and opened the door. Hanli smiled and thought to enter when his expression suddenly changed. His steps grew sluggish as he turned his head to look in the direction of a small street. There were 2 people slowly walking through it, a man and a woman. The man appeared to be only about 20 years of age, and he wore a rich embroidered robe. His skin was flawless, his face handsome, and every one of his movements smooth and elegant. However, this youth's gaze often glanced around, occasionally revealing vast changes in expression, and the wrinkles at the corner of his eyes suggested that his age was actually quite a bit older than his appearance suggested. But what was most strange of all was the soft and feminine aura that emitted from his body, as if he was actually a woman dressed as a man. It was rather strange. When Hanli saw this man, he felt his heart tremble and his face grew stern. This person was a mid-nascent soul cultivator, someone who should be participating in this meeting. From his demonic appearance, he should most likely be a Devil Dao cultivator. But just what sect did he belong to? As these thoughts raced through Hanli's mind, his gaze turned to the woman that was closely following after him. He couldn't help but yelp in astonishment at the sight of her. The woman was young and beautiful, and she wore magnificent bright red robes. She carried a lithe grace as she walked forward. She had an indescribable allure to her that possessed endless beauty. But when Hanli saw her face, he wore an odd expression, but he soon replaced it with a wry smile. It was her. Dong Xianer. There was no doubt about it. That youthful old eccentric was certain to be from the Harmonious Bond sect, the top sect in the Devil Dao. In the long years he hadn't seen her, Dong Xianer had risen to mid-core formation stage. It was rather surprising she had cultivated this far, given her poor aptitude. Han Li stood motionlessly at the hall's gate and examined their every action. Naturally, the core formation cultivators standing guard also saw the two. As a result, a majority of the cultivators' faces grew pale. One of them spoke with an uneasy tone. I didn't expect that the harmonious bond sex Old Devil Goo would actually come. Old Devil Goo? When Han Li heard this, he suddenly recalled someone. It seemed in addition to their late nascent soul stage cultivator, they had one other famous eccentric. This person was endowed with a strange constitution. Both yin and yang was contained in his body, allowing him to cultivate the peak devil Dao techniques of the harmonious bond sect. An expert of appearance mending, he named himself Taoist Cloudpart, known to others as Old Devil Cloudpart. By cultivating some unknown technique, he had become overwhelmed with lust, and would often go through the shady actions of seizing others and having his way with them. Be they handsome men or beautiful women, whenever someone caught his eye, they wouldn't be let go. As a result, he had offended many large sections. However, his cultivation was truly profound, and with the backing of the harmonious bond sect, none dared to retaliate. Additionally, those he seized would be released once he had his fun with them, as he wasn't particularly fond of killing. As a result, the sex of these victims could only conceal this matter and bear with it. With such a reputation in the cultivation world, people grew fearful at the very sight of him. When young cultivators heard of his reputation, they would flee from the sight of him without exception. Those who couldn't run would simply be left shaking in trepidation, fearing that they would draw his attention. Could it be this youth is the old eccentric? Although Han Li had nothing to fear from him, the man gave him a feeling of unease. Just as it so happened, the handsome youth had taken notice of Han Li, who was standing in front of the gate. He examined Han Li with narrowed eyes before smiling at him, faintly exuding a trace of seductive intent. When Han Li saw this, a cold chill shot up his back, but he forced himself to return the smile. But when Dong Xian'er spotted Han Li, she wore an expression of shock. The handsome man walked towards the hall as if he took no notice of this. As Devil Cloudpart continued, Han Li walked inside and disappeared from sight. When the youthful man saw this, his smile disappeared and he calmly asked Dong Xian'er, "What? Do you recognize this person?" Your heartbeat quickened. Dong Xian'er's expression remained somewhat baffled at the sight of Han Li, but she calmly replied, "That person was an old acquaintance of mine. Since I hadn't seen him for many years, his sudden appearance had surprised me." Old acquaintance? That early nascent soul cultivator is allowed to enter today's meeting. And going from his youthful appearance, he should be the recently famous Drifting Cloud sect elder. It is said he is surnamed Han, the same as the person you had mentioned before. Are they the same person? Old Devil Cloudpart wasn't angered by her stiff reply. Rather, he spoke calmly as if he had an unordinary relationship with the woman. Dong Xian'er's complexion turned somewhat pale at his words, but she remained silent. A cold glint flashed from Old Devil Cloudpart's eyes. While he did drop the matter with a cold snort, a slight frown appeared on his face. Cloudpart led her to the front of the palace hall and was promptly allowed in by the fearful core formation cultivators standing guard. Of course, Dong Xian'er wasn't allowed to enter. She was led to side room to rest for the time being. Not long after Han Li entered the palace hall, he soon saw the entrance of the meeting room and hurried inside. The meeting room was rather simply arranged. Apart from a few rows of huge stone pillars, there was a large empty space at its center with 17 exquisitely crafted wooden chairs placed several meters apart from one another. 8 cultivators were currently sitting amongst the chairs in various places. When Han Li entered, there were a few that indifferently glanced at him, a few that ignored him, as well as others that were currently meditating. They all acted without regard for any others. However, there was one person who kindly smiled at him when he entered. He beckoned to Han Li and said, "Fellow Taoist Han, you've emerged from seclusion. If you don't find it distasteful, how about you sit next to me?" This man was the leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, the Phoenix Cry Sect's Long Han. "Many thanks, Brother Long." Han Li sat down at his side and began to silently examine the other cultivators in the room. A short moment later, Old Devil Cloudpart entered the room. He glanced at the others within and chuckled before boldly taking a seat in an empty chair. He sat down in the seat next to a blue-robed old man who was holding a white jade wine cup and a small emerald green pot, drinking by himself. When Old Devil Cloudpart sat near him, his fragrant scent drifted towards Old Man, causing the him to glare at Devil Cloudpart and curse his own luck. He paid no attention to the old man's dissatisfaction. Instead, glancing around him and examining Han Li with much interest, much to Han Li's unease. With a frown, he bluntly closed his eyes and remained expressionless. However, he was still pondering what relationship this old devil had with Dong Xianer in the past. Dong Xianer had been stolen away by the Harmonious Bond sect's young master and joined the sect. Although this old devil's reputation was awful, he wouldn't prey on his own sect's disciples. The two must have some other relationship, else he wouldn't have brought Dong Xianer along to the meeting. Just as Han Li mulled over this, a number of people entered the hall in succession. They were all mid-nascent soul cultivators, many of which were recognized by those already sitting in the hall. With a few hateful grudges between them, there were quite a few mocking statements said in passing amongst the greetings that were uttered. At that moment, Old Devil Cloudpart's gaze finally left Han Li, but Han Li remained still regardless. As he recognized none of the other cultivators in the room, he didn't need to greet them. Fellow Taoist Shattered Soul, I didn't think that you would come. I heard that you had already cultivated your 9 souls technique to transformation stage. Congratulations. Shattered Soul. Han Li's heart stirred at the mention of this name, and he unconsciously opened his eyes. He saw an exceptionally shriveled gray-robed old man being called by a black-robed cultivator in the hall in a familiar manner. When the gray-robed old man heard him, he walked over to the black-robed cultivator with a smile. Taking note of Han Li's action, Long Han smiled and asked, "What is it?" Fellow Taoist Han has seen Taoist Shattered Soul before. Having recalled slaughtering Shattered Soul's disciples on his recent trip to the State of You, Han Li calmly replied, "No, I simply heard Senior Martial Brother Chang mention him once before. I heard his abilities are quite vast." With another smile, Long Han said, "Hee, this comes as no surprise. I recall that Elder Chang had fought him once before and he had suffered quite the loss. It is natural that a deep impression had been left behind. But with fellow Taoist Han's current reputation, there is no need to fear him. However, there is one person amongst the mid-nascent soul cultivators that you had best avoid offending. Even the 3 great cultivators have a headache dealing with him." Han Li frowned and revealed shock. Someone that is able to cause a headache for even the 3 great cultivators? Such a person exists. Long Han carefully explained, "Of course there is. This person had fought fellow Taoist Sunreach of the 3 great cultivators and inflicted heavy injuries onto fellow Taoist Sunreach in order to escape. As such, he was known to be in existence on par to the 3 great cultivators. However, this cultivator often keeps to himself. Even with the invasion of the Milan, it's hard to say whether or not he will come. It would be of great help if he did." Han Li pursed his lips and curiously asked, "A cultivator able to injure a late nascent soul cultivator? It is no wonder why this person seems so exceptional. Could you tell me who he is?" Continuing his smile, Long Han said, "You should have heard of his name before. His name is Eccentric Heavenvenge." Han Li wryly smiled and said, "Eccentric Heavenvenge. It is true. I have long heard of his vast reputation." He suddenly recalled what had happened when the Sacred Tree area was infiltrated. At the time, the righteous and Devil Dao spies had been afraid to kill the low-grade cultivators out of fear that one of them may have been a descendant of Eccentric Heavenvenge. Han Li blinked and chuckled. However, it stands to mention that Brother Long and his wife are in existence equal to the 3 great cultivators as well. When Long Han heard this, he shook his head and flatly said, "Feng Bing and I may hold some power, but we wouldn't be able to stand against them alone. Of course, when we are together, it is a completely different matter altogether." Han Li smiled and thought to speak of the matter when he felt someone's gaze on him. It was icy and filled with ill intent. Vigilance filled Han Li's mind as his expression froze. He then turned his head to look at the source of the glare, an unfamiliar green-clothed old man with a long beard. When the old man saw Han Li glance at him, he withdrew his gaze and expressionlessly turned his eyes elsewhere as if nothing had happened. However, this didn't cause Han Li to relax. Instead, he continued staring at the old man for a long while. Having seen what happened, Long Han asked with a smile, "What? Does fellow Taoist Han not recognize this person?" Feeling somewhat puzzled, Han Li replied, "Brother Long seems to imply that I should know who he is. This person is the Grand Elder of the controlling spirit sect, Elder Dongmen Tuesday. He holds the most power in the sect. Although I hadn't spoken to this person before, I have heard his friendship with Gu Shuangpu was quite deep. While he might not say anything because of the irrefutable evidence that Gu Shuangpu was a Mulan spy, he is certain to be resentful at you for having killed him. You have best be careful." Han Li stroked his nose and wryly smiled before uttering a word of thanks. A mere quarter-hour later, most of the chairs in the room had been filled. There was quite a funny sight to behold at this point. Nearly all the Devil Dao cultivators were sitting on the right side of the room, with most of the Righteous Dao cultivators sitting on the left. As the Heavenly Dao Alliance and the Nine Nations Union cultivators, they casually sat on either side. Among these cultivators, Han Li found a familiar face, the Sailing Boundaries Sect's cultivator Kuang. He was currently sitting on the Devil Dao side. When he saw Han Li look over at him, he smiled at Han Li, to which Han Li responded with a nod. At that moment, Long Han was giving Han Li an explanation on the two other Heavenly Dao cultivators through voice transmission. One of them was a plainly dressed woman with an ordinary appearance, with the other being an old man with a miserable appearance. Han Li glanced at the two and committed their appearances to memory. Perhaps due to the many people in the room, their expression began to turn grave and they remained silent as they coldly examined one another. These cultivators were all peak existences in the Heavenly South, each of them from opposing factions and holding various intentions and thoughts of their own. Amongst these people, Han Li could be considered the most unusual. Han Li allowed the old eccentrics to sweep their powerful spiritual sense across Han Li's body. When they saw his comparatively shallow cultivation, they all figured out who he was. After all, Han Li's fame over the past half-year had reached the ears of all these old eccentrics. However, they simply saw him resting in his chair with his eyes closed. He appeared entirely calm in spite of current circumstances. Just as the room became silent and even somewhat grave, 3 people walked into the room one after another, instantly catching the attention of these old eccentrics. There was a large black-robed old man, a green-haired old man, and a cultivator with a sword on his back. Han Li's expression remained calm, but he felt his heart began to thump. These 3 were the 3 great cultivators of the Heavenly South, the only late nascent soul stage cultivators on the continent. They were all over 1,000 years old. With a few exceptions, a majority of the people present managed to retain their calm like Han Li and waited for the 3 to begin speaking. The 3 slowly walked towards the center of the hall and stood side by side. The large black-robed man with a sinister appearance spoke with a frigid tone. "You should all know who we are. There should be no need for introductions. This meeting will be presided by us 3. Are there any objections?" Once he was finished, his body suddenly emitted a huge spiritual pressure, enveloping the entire room. When the cultivators in the room felt these profound spiritual chi fluctuations, their expressions changed one after another. Han Li felt a wave of astonishment from this person's amazing power. From his icy, demonic aura, he should be the old devil Concord. This old devil's appearance was different from what he had imagined. In fact, his appearance was more in line with a cultivator from the ghost spirit sect. Unbeknownst to Han Li, each successive generation of the Harmonious Bond sect Grand Elder was titled as the Old Devil Concord. Although the large black-robed man cultivated a devilish technique that had little relation to the Harmonious Bond sect, he had no choice but to adopt the title. At that moment, the others sensed the fearsomeness of the large man. Although they felt somewhat ill at ease, none of them dared to foolishly challenge the authority of the 3 great cultivators. For a time, silence reigned in the entire room as if in tacit approval of Old Devil Concord's previous words. The large black-robed man expressionlessly said, "Good. Since there are no objections, there will be no need to speak any rubbish. To tell the truth, we do not have the time. This morning, the Milan had sent an envoy delivering an official challenge of war. If we do not comply with their conditions, there will be a battle to death in 7 days. An uproar occurred within the hall. A challenge of war? 7 days? What conditions? The sword-bearing Taoist chuckled and calmly said, Brother Yi's words are correct. Everyone should first look over the Milan's challenge of war before we discuss a plan with how to deal with them. Although the war is coming earlier than we anticipated, with the abilities of everyone present, do we still have anything to fear from the Milan? Although his voice wasn't very loud, it was clearly heard by everyone in the room, leaving a calming chill on their hearts. The other cultivators felt alarmed by this sensation, but their uproar immediately cased. Rather, there was someone who muttered, Sure enough, great truth-sex meditative arts are the way to do it. The middle-aged Taoist ignored those contemptuous words and took out a glistening red jade slip before casually tossing it to an old man across from him. He smiled and said, This contains the Milan's challenge of war. How about fellow Taoists take a look? The old man was startled, but he soon swept his spiritual sense into the jade slip. With a sudden change of expression, he gloomily handed it over to the person at his side. As a result, that person's expression also grew unsightly after curiously reading through it. As the war challenge was being passed through the various cultivators, Han Li shot an appraising glance at the sword-bearing, middle-aged Taoist and the azure-robed old man. The Taoist appeared to be about 40 years of age, but his skin was translucent and pure, and he had a face befitting of a scholar. He was the Righteous Tao Alliance's great truth-sex master Sunreach. As for the old man, he had a very ordinary appearance and plain clothes, revealing nothing particularly of note. But what caught Han Li's attention was the old man's long fingernails. They appeared exceptionally sharp and were a purple-black, occasionally shining with a faint black light. This person should be the Nine Nations Union's Grand Elder Wei Wuya. When Wei Wuya sensed Han Li's gaze, he turned to look at him with a trace of surprise before smiling at him. Han Li awkwardly returned the smile, and he couldn't help but ponder whether or not he would still smile once he knew of what happened between him and Nangong Wan. Just as he pondered this, Long Han had already finished looking through the jade slip, and he passed it to Han Li with an unsightly expression. He grew quite curious, having seen many people react the same way, and promptly delved his spiritual sense into the jade slip. A short moment later, Han Li withdrew his spiritual sense with a frown and silently handed it over to another cultivator. Not long after, everyone in the room read through the jade slip, each of them wearing an unsightly expression. Some of them even followed with a cold snort once they were done reading. The great truth-sex master Sunreach asked with a mysterious smile, Having read through the war challenge, what does everyone think? A green-robed man wearing a sinister expression coldly said, They are rather arrogant to have us give them half of the heavenly South Continent. Do they believe victory is already certain? A plump old man wore a sly expression and said, That's right. Who was it that said we could end hostilities by merely ceding a few lands? They clearly don't understand that Milan are merely hungering vultures. Perhaps we do not need to fight a decisive battle. If we stall them, they may slowly submit to attrition. A large tan man sitting at the plump old man's side angrily said, Fellow Taoist Lu, what do you mean by that? Is it because your Thousand Illusions sect is deep within the heavenly south that you don't care whether the rest of our sects live? A war of attrition might mean little to your sect, but how about ours? Without any fear of the large tan man, the plump old man indifferently said, I was considering others when I said it. Any fallen sects can re-establish themselves, but lives can't be easily replaced. Anther person coldly said, Humph! You speak of the matter quite simply. If our countries were abandoned, for what reason would we block the Milan armies on behalf of your devil Dao sects? We should simply move all of our sects into your state of Tianluo. That way, nobody will die. That's enough. We've already come to a conclusion of the matter of a war of attrition, and we won't discuss it further. Now we must discuss how to deal with the armies of the Milan spell warriors. not fight amongst each other. The black-robed cultivator grew sullen having heard this and rebuked them. When the three heard devil concord, they all wanted object, but they obediently obeyed and kept silent. In the cultivation world, strength spoke the loudest. Master Sunreach solemnly added, "In truth, it isn't necessary for you three to discuss the matter. We've already come to a decision. With the momentum of the Milan armies and interference from outsiders, a war of attrition is impossible. If we do not gather together a majority of the Heavenly South's power, we will be incapable of defending against the Milan's attack. If only a single country's forces were to meet them, it would result in immediate defeat. Then when they are finished, they will most likely move on to the next of us. As a result, we must scatter the ranks of the Milan in battle. We cannot rely on chance." A quick series of whispers interrupted the silence, only for it to quickly return. Soon, the controlling spirit sex Dongmen too shifted his gaze and asked, "Why not have the Milan to reveal whatever tricks are first up their sleeve? Why must we first risk having a wagered battle, and with such a heavy stake as well? There are materials that even we cannot put up on wager. Isn't there even more to be said about the destitute Milan?" Another cultivator then explained, "We know of this well. The Milan plains may be truly impoverished, but what they lack in common resources such as spirit stone mines, they are compensated by the rare materials located there. There are even a few rare materials that they possess in greater quantities than we do." Wearing a pensive expression, Dongmen too slowly said, "So it was like that. However, why is it that they are so confident of victory in this wagered battle? In addition to the late nascent soul cultivators, there are other cultivators that may join in this wagered as well. Up to 10 wagered battles, all to the death. Could it be that they believe that we will simply abide by these terms?" Given the cunning of the characters in the room, they all knew the Milan put forward this risky battle with some scheme or trick in mind. They couldn't help but ponder with unease. Han Li was also puzzled by this. The war challenge clearly stated that the proposed battle will have both sides send their own forces and make no use of any dirty-handed methods. Instead, the cultivators that battle will be able to directly wager their rare materials in battle, and the winner could directly seize the loser's storage pouch. What was particularly suspicious was that the war challenge also stated that these 10 wagered matches must be held simultaneously, and any cultivators that are defeated will be incapable of running. They will die on stage. For this reason, the wagered battles will be held in a sealed spatial barrier. This barrier will be guarded by people on both sides, preventing either side from tampering with the battle. However, regardless of any tricks the Milan may hold, this will prove to be a great opportunity for us. If we are able to kill a few high-grade spell warriors before our armies fight, it will be of great benefit to us. Humph! I fear the Milan holds the same intentions as you do." The hesitantly spoken statement was immediately rebuked. Old Man Kwong of the Sailing Boundaries study disdainfully said, "What is there to think about? If the Milan wishes to hold a wagered battle, we don't need to accept. In 7 days we will lay out our own arrangements. As a result, their plans will result in nothing." Master Sunreach sighed and helplessly said, "Unfortunately, while Brother Kwong's words are reasonable, we are required to participate in this wagered battle, and we must win." Old Man Kwong frowned and discontentedly said, "What? What does Master Sunreach mean? We cannot allow ourselves to be led by the nose by the Milan." Many of the other eccentrics in the room nodded in agreement. Master Sunreach sullenly said, "We are well aware that there is something suspicious about this. But the Milan had captured many cultivators on their warpath, a majority of them being 9 Nations Union cultivators. And in the process of providing assistance, many of sect disciples have also been captured. The envoy stated that they have about 1,000 captives in total." In his alarm, Old Man Kwong immediately asked, "What did they say? Are they going to execute the captives if we do not agree to their conditions? Are the Milan not afraid of our retaliation?" Master Sunreach quickly replied, "The envoy didn't state as such. However, he did speak of a chance to rescue these cultivators. In addition to the materials that were wagered for each of the 10 wagered battles, each battle will wager the freedom of 100 captive cultivators. The eccentrics in the hall looked at each other in dismay. 1,000 cultivators aren't particularly many, and they will most likely be low-grade cultivators. There wasn't a need to save them, but if someone were to propose to abandon them, they would become the butt of criticism. While these cultivators didn't personally care about these captives, they were the representatives of various sects and clans of all sizes. There were particularly many cultivators that were captured in an attempt to slow down the Mulan armies. If they didn't rescue them, the morale of their forces would plummet, and the low-grade cultivators would feel particularly disappointed, and few of them would fight with all of their strength. The other cultivators inwardly swore at the Mulan for their cunning. Long Han agreed with a sigh. Who would thought these grassland savages would be able to act so cleverly? They hardly used any strategy in their previous invasions, but now they act with complete guile. We can't help but feel somewhat uneasy at this sudden change. Master Sunreach swept his gaze across the room and solemnly said, "It seems that everyone realizes that this battle is something that we cannot refuse. Regardless of what they are planning, we must defeat the spell warriors in this battle, else it will strike at our morale. Moreover, this wagered battle seems to lack any tricks. They most likely hold other intentions. As a result, you fellow Taoists need not worry about suffering any unexpected mishaps. If you have any doubts, we'll personally put a stop to these battles. Of course, since this is a battle to the death, we will not force anyone to join. This is voluntary?" When the eccentrics heard this, they coldly smiled and their eyes glinted as they remained silent. Nobody was so foolish to accept. Even if there was nothing suspicious about these wagered battles, there were none wished to fight to the death. After all, one had to strenuously cultivate for several hundreds of years in order to reach this current stage of cultivation. They wouldn't easily expose oneself to danger. Han Li also remained silent. Although he didn't mind exerting a bit of strength to fight in the war, he didn't wish to brave any unnecessary risks. In that last battle at the Yellow Dragon Mountains, he had nearly lost his life. He didn't wish to relive the experience. Old Devil Concord grew sullen at everyone's silence and coldly snorted. The bone-chilling sound caused the seated cultivators to feel a chill down their back. However, these cultivators still decided to remain silent. Master Sunreach shook his head at the sight and also revealed a trace of helplessness. Wei Wuya also narrowed his eyes and said not a word. Master Sunreach didn't allow this awkward silence to continue and said, "Before we arrived, we had a bit of a discussion. Since these wagered battles will prove dangerous, we have decided that any of the spoils gained from these battles will belong solely to the victor. Doesn't this somewhat make up for the danger? To the best of my knowledge, you fellow Taoists should be lacking some rare materials that you've been unable to find. We have some in our collection that we are able to persuade you with." Once this was said, his gaze swept past the room once more and his gaze stopped upon Han Li. Han Li felt his heart tremble and he felt somewhat puzzled. The other cultivators in the room felt the same. Although the sword-bearing Taoist had mentioned some alluring conditions, much to the temptations to those present, none took the initiative to step forward and participate in the wagered battle. But at that moment, Wei Wuya suddenly turned his head towards Taoist Shattered Soul and began to send him a voice transmission. The despondent Taoist Shattered Soul suddenly sat straight and wore an expression of delight. He then began to silently move his lips and converse with Wei Wuya through voice transmission. A short moment later, Taoist Shattered Soul's expression wavered with hesitation. At that same moment, Devil Concord began to send a voice transmission. Devil Cloudpart appeared completely aloof since he had entered the hall, but when he heard his sect's Grand Elder's voice transmission, he immediately frowned with a gloomy expression. It was unknown what was said to him. After a moment of thought, Taoist Shattered Soul eventually said, "Fine, so long as you uphold what was agreed. I don't mind braving danger just this once." When the others heard this, they were absolutely stunned. Then Devil Cloudpart said, "Since fellow Taoist Shattered Soul is participating, I will go as well. It would be truly unfortunate if these rare materials were lost to me." The old devil coldly smiled, but a trace of anger could faintly be seen from his face. The other cultivators glanced at each other. Although they didn't say anything, they were deeply startled. Regardless of what had convinced the two, it caused all the others to feel ill at ease. As expected, the three great cultivators each began to send voice transmissions to cultivators in the hall one after another. Most of these cultivators would happily or worriedly agree to fight in the wagered in the battle. There were only two that coldly shook their head and refused. When Han Li saw this, various thoughts began to swirl through his mind. But at that moment, Master Sunreach's voice had reached his ear. "Fellow Taoist Han, I heard that you were currently searching for a large quantity of auric essence. Is this true?" When Han Li heard this, he felt his heart pound. It was no surprise that he knew of this. His request of the Heavenly Tao Alliance's search for auric essence wasn't a secret affair. After calming his heart, Han Li said, "That's right. I require some auric essence in order to refine my magic treasure. Could it be that fellow Taoist Sunreach has a large amount of it?" Master Sunreach chuckled with a grin. "Fellow Taoist Han guessed correctly. Fellow Taoist Wei and I have each acquired a large chunk of auric essence. Its quantity should be enough for fellow Taoists to use. Are you interested?" After pondering to himself for a moment, he non-committedly replied, "I would like to first see if the auric essence is to my satisfaction before I consider fighting." Master Sunreach agreed with a smile. In such a brief amount of time, 5 cultivators had agreed to fight. They were all like Han Li. It was only after some thought that they readily agreed. But even as hesitant as they were, their responses were to Master Sunreach's satisfaction. He then promptly ceased his voice transmissions and began to make arrangements with how the Milan armies should be dealt with. In spite of the clamor of the eccentric speaking of how to make use of spell formation tools and deal with the troublesome spirit technique formations of the Milan, Han Li's mind had already wandered off as he pondered about the auric essence. To tell the truth, Han Li had been dissatisfied with the might of the bamboo cloudswarm swords. It wasn't that his flying swords were inferior to the might of his fellow cultivators, but rather they were too weak in the face of the enemies that he had encountered. If he faced weak opponents, he wouldn't have to use them. He would use the Azure Essence sword streaks to deal with them. But against towering opponents, his flying swords would prove quite meager. But with the Azure Essence sword art's last recorded divine ability, the Aurit sword formation, Han Li's bamboo cloudsword swords would be able to contend against a late nascent soul cultivator for some time, even if he could only muster a small portion of its complete power. As for the Heaven Void Cauldron, he hadn't personally witnessed any of its actual power. As he only heard endless praise of it from Silvermoon, he started to grow doubtful of it. Because the Aurit sword formation was a great divine ability that would allow him to establish himself in the cultivation world, he needed to acquire a large quantity of it in order to make use of the formation. However, Han Li felt uncertain about participating in the wagered match for it. With some thought, he decided to first see how much auric essence was being offered before de-icing. If it was enough auric essence for him to refine the Aurit formation, he may find himself agreeing. So long as his opponent wasn't one of the Milan divine sages, he felt he had nothing to fear. Even if the Milan were to engage in any trickery during the wagered battles, he would be able to escape the trifling barrier with his thunderstorm wings and his purple apex flames. With this thought over, Han Li felt calm once more and began to listen to what was being planned. This meeting was held for nearly 2 hours under the guidance of Master Sunreach. While Old Devil Concord occasionally added a few words in, Wei Wuya remained completely silent on the matter. Something worthy of note was how both Master Sunreach and Devil Concord had highly valued Long Han. Whenever a matter related to the Heavenly Tao Alliance came up, they had always asked for his opinion. It appeared to be true that Long Han was able to contend against the 3 great cultivators together with his wife. Just as the discussion was about to come to a close, the cultivators who weren't participating in the wagered battle were given a few specific duties. Afterwards, Master Sunreach called the end of the meeting and bid everyone farewell, wishing them to properly prepare for what was to come. However, there were still 3 cultivators that hadn't left, one of them being Han Li. As for the other 2, they were Devil Cloudpart and a gorgeous woman with a bloodless complexion. The woman had remained silent in the previous discussion as Han Li did. Once most of the others left, Devil Concord expressionlessly said, "Junior Marshal Brother, follow me." There is something I must say to you alone. He then walked out of the hall without turning back. Devil Cloudpart's gaze wandered for a moment and silently followed him after some hesitation. It seemed he greatly feared the large black-robed man. Master Sunreach waited until the Devil Concord and Devil Cloudpart departed before facing Han Li and the Pale Woman. Fellow Taoists Han and Bai, let's have a proper chat. How about you first take a look at the items you want and then decide whether or not you'll be participating in the wagered battles. This humble Taoist understands your reasoning. After all, this matter will be extremely dangerous. If there isn't a proper reward, no one would take the risk. But regardless if these items are to your satisfaction, I hope you two fellow Taoists will be participating in the wagered battles. Wei Wuya simply stood to the side and held his hands behind his back. He was calmly examining the two. When they heard Master Sunreach, Han Li didn't reply. Rather, the gorgeous pale woman frowned and said, I am a woman who treads the solitary path. I do not care whether the Milan invades the heavenly south or the other way around. Were it not for your message speaking of this item, I wouldn't have emerged from seclusion. Let's get the ugly matters out of the way first. If what you have is not to my satisfaction, I will leave without reservations. Master Sunreach wasn't angered at her cold words, and instead replied with a warm tone, Fellow Taoist Bai, there is no need for this, although I was somewhat mistaken for what happened in the past. In truth, I was doing what was best for you. The woman's expression sank and she coldly snorted. I am the judge of whether or not it was mistaken. Enough of the past. Bring out the item. When Han Li heard this, he felt shocked despite his calm exterior. This woman surnamed Bai seemed to have a dispute of some sort, perhaps due to a past relationship. When Master Sunreach saw the woman's angered expression, he could only helplessly shake his head and took out a white jade box from his storage pouch. It appeared rather ordinary, as if made of common materials. But in the instant it appeared, the entire room dropped in temperature as if they were in the dead of a harsh winter. Even Han Li, who had long grown unfazed by weather, couldn't help but feel unwell in the face of such cold. The woman surnamed Bai revealed excitement upon sensing the icy cold that the box emitted. At that moment, Master Sunreach wordlessly offered the jade box to the woman. After she took it into her hands, she opened it, revealing it clearly to Han Li. They were a pair of transparent crystalline cocoons. They emitted a trace of cold chi that caused Han Li to frown. They seemed to be cocoons of the icefrost silkworms, who were ranked last on the list of exotic insects. Although this exotic insect wasn't very powerful in battle, it has an inconceivable divine ability that is difficult to find. If this woman truly required these insects, it was quite possible she would agree to fight in the wagered battle. Why are they cocoons? These aren't fully grown. To Han Li's surprise, the woman's expression turned unsightly upon seeing them. Master Sunreach replied with a calm expression, Fellow Taoist Bai, these ice-frost silkworms were found 100 meters deep inside a sheet of ice. They aren't common. They are top-grade monarch silkworms. Look at them with your spiritual sense. You'll find that there is something exceptional about them. Monarch silkworms? The woman's expression stirred and she doubtfully swept her spiritual sense past the cocoons. A short moment later, her expression relaxed. How about it? While these monarch silkworms are still in their cocoons, they should be more than enough for your uses. After a moment of hesitation, the woman put away the box and said, With this, I will be able to fight in the wagered battle. Master Sunreach sighed with relief and smiled. Good. With fellow Taoist Bai's frost cloud arts, she'll be able to deal with those trifling spell warriors in a single move. Afterwards, the woman expressionlessly said, I'll be taking my leave. Before heading out of the hall, Master Sunreach bitterly smiled and shook his head. When Wei Wuya saw this, he chuckled and said nothing else. Once the woman left the hall, Master Sunreach focused on Han Li and asked with a smile, Fellow Taoist Han, just how much auric essence do you require? With completely open intentions, Han Li said, I require much of it. It can be said that the more, the better. Of course, since auric essence is quite valuable, so long as you two fellow Taoists bring it to me, I'll exchange it for an equivalent price. I definitely won't have you suffer a loss. Master Sunreach chuckled. From fellow Taoist Han's tone, it seems he possesses quite a bit of wealth. However, fellow Taoist Han should know that at our realm, there are few items that are able to tempt fellow Taoist Wei and I. Otherwise, we wouldn't have relinquished so many of our worldly possessions for this war. Han Li smiled and said nothing else. Instead, Wei Wuya sighed and suddenly spoke, Fellow Taoist Sunreach, your tone may be bold, but fellow Taoist Han was able to escape from a Milan divine sage with only early nascent soul stage cultivation. He is no ordinary cultivator. Master Sunreach casually said, Hehe, I've been rude. But regardless of what fellow Taoist Han plans on using to trade for the auric essence, how about he first takes a look at it? If fellow Taoist truly has an item that can tempt us, we'll have no objections trading it for the entirety of the auric essence. He then reached for his storage pouch and a white light flew into his palm, revealing 3 various-sized chunks of golden rock that magnificently glowed. The middle-aged Taoist handed them over to Han Li in one move. Han Li's heart pounded as he directly received the rocks, and he examined them with covetous desire. The 3 chunks, 1 large and 2 small, were truly auric essence. The larger of the pieces was about the same size as the chunk that was auctioned off at the trade meet, about the size of a walnut. As for the smaller pieces, they were about half that size. This amount of auric essence should be enough for him to infuse tensome flying swords. However, it was somewhat lacking in quantity compared to what Han Li desired. Despite his calm expression, his eyes betrayed a trace of disappointment. Master Sunreach was somewhat amazed to see this. Just how much auric essence did this man want? It was rather baffling. With that thought, he shot a glance at Wei Wuya. Having seen Han Li's expression, he also glanced at Master Sunreach and calmly took out a fist-sized chunk of auric essence from his sleeve. When Han Li saw such a large chunk of auric essence in Wei Wuya's hand, he grew delighted. Although this chunk of auric essence wasn't enough for all 72 flying swords, with luck, this along with 3 smaller pieces should be enough for at least half of them. With 36 flying swords supported with the swordlight reflection technique, it would be just enough for a small-scale aureate sword formation. With excitement in his heart, Han Li caught the chunk of auric essence that Wei Wuya tossed to him. After examining it with a deep breath, he said, Although this may be all of your auric essence, it is still somewhat lacking, but it will be enough for me to participate in the wagered battle. Please take a look at these items and see if they are to your satisfaction. After putting away the auric essence, he took out 2 differently colored jade boxes and handed them separately to Wei Wuya and Master Sunreach. They each took the jade boxes and indifferently opened them. Wei Wuya weighted the box in his hand before opening it first. One of the boxes had numerous scarlet fingernail-sized scales. The other box had a fist-sized jet-black tortoise shell. The 2 late nascent soul-stage cultivators were amazed by what they saw. What's this? Demon beast materials. Han Li explained. That's correct. Fellow Taoist Wei has the scales of a grade 8 venomous flood dragon. As for fellow Taoist Sunreach, he possesses the shell of a grade 8 demon tortoise. Although I don't dare to say these items are heaven-defying existences, these metamorphosed demon materials are rarely seen in the heavenly south. They should be more than enough to trade for auric essence. Although Han Li's tone was calm, he held much confidence. Grade 8 demon beast materials were extremely hard to come by even in the scattered star seas. Although many cultivators head out to the outer star seas, very few were able to see demon beasts of that grade, let alone kill one. And in the heavenly south, grade 7 and 6 demon beasts were killed as quickly as they appeared. None are left to ascent to grade 8 stage. And apart from a few areas that large sects control, all other areas are devoid of any high-grade demon beasts. Although Master Sunreach was able to quickly recover from his shock, Wei Wuya couldn't help but shout in delight. The scales of a grade 8 venomous flood dragon. Han Li was stunned for a moment before soon recalling that Wei Wuya cultivated a venomous cultivation art. As the body of a venomous flood dragon is particularly deadly, these scales might prove to have other miraculous uses for him. Just as Han Li hesitated as to what to say, Wei Wuya hastily extended his fingers and fiddled with one of the crimson scales. After carefully examining them, he began to ponder what there was to gain. Master Sunreach felt somewhat amazed by Wei Wuya's loss of demeanor. But after a strange expression appeared on his face, he smiled at Han Li and said, "Hee hee, it seems fellow Taoist Han's item is much to Brother Wei's liking. I am also rather interested in the tortoise shell. If these are true grade 8 demon beast materials, they will be a fair trade for the auric essence as they are optimal materials for refining defensive magic tools." Although he felt that Han Li's words weren't false, the sword-bearing Taoist found it hard to believe that an early nascent soul cultivator was able to acquire grade 8 demon beast materials. He naturally had to determine whether or not the tortoise shell was genuine. Just as Han Li pondered, he heard a long sigh from Wei Wuya. Wei Wuya put away the jade box in a flash of light and happily said, "Not bad. It is truly the scales of a metamorphosed venomous flood dragon. This is very suitable for me. There is hope that my magic treasure will ascend to a whole new level." Afterwards, he raised his head to shot Han Li an appraising look. "To tell the truth, it is truly surprising to me that fellow Taoist was able to produce such rare treasures. These venomous flood dragon scales are particularly important to me. Although all we've done is trade for what we've needed, fellow Taoist Han still must participate in the wagered battle on behalf of the Heavenly South. How about this? I still have one last piece of auric essence. I originally planned to give it to my descendants, but since fellow Taoist Han requires it, I will give it to you. This way, I won't be accused of taking advantage of you." With a flip of his hand, he summoned an egg-sized piece of auric essence and tossed it to Han Li. With the addition of this piece of auric essence, he would have more than enough to temper the 36 flying swords. His goals to taking out such rare materials had been achieved. It could be said these grade 8 demon materials proved slightly more valuable than that of the auric essence. If they were to take the materials and still have him fight in the wagered battle without further compensation, it would be rather unreasonable. Of course, their intentions of acting so generously towards Han Li was obvious. As a nascent soul cultivator, he could simply pretend to agree and flee after taking the auric essence. If this were only a common trade that didn't involve the wagered battle, they wouldn't be able to do much else apart from complain. At that moment, Master Sunreach finished appraising the item and he wore a slight smile on his face. It seemed he was quite satisfied with the tortoise shell. However, when he saw Wei Wuya give him another piece of auric essence, he hesitantly muttered to himself for a moment before bringing out a 6-inch long yellow rootstock that was as thick as a thumb. Master Sunreach solemnly said, "From the wood attribute spiritual qi that is overflowing from your body. I believe that fellow Taoist's main cultivation art is wood attributed. I have nothing appropriate to give you, so I can only present to you a small piece of rootstock from an ancient rattan palm. It will be greatly useful regardless of whether you refine it into a magic tool or use it to nourish your body's wood attribute spiritual qi. It should be enough to compensate you for the grade 8 demon tortoise shell." Wei Wuya revealed an expression of astonishment when he saw this item. That is, Han Li was initially disappointed, but when he saw Wei Wuya's change of expression, his mind stirred in thought. An ancient rattan palm? Could it be that profound goddess palm that the righteous and devil Tao wished to resurrect with the spirit root tree's wine nectar? Han Li glanced at the item in his hand with astonishment. Master Sunreach wasn't surprised to see that Wei Wuya recognized this item. He calmly said, "With Brother Han's status, he should know of the profound goddess palm that appeared in this world. It is a pity that despite our efforts, we were unable to bring it back to life. In the end, we were only able to divide up the pieces of the rattan palm with the devil Tao and treat it as tool refinement materials. This is 1/4 of the palm's rootstock. The profound goddess palm." Han Li caught the yellow rootstock and muttered to himself with surprise. Han Li learned of the profound goddess palm from several ancient records. He now realized why the righteous and devil Tao had schemed to resurrect it. Immortal rattan palms were only a general classifier for these plants. They were merely a vine-type spiritual root that were useful. However, the profound goddess palm was different. Only a few such ancient rattan palms had the qualifications to be named as profound. Profound rattan vines belonged to a completely different realm and came into creation during times of antiquity. As such, any fruits or flowers it may produce possessed inconceivable effects that were truly heaven-defying. However, the profound goddess palm were one of such roots that possessed amazing effects, but as it had perished long ago, its husk was indistinguishable from other rattan palms. Were it not for the explanation that was left behind in the ancient cultivator burrow where it was found, it would have been assumed to be an ordinary rattan palm husk. At the start, it was believed to be a precious treasure. Even the righteous and devil Tao has fought several times for the possession of the treasure. Later on, the higher echelon of the righteous and the devil Tao decided to first see whether or not the immortal rattan was able of being resurrected. After all, even if it was resurrected, it could take tens of thousands of years before it would bear fruit or flowers. As a result, they first tried several different methods in their attempts to bring it back to life, and they later used spirit water and milk to water it. They even used wine nectar from the spirit root tree of the Dreamcloud Mountains. However, all these efforts were in vain as the immortal rattan showed no sign of coming back to life. With dashed hopes, the devil and righteous Tao decided to divide the stalk and branches into tensome pieces and even divide them between each party. As for how Master Sunreach acquired a piece of the rootstock, it was offered as tribute in an attempt to curry favor with him, the Grand Elder of the Righteous Tao Alliance. As for how Wei Wuya recognized it, he also had a section of the immortal rattan, but it was only a small portion of its branch. Through a series of trades, it had eventually made its way into Wei Wuya's hands. Since the pieces of the profound goddess palm couldn't be resurrected, they could only be used as top-grade materials at best, greatly decreasing its value in Master Sunreach's point of view. Additionally, since it was a wood attribute material and wasn't well suited for his own cultivation arts, he gave it to Han Li without much consideration. Wei Wuya soon realized what Master Sunreach also thought, and his surprise soon disappeared. Although he knew of the origins of the rattan rootstock, Han Li only felt slight disappointment. He currently had no lack of top-grade tool refinement materials. He only desired to acquire more auric essence, and it was for that reason that he took out the grade 8 demon materials. Since he didn't have the time to nurture his bamboo cloudswarm swords nor the spiritual power to refine a new magic treasure, it was currently better for him to receive ancient treasures instead if auric essence was out of the question. But since Master Sunreach truly didn't possess any auric essence, he offered the rootstock of the profound goddess palm, something that was also quite precious. As a result, Han Li simply took the box without another word and peered inside of it. His current plan for it was to make use of the small green bottle when he returned to his cave residence and attempt to mature the rattan palm. The green liquid born from the small mysterious bottle was unfathomable, and was even able to mature the 3 divine trees. Perhaps it would be able to create a miracle of reviving the profound goddess palm. Although the chances were small, it would be an enormous windfall if it succeeded. As a result, his initial disappointment faded away. Golden lightning bamboo, acquired from Violet Spirit, soul nurturing tree, acquired from Heaven Void Hall and Yuan Yao, and the Spirit Well tree, Dreamcloud Mountains. Before Wei Wuya and Master Sunreach further spoke, Han Li sighed and tactfully said, "Since I've acquired the auric essence, I will naturally participate in the wagered battles in 7 days. Since the hour is late, I will be returning first. I must make preparations for the coming war." Master Sunreach smiled and politely said, "I didn't think that fellow Taoist Han would be such an impatient character. The war is important, so it is only natural to want to prepare yourself. We won't keep you here any longer." Han Li promptly nodded and saluted them before quickly heading to the hall's exit. But before Han Li could make his way outside, Wei Wuya stared at him with a strange expression and moved his lips, sending a series of voice transmissions towards him. "Fellow Taoist Han, on behalf of these venomous flood dragon scales, I will overlook the matter of you stealing away fellow Taoist Nangong. As it wasn't meant to be between Fairy Nangong and my nephew, there was nothing that could be done." When Han Li heard this, he couldn't help but stop in his tracks. He then felt a wave of delight and quickly walked out the hall without turning around. Once Han Li could no longer be seen, Master Sunreach and Wei Wuya glanced at each other in silence. A short moment later, Master Sunreach slowly said, "What do you think? I found it truly inconceivable Han Li would actually bring out grade 8 demon beast materials. Could it be in the time he disappeared through the ancient transportation formation, he acquired the complete legacy of an ancient cultivator? How else was he able to reach early nascent soul stage in such a short amount of time? Not to mention the many treasures he possesses. Wei Wuya wryly smiled. It is possible, but this has little to do with us. He is not the only person that has inherited ancient cultivation arts and ancient treasures. Having such a rare chance is a truly envious matter. Don't tell me you're thinking about killing him to take his treasures. Master Sunreach chuckled and shook his head. Kill him? Brother Wei can sure tell a joke. Let alone during a time of war, this can't be done during peacetime either. Based solely on his ability to escape a Milan divine sage, I'd be stirring up trouble without reaping any gains. Besides, his treasures may be precious, but would they allow me to break through to deity transformation stage? Besides, the Heavenly Dao Union and those pair cultivators aren't easily trifled with. As Wei Wuya and Master Sunreach remained behind and had a casual discussion about Han Li, the person in question had already arrived outside. To his surprise, Han Li caught sight of Dong Xian'er. The woman was standing outside the hall with a lowered head as if she were thinking about something. The cultivator's standing guard had ignored her since she had arrived with Devil Cloud Part. When she saw Han Li arrive, it stirred a reaction from Dong Xian'er. She wore an odd expression on her face and appeared to be at a loss. A trace of resentment could also be faintly made out. Han Li felt somewhat bewildered and couldn't make much sense of the matter. Regardless, Han Li promptly walked past her, as if he hadn't seen her, and slowly walked towards the distant street. She simply stood in place, biting her lips, and watched Han Li in silence as he left. After making a turn, he sensed her gaze had left him, and he shook his head with a frown. Silvermoon's puzzled voice echoed from the back of his mind. Master, you recognize that female cultivator? Han Li casually replied. She was an old acquaintance, but our relationship couldn't be considered good. Is that so? From her expression, it appeared your relationship with her was unordinary. Could it be Master once? Silvermoon smiled and deliberately trailed off. Enough nonsense. I have a poor impression of the woman, and we were even once enemies. Han Li grew annoyed and coldly snorted. Silvermoon wryly smiled in response and tactfully kept silent. Ever since Han Li saved Silvermoon and remained silent on the matter of the purple cloud lace and the ancient flower basket being seized, Silvermoon grew far more intimate with Han Li. Although she didn't dare to be too imprudent with him, she spoke far more openly with Han Li. Of course, he also sensed this and felt more trustful with her in turn, resulting in a much closer relationship between the two. After returning back to the Drifting Cloud sect encampment, Han Li had a quick discussion with Lu Luo about the meeting. Lu Luo wore a worried expression. There is no need for Junior Martial Brother to risk participating in the wagered battle. It is true that auric essence is rare, but you only has one life to lose. This is far from good. Han Li smiled and carelessly said, Senior Martial Brother Lu, please relax. I am confident that I'll make it through the battle in one piece. Why else would I have agreed so quickly? However, I won't be able to pay much mind to the safety of our sect disciples before the battle. Senior Martial Brother Lu will have to look after them alone. Having heard Han Li, Lu Luo wore a relaxed expression. In the battle next week, I will naturally look after the sect disciples. Please don't worry about them. Since Junior Martial Brother is confident in the wagered battle, I won't speak further of it. However, I must ask if there is anything that you would like any sect disciples to perform. Han Li smiled. After a moment of thought, Han Li slowly said, For the coming battle, I will need to perform a few preparations. There are a few particular materials that I'll need my junior martial nephews to gather for me. Han Li bluntly took out a jade slip he had already prepared and handed it over to Lu Luo. Lu Luo took the jade slip and resolutely said, Rest assured. So long as they can be found in Skyfirst City, I will have these materials gathered for you. Warmed by his words, Han Li nodded and chatted a bit before taking his leave. The jade slip that he gave Lu Luo detailed the supplementary materials for the spirit subjugation talisman. On the way back to the encampment, he had came to a conclusion that while he should have no problem with the wagered battle given his current abilities, he always felt it best to tread with caution and that he should make what preparations he could, the spirit subjugation talisman being one of them. It would be the soul-killing move that he would be able to prepare within several days' time. His only worry was the odds of success for refining it. As for tempering his flying swords with auric essence and cultivating the aureate sword formation, that wasn't something that could be accomplished in a sparse few days. He originally thought to find a satisfactory spirit talisman brush and have some more practice honing his talisman refinement techniques before attempting to create the spirit subjugation talisman. But now that he only had a few days, he had to make an attempt despite the lower chances of success. If he could successfully refine it, he would have another killing move. If he failed, nothing could be done about it. Any other preparations he could make over the next few days wouldn't be able to increase his strength. With that thought, Han Li calmly arrived at his assigned residence and entered his bedroom. He then sat cross-legged on his bed and closed his eyes. In a mere 2 days, Han Li had acquired all of the materials that he had requested. He was delighted and felt reassured of his decision to become a drifting cloud sect elder. With these materials on hand, Han Li moved to a sealed room. After taking a seat cross-legged at the center of the room, he placed each of the materials in front of him and carefully opened a black-green bottle that he took out from his storage pouch. With a whoosh, a streak of crimson light shot out from the bottle. Already prepared, Han Li calmly raised his hand and grasped at the air. A large hand of azure light appeared soon after and grabbed the crimson ball of light. The azure light hand then pulsed with light and trembled, revealing the crimson light's true form. It was a crimson flood dragon that was several inches long. It continuously swiveled at the center of the palm and would occasionally attempt to escape, but the surrounding walls of azure light firmly trapped the flood dragon like a bird to a cage. Han Li narrowed his eyes and blue light shined from his pupils. He was able to instantly view every detail of the flood dragon's soul. It appeared lively and exactly the same as when he had captured it tens of years ago. But with his bright sight spirit eyes, he was able to see something exceptional. Although the power of the flood dragon's soul still remained astonishingly strong, the light in its eyes had dulled. Clearly, its intelligence had waned. Now, the soul merely had power, but its mind was exactly the same as an unevolved flood dragon. Its attempts to escape were only born from instinct. Han Li sighed and recalled the grade 8 venomous flood dragon and its immense abilities. It was now reduced to a feral soul only over the passage of tens of years. The contrast was so great that it nearly invoked pity. This led Han Li to be particularly mindful of immense challenges on the path of cultivation. If he were to one day lose his flesh body and his primal soul fell into the hands of an enemy, he may find himself in the same situation as this venomous flood dragon. Han Li sat down in silence for a moment longer and sighed. With a shake of his hand, he had the crimson flood dragon appear 3 meters above his head, remaining trapped in place within a barrier of azure light. Paying no further attention to the venomous flood dragon soul, Han Li lowered his head to look at the materials before him. He pointed to the emerald green hide of an unknown spirit beast and had it fly over towards him. With a bright glint from his eyes, he opened his mouth and spat out a sliver of azure nascent flame onto the spirit beast hide. Oddly enough, the flames didn't burn the spirit beast hide but enveloped it. Han Li clutched both of his hands in an incantation gesture and began to continuously flick his fingers, striking the spirit beast hide with a barrage of spell seals. The nascent flame continuously flickered and pulsed with light. Han Li then ceased his casting incantation gestures and pointed his finger at a white jade box. The box flew over to him and opened to reveal a pile of sparkling silver powder. He flicked at the jade box, sending a small portion of the silver powder directly into the azure nascent flames, bringing forth silver embers within the flames. With further control from Han Li's incantation gestures, the flames drew the spirit beast hide to its center, transforming the hide into a huge silver lotus flower that slowly swiveled in the flames. Han Li's expression grew increasingly solemn and began to point to each of the containers in front of them. Various materials dazzlingly burned as they entered the fire. As they burned, the spirit beast hide turned silver to black, then black to green. Then when it turned crimson, Han Li breathed out and ceased pouring in the materials, and instead began to mutter. At the same time, several of his fingers trembled, shooting out several threads of slim azure light from his fingertips, directly striking the surface of the spirit beast hide. Now under the azure thread's control, the spirit beast hide ceased revolving and began to sway with a strange momentum. As Han Li continued his incantation, the spirit beast hide began to release slivers of black qi and shrink by a small amount. When the black qi touched the crimson nascent flame, they burned and released a faintly fishy scent in the air. Han Li seemed to ignore this and continued maintaining the flames for 2 hours. When the last sliver of black qi from the spirit beast hide had been refined, Han Li's expression finally relaxed and he sighed with relief. He tossed several more materials into the flame and had them burn for a moment more. Then as Han Li's gaze flickered, the flames were suddenly extinguished with a pop, revealing a crimson spirit hide. At this moment it was only the size of the palm of a hand. Han Li was satisfied to the chances to the spirit hide. He then pointed to the flood dragon soul above him without the slightest hesitation and had the barrier surrounding it scatter into specks of light. Then through some invisible force, it was sucked into the crimson spirit hide. With a puff, it disappeared without a trace. With the flood dragon soul absorbed by the spirit hide, Han Li flipped his hand, summoning a sparkling blue talisman brush into his palm. It was 7 inches long and was exquisitely created. With his other hand, he beckoned to a blue jade box and summoned a ball of golden liquid from the case. Han Li quickly dipped the brush in the floating liquid and his expression froze as he concentrated on the spirit hide. He then began to sweep his brush through the air with great familiarity. Series of cryptic golden talisman characters began to flow from the tip of the brush and directly bore into the spirit hide. Soon after, various talisman characters began to emerge above the spirit hide in orderly lines, each glistening with golden light. Just as these talisman characters began to appear, the spirit hide began to fiercely shake, emitting dragon roars from within. Protrusions then began to appear on the surface of it. Soon after, the crimson flood dragon emerged from the spirit hide and attempted to escape with all its might. But in that instant, the golden talisman characters on top of it brightly shined and contorted, tightly constricting the flood dragon soul and dragging it back. Although the flood dragon soul has lost its intelligence, it was still the soul of a worldly spirit beast. Its instincts detected danger and continuously attempted to break free of the golden talisman characters. At that moment, Han Li began to draw talisman characters with increased speed, and more golden talisman characters directly enveloped the flood dragon, quickly overpowering it and pushing it back into the spirit hide. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Han Li took out a bottle of purple liquid and dipped his brush in it. He then calmly began to write an odd symbol. Following that, Han Li exchanged the cinnabar he used to write with his brush as he continued to write talisman characters. Not long after, the spirit hide talisman paper flashed with dense bursts of various colored light as it soared with spiritual qi. Han Li's expression grew increasingly solemn and his brushstrokes started to slow, his eyes shining with blue light as he utilized the bright sight spirit eyes to their greatest extent. Just after a single crimson talisman character was drawn onto the spirit hide, a wave of increasingly frantic spiritual qi fluctuations suddenly emerged from the half-finished spirit talisman. Han Li's expression greatly changed as he began to inwardly curse. Without a further thought, he swept his sleeve, sending out a cloud of azure qi, instantly recalling all of the materials. At that same moment, he swept his other hand towards himself, summoning a small blue shield. It expanded in the blink of an eye and blocked his front. As Han Li finished all of this, the crimson spirit hide exploded, releasing deafening dragon roars. Rainbow light dazzlingly shined as a huge wave of astonishing spiritual qi struck the blue shield. Glowing with light, the large shield unwaveringly blocked the attack, somewhat to Han Li's surprise. He reckoned that due to the spirit talisman's immense power, the explosion that resulted from its failure would contain equivalently destructive force. It had been beyond his expectations for the attack to be so easily blocked. During Han Li's bewilderment, a streak of crimson light shot towards the ceiling of the sealed room in an attempt to escape. But just as the red streak touched the ceiling, a layer of white light blocked its way, causing it to rebound. Han Li was overjoyed at the sight of the flood dragon's soul and raised his hand without any further thought. He grabbed at the air, summoning a hand of azure light to emerge above the flood dragon's soul and grab it. He then pointed to the shield and had it quickly shrink with blue ripples of light before returning into his sleeve. Afterwards, Han Li again examined the recaptured flood dragon soul with the bright sight spirit eyes. Han Li yelped with astonishment. Although it still appeared to have the original soul, its strength was far weaker. The crimson flood dragon soul also appeared listless. Han Li glanced at the flood dragon soul and stroked his chin with a pensive expression. The failure to refine the spirit subjugation talisman hadn't resulted in the immediate destruction of the soul. It merely caused it to suffer a slight loss in strength. But in this case, he could make several attempts to create the talisman despite how difficult it may be to refine it. Of course, after each attempt, the soul would grow weaker and the power of the spirit talisman was sure to decrease as well. After pondering this, Han Li sighed with relief. Even if the soul decreased in power, it may prove easier to refine if the flood dragon soul was weakened. There was some fortune to be had from his failed talisman refinement. Han Li wryly smiled and began to take out another set of supplementary materials, and exchanged the spirit beast hide for a new one. He then set his mind of refining a new spirit beast hide. As Han Li painstakingly attempted to refine the spirit subjugation talisman over the span of 3 days, the entirety of Sci-Fi City began to mobilize. All sects and cultivators knew that there was about to be a great and decisive battle coming in a few days. After a period of disorder, the cultivators in the city began to leave their sect encampments and solemnly brought themselves to the assigned divisions of the cultivator army. They all knew that if they didn't win this battle and push back the Milan, they would invade the heavenly south. It would bring about the end of countless sects and legacies. As a result, their morale was at their peak without any need to rally them. As for the 10 wagered battles, news of that had also quickly spread around. Out of fear that Milan spies would leak the identity of the cultivators who would fight in the wagered battles, the names of those fighting were kept confidential. Apart from the eccentrics that participated in the meeting, no one would know of the 10 that would fight. Of course, the identity of these 10 nascent soul stage cultivators were of greatly discussed amongst many cultivators as well as their potential chances of winning. After all, the survival of about 1,000 cultivators depended on them. Those who had fellow sect members among the cultivators were particularly concerned over the matter. As for the Drifting Cloud sect disciples, they left Sky First City along with the divisions they were assigned to, with the exception of Cultivator Song, who was ordered to stay behind and wait for Han Li. As for Lu Luo, he followed after the rest of the Drifting Cloud sect with lack of a better choice. Not long after, Sky First City was empty apart for a sparse few cultivators standing guard. As a few more days passed by, Cultivator Song couldn't help but grow nervous. Han Li had yet to emerge, and she could faintly hear dragon cries and explosions coming from his heavily protected residence, much to her worry. On the 5th day, Cultivator Song decided that if her martial Uncle Han didn't emerge from seclusion, she would have to summon the courage to force her way inside. If she waited another day, it was possible that they wouldn't make it to the battle. At that moment, Cultivator Song was sitting in the main hall of the sect encampment as worried weighed on her mind. She occasionally looked outside the hall and faintly saw the glow of the setting sun. Her expression wavered as the sky gradually grew darker. She then stood up and bit her lips with a frown. But before she could leave the hall, she heard a series of clear bell rings from outside. She soon wore an expression of delight. A short moment later, Han Li suddenly appeared in a flash of azure light. "I pay my respects to Martial Uncle Han." Cultivator Song quickly stepped forward and curtsied. "How many days has it been? Nearly all the cultivators in the city are gone." When Han Li emerged from the sealed room, he swept his spiritual sense past the city and discovered that there were only a few cultivators left. While he was in the room, he could only feel a loose passage of time. Although he felt that the scheduled date had yet to arrive, he felt it best to make certain. Feeling much more at ease, Cultivator Song respectfully replied, "Reporting to Senior, today is the 5th day." Han Li decisively said, "The 5th day. We have more than enough time, but it is better to be early. Let's go." "As you command." Han Li waved his hand and a streak of white light flew out from his sleeve into the courtyard outside. The light faded away to reveal a winged white carriage, the wind-riding chariot. Han Li's figure blurred and he reappeared inside. He turned to the woman and said, "Come in. It will be faster to travel in this than flying with light." Cultivator Song shot an appraising glance at the carriage and silently entered it with slight surprise on her face. Afterwards, Han Li lightly tapped his foot, causing the wind-riding chariot to glow and envelope itself in a layer of white light. Then with a tremble it shot through the skies. The wind-riding chariot was worthy of being a treasure specialized in flight. Not only did it consume a small amount of magic power, it flew far more quickly than an ordinary cultivator could. In the blink of an eye, they had already left Skyfirst City. Cultivator Song was very relieved at the sight of this. She also couldn't help but wonder if this treasure was the reason why her martial uncle Han appeared so relaxed. Did this unfathomable martial uncle of hers manage to cultivate some formidable secret in the last few days? Just what were those explosions and dragon roars coming from the room? Just as this woman pondered in silence and allowed her imagination to run wild, Han Li asked her a question, much to her surprise. "Is fellow Taoist Violet Spirit still where they previously were?" After a pause, Cultivator Song obediently replied, "Violet Spirit and Mei Ning had decided to leave Skyfirst City for the time being and decide what to do once the war is over. Hee. That girl Violet Spirit is rather clever. This was a truly wise decision. If I were in her shoes, I'd be doing the exact same." Soon after, he poured more spiritual power into his foot and propelled the wind-riding chariot at even greater speeds. Cultivator Song revealed shock as they soon tore through the skies and disappeared past the horizon. Several days ago, on the border of the states of Yu and Bailiang, the armies of cultivators and spell warriors commanded a flurry of magic tools and treasures carved into the earth, forming an extension of their original fortresses into massive war camps several tens of kilometers away from each other. In a single night, the area underwent a sweeping change. This deserted area was suddenly surging with men and murderous desire. There were even small groups of cultivators and spell warriors that patrolled around the war camps, wary of any surprise attacks the other side may bring. Afterwards, even more cultivators and spell warriors began to gather here with each passing day, and various spell formations were placed along each side of the border, adding even more tension in the air. But at the center of the border, there would occasionally be spell warrior and cultivator patrols that encountered each other. Although they coldly glared at each other, they were able to restrain themselves from fighting. After all, fighting now wouldn't accomplish anything. As such, they begrudgingly stifled their bloodthirst and waited for the decisive day. On the 6th day, the Heavenly South and the Milan had finished placing down their grand formations, and they started to send their troops to probe the enemy, greatly decreasing the number of idle troops in camp. However, high-grade cultivators have also begun to accompany the patrols. Meanwhile, the higher echelons of both the Milan and the Heavenly South began to nervously draft their plans for war. As Skyfirst City was to the north of the cultivator war camp, it was natural that there were fewer restrictions placed there, but there were sentries and patrols placed there to a greater degree to compensate for it. As such, there was a group of over 10 cultivators that was calmly patrolling an area over 10 kilometers north from the war camp. The cultivator in charge was a beautiful woman that appeared to be in her 20s. She was an early core formation cultivator and her subordinates were all Foundation establishment cultivators. With the battle soon to come, none of them dared to be careless. Although this was only a routine patrol, the party was well alert. Only their leader appeared calm, but with her powerful spiritual sense, she was able to detect her surroundings clearly. Suddenly, the woman's expression stirred and she suddenly came to a stop. She glanced in the distant sky with an astonished expression, her subordinates soon following suit. Despite having not seen anything, they still maintained a lookout. Senior Xiao, what? Before the blue-robed cultivator could finish his question, a streak of white light suddenly flickered from across the sky, quickly traveling before them. Such speed! One of the cultivators cried out in shock. In nearly the blink of an eye, the light streak grew far brighter and something could be made out from within it. It should be that senior who stayed behind. But according to our rules, we must question him. You can wait here for now. The young woman spoke without the slightest fear. She then flew forward in the flash of yellow light. The subordinate cultivators blankly glanced at each other during this time and remained silent. They didn't belong to the same sect as the woman, and they didn't dare to raise any objections due to their inferior cultivation. The woman stopped after flying for a short while and waited for the streak of white light to arrive. When the white light stopped, she could see a strange carriage within it due to the short distance between them. Junior is Yellow Maple Valley's Xiao Chuier. Greetings, Senior. Junior is under orders to ask for your name. I hope for your understanding. Xiao Chuier. A voice spoke with astonishment from within the white light. Does Senior recognize this Junior? Xiao Chuier blinked and wore an expression of astonishment. His voice wasn't among the nascent soul cultivators that she knew, but it seemed awfully familiar. As the woman gazed at the white light in shock, it faded away to reveal its true appearance. It was a strange white carriage with a young man and woman standing within it. The man was wearing long azure robes and had a common appearance. The woman was gorgeous and wore white. Martial Uncle Han. When she saw the azure-robed man, Xiao Chuier covered her mouth and shouted in surprise. Her eyes were in complete disbelief. Little girl, you've grown. You're quite different from when I last saw you. Han Li examined the woman and wore a faint smile. Martial Uncle Han, it really is you. Although Senior Martial Sister Nye and Senior Martial Brother Lei had mentioned that Martial Uncle Han had formed a nascent soul, I had found it somewhat difficult to believe. Xiao Chuier spoke with delight, her expression reminiscent of when she was still young. It was the only chance that I had encountered them at the time, Han Li said with a smile. In the past, he had recommended this woman to enter Yellow Maple Valley. Although he hadn't spoken with her much, he felt somewhat close to her. Unlike with Niering and Lei Wanhe, as she was the succeeding disciple of his senior martial brother Ma. When Cultivator Song saw this, her mind began to stir. She recalled hearing that her martial Uncle Han was once a disciple of Yellow Maple Valley. It seemed he had encountered an old acquaintance. What relationship did they have? Without heed of Cultivator Song, Han Li and Xiao Chuier had a warm chat of the past. She had mentioned how she had escaped pursuit from the Devil Dao with his senior martial brother Ma and how they returned to Yellow Maple Valley, as well as how senior martial brother Ma had passed away in meditation and how she managed to form a golden core. The conversation reminded how much the world had changed around Han Li. But a short moment later, Xiao Chuier hesitated for a moment before asking, Martial Uncle, have you truly become a drifting cloud sect elder? Can you not return? She appeared to be faintly hopeful when she said this. Yellow Maple Valley had found themselves in an awkward position. Although they still had ancestor Linghu watching over the sect, there were no other nascent soul cultivators to succeed him. When he reached the end of his lifespan, Yellow Maple Valley's position among the 6 sects of Yu will surely fall. This is much to the worry of the Yellow Maple Valley core formation cultivators, Xiao Chuier not excluded. Knowing that she had the best relationship with Han Li, the sect decided for Xiao Chuier to raise the matter the next time she saw him, hoping that their old relationship would stir him. She couldn't help but raise the matter again, despite Han Li's previous refusal with Lei Wanhe. Han Li's smile disappeared and he shook his head. I cannot return. The Drifting Cloud sect has treated me quite well. It's better to not mention this matter any further. Xiao Chuier's expression dimmed. But our Yellow Maple Valley will. Han Li sighed. You don't need to worry too much. I've already made an agreement with Ancestor Linghu. If Yellow Maple Valley encounters any danger, I will be able to help you if it's within my abilities. Xiao Chuier's spirits quickly returned after hearing him. So it was like that. Many thanks, Martial Uncle. After some thought, Han Li took out an emerald ring and a bottle of medicine pills. You're thanking me too early. Since you were senior martial brother Ma's soul disciple and I haven't seen you for so long, I can't just leave you be. Take this. It's a magic treasure that I acquired after killing a core formation cultivator. Although you cannot use it as your bonded magic treasure, it will be effective in battle after you refine it. And here are some medicine pills for your cultivation. It is effective in breaking through bottlenecks. Many thanks for senior martial uncle's gift. Xiao Chuier deeply bowed to him before happily receiving the 2 items. All right, I will be heading to the war camp now. It's best that I don't keep those old eccentrics waiting. If chance will have it, I'll see you again. Once he gave her the items, he bid his leave and streaked through the skies before Xiao Chuier had another opportunity to speak. Farewell, Martial Uncle Han. With the carriage having already left, Xiao Chuier could only curtsy in a hurry. Afterwards, she remained in the air as she watched the streak of light drift off into the horizon. At that moment, her subordinates finally approached her. Senior Xiao, who was that senior? Was he a nascent soul cultivator? However, he appeared to be quite young. The cultivators gathered around and began to curiously talk among themselves. Xiao Chuier recalled her spiritual sense and her expression grew sullen. She icily swept her gaze past her subordinates and said, "Don't speak further of it. He is a nascent soul senior and he had treated me with great kindness in the past. He isn't someone to be gossiped about. Let's continue our patrol." Her subordinates immediately ceased speaking. With the wind riding chariot's great speed, they arrived near the war camp border after a short moment. Disliking how eye-catching the chariot was, Han Li put it away and decided to enter the war camp using personal flight. During this time, Cultivator Song tactfully kept silent about the previous event, to Han Li's approval. The 2 soon arrived before a huge light barrier. It was dense and brightly shined with various colored light, covered the entire war camp. Before he released Cultivator Song from his flight light, a cultivator standing guard hastily welcomed him. Once Han Li's identity was confirmed, he promptly opened a passage for them. Han Li parted ways with Cultivator Song once they entered. She went to report to Lu Luo before later joining the division of cultivators she was assigned to. As for Han Li, he went to the heart of the war camp where Master Sunreach and the others were waiting for him. They were pleased to see that Han Li had arrived. After a few polite greetings, they informed him of a few of the arrangements in the coming battle. But since he wasn't particularly interested, he soon took his leave. He then headed to a temporarily stone room and sat cross-legged, honing his spirit and strength. Han Li calmly sat down in the room. As time obviously passed by, the spiritual power he consumed on his way here had slowly recovered. When he opened his eyes once more, he wore a faint smile. Ever since his Azure Essence sword arts had been cultivated to the 10th layer, he could clearly feel his spiritual power returning far faster than normal. It had come as a pleasant surprise. With that thought, Han Li muttered to himself for a moment and he took out a wooden box that shined with black light. The box had several restriction talismans sealing it as they sparkled with azure light. With a sweep of his hand, the talismans flew off the box and into his sleeve. He then tapped the box and had it open to reveal what was inside. It was a palm-sized talisman that was covered in characters. There was also a small crimson flood dragon that could be faintly seen, roaming across its surface. Han Li extended his hand and beckoned to the talisman, having it fly into his hand. In the last few days, he had failed 3 times before finally refining the talisman. Although he didn't know how powerful it was certainly weaker than what was described of the past spirit subjugation talismans. After all, the flood dragon soul was greatly weakened from his 3 failed attempts. But in the end, he would only be able to test its true strength in battle. Han Li gently stroked the various characters written on the talisman's surface and sank deep into thought, his expressions changing with his thoughts. As Han Li sat pondering in the room, there were several mysterious figures discussing something in a room underground, several tens of kilometers away in the Mulan encampment. There were 5 men and 2 women. Among them, there was 1 man and 1 woman who concealed themselves with black robes. 2 of the unconcealed spell warriors were recognizable to Han Li. the woman surnamed Lu, the wielder of the ancient lantern who he had fought at the Yellow Dragon Mountains, and the middle-aged scholarly man who pursued him for several days without end, the divine sage. As for the other three, one was a shriveled old man with dark skin, a short man that wasn't even 4 meters tall, and a large embroidered-robed man with a majestic appearance. Sage Lu, how are the spirit oil preparations? You should know that the holy bird can only appear in this world as long as the sacred lantern burns. There can't be any mistakes. Despite the wrinkles on the old man's face, his eyes were bright and clear. The green-robed woman surnamed Lu respectfully replied, "Divine Sage Zhu, please don't worry. My clan is treating this battle as a matter of life or death. We've brought out all the spirit oil that my clan has produced for over 1,000 years. It should be enough to employ the holy bird for the battle." The old man then turned his questions to the middle-aged scholarly man. "Brother Zhong, were there any problems with organizing the Grand Spirit Technique formations? As our magic tools are inferior in number to the cultivators of the Heavenly South, we must rely on the Spirit Technique formations to suppress them." The scholarly man calmly replied, "There is no problem. The hundreds of years I've spent researching spell technique formations weren't in vain. I've already organized several new grand formations for the assault. If the Heavenly South cultivators are expecting the spirit technique formations of the past, they will certainly suffer. This will do. Brother Bai, once the melee starts, have the high-grade spell warriors summon the void spirit beasts to charge. Have them absorb the cultivators' attacks and waste as much of their magic power as possible." The old man gave a quick word to the short man before turning towards the black-robed man and politely saying, "Sect Master Fong, we will need your huge beasts' cooperation. Before the battle starts, I will give these huge beasts to you. However, I hope you will not back out of what we agreed on." The black-robed man's final words were laced with a deeper meaning. The shriveled old man's expression stirred and he callously said, "Back out? Brother Fong must be joking. How could we be so foolish as to offend your esteemed sect before the battle with the cultivators? In any case, your Sifting Een sect is one of the 10 great devilish sects of the Jin Empire. When our Mulan tribes seize the Heavenly South, we will pay back the debt as greatly as we can, as it isn't such a big matter to allow you to manage a few mortal countries. As for the mortals of the Yen clan, we don't care about their lives in the slightest." The black-robed man nodded and emotionlessly said, "That is good. Were if not for those righteous Dao fellows destroying our sect-protecting treasure, we wouldn't need a large number of living souls to restore it. As such, we wouldn't have felt the need to participate in your war with the Heavenly South cultivators. Collecting a vast quantity of living souls in the Jin Empire will certainly attract trouble from the righteous Dao. Although we have no fear of them, it would delay the treasure's restoration." The black-robed woman added on, "Additionally, all the cultivators' souls who die in this battle will belong to my sect. Surely Divine Sage Zhu won't have any objections to this." She spoke with a hoarse and raspy voice much in contrast to her petite figure, much to the shock of those who heard her. When the old man heard him, his expression slightly stirred. "Of course, we have little concerns with what will happen to the souls of cultivators, but will you be able to identify them differently from our spell warriors? While we have turned a blind eye to your unrestrained collection of souls lost in previous battles, we wish for this one to turn out differently. We'll compensate you in other ways instead." "This is impossible. The souls of cultivators and spell warriors don't have any differences between them. Even if there was a method, there will be tens of thousands of lives lost tomorrow, yet you want us to differentiate each one. Do you 3 divine sages plan on breaking our agreement?" The black-robed man narrowed his eyes, and his eyes instantly glowed with green light. A sinister and cold chi rose from his body. When the scholarly man surnamed Zhong and the short man surnamed Bai saw this, they were inwardly furious. Although they didn't take any action, their bodies faintly shined with silver and red light respectively as they stared at the black-robed man. As for the large embroidered-robed man and the woman surnamed Lu, they both stared daggers at the black-robed man as they wore displeased expressions on their faces. They have long been resentful of the fact at having the soul of spell warriors being collected. It was perhaps inevitable that there would be a falling out with these devil Dao cultivators from the Jin Empire. The old man sighed and his face grew solemn. Cease. What are you doing? Sect Master Fong is a guest that I had personally invited. Could it be that you do not hold me in any regard? The black-robed woman to the side sent a voice transmission to the black-robed man. When he heard this, the green light in his eyes withdrew and his strange aura faded away. The others sighed upon seeing this and released the spiritual power in their bodies. They clearly understood that while these devilish cultivators were displeasing to the eye, they were a necessity, not to mention that it wasn't a good time for any internal strife. With some further deliberation, he gritted his teeth and said, "How about this? You can gather together the souls, but you must do so stealthily after the battle. You cannot allow this to be seen no matter what. Otherwise, we can't guarantee what will happen afterwards." The black-robed man's eyes flickered and he nodded. "All right, so be it. Our sect agrees." The Mulan spell warriors were still displeased by this arrangement, but they had no choice. At that moment, the large embroidered-robed man asked, "Are your sect's battle preparations truly feasible? Are you not overreaching yourselves? The Heavenly South also have their own devilish cultivators. Won't they see through you?" The black-robed man sneered with disdain. "Devilish cultivators? Can they be considered as such? They merely cultivate some superficial techniques. Even if they hold confidence in their devilish techniques, they are merely the same on the surface. How would they know of the viciousness of true devil Dao techniques from antiquity?" The short man surnamed by smirked and said, "Is that so? But an elder of your esteemed sect was killed in an instant by a Heavenly South cultivator of the same grade. Are you not underestimating them?" The black-robed man's eyes coldly glinted, and he said nothing further apart from a snort. But at that moment, the black-robed woman took the opportunity to say, "I was just thinking of this matter. This cultivator with golden lightning is somewhat useful to our sifting insect. I hope that you 3 divine sages would be able to hand him over to us. How about it?" The shriveled old man wore a puzzled expression. "Hand him over to you? What? Are you 3 unwilling to agree to a minor request?" As if dissatisfied, the woman's voice only grew more hoarse. The shriveled old man stared at the black-robed woman with an odd smile on his face. If it was only an ordinary early nascent soul cultivator, it would be no problem to hand him over to you. But if involves the magic treasure with the golden lightning bamboo, it is a different story. The black-robed woman's mood grew sullen. "Fellow Taoist Jew has already guessed it," the old man replied. "Although our Mulan plains have been somewhat destitute, I do know a bit about the 3 divine woods in the cultivation world. While there aren't many people that know of the divine Devilbane lightning, they do not include us." Seeing through his intentions, the black-robed man icily said, "Since you know of the divine Devilbane lightning, you must know that our devilish sects cannot allow this treasure to fall into the hands of others. Speak your conditions." The old man's wrinkly face trembled to form a mysterious smile. "It is quite simple. I heard that in addition to these huge beasts, your sect also refined many copper-armored corpses. I hope that, in the crux of the battle tomorrow, Brother Fong will command them to offer us some help. After all, we don't know how the cultivators will respond despite all our preparations. We will naturally wish to be more careful." After some deliberation, the black-robed man replied, "I didn't expect for fellow Taoist Jew to know so much about our sect's secret techniques. The copper-armored corpses may be easily refined, but it will be troublesome for our sect if we lost too many at once. With these conditions, we will need you to bring back this cultivator alive." When the shriveled old man heard the sect leader, he gloomily said, "Capture him alive? Is Brother Fan joking? You should know that fellow Taoist Zhong has already fought him once. Not only is he capable of lightning movement, but also a blood movement technique that hasn't been seen before. We are incapable of blocking him. With such vast abilities, even we are unable to restrain him. Fellow Taoists, do you believe this is possible? If the request is to kill this person and seize his golden lightning bamboo magic treasure, it will be much more possible. Since it is so difficult to capture him, then it is acceptable to kill him. To the old man's surprise, the black-robed man had quickly amended his condition. The shriveled old man exchanged a glance with the other spell warriors and had a quick exchange with them through voice transmission before agreeing to the matter. Afterwards, they began to discuss the specific details of the incoming battle. Master Sunreach, Wei Wuya, and a few others were having a discussion about the war in a large hall. In addition to the three great cultivators and Long Han, there were also a beautiful red-clothed woman and a bald, eagle-eyed old man. The old man's eyes were narrowed, and he wore a glistening jade ring that was engraved with faint talisman characters. It appeared quite rare. Fellow Taoist Heavenvenge, this war will depend on all of us. We will draw the main forces of the spell warrior army here. In the meantime, you and your men will steal into Soaring Heaven City and take everything from the city's resource depot. Even if the Milan were able to make some use of it before the battle, if we draw this battle out, they will collapse without support form spirit stones or any other of their materials. Master Sunreach smiled at the old man before him, the renowned eccentric Heavenvenge, as if nothing unpleasant had occurred between the two of them in the past. So long as you are able to drag the Milan divine sages to the border, it will naturally be no problem to infiltrate Soaring Heaven City. And with the transportation formation that fellow Taoist Wei has given me, directly entering the city will prove even easier. However, my sole worry is why the Milan would leave their resource behind in the city. Is this not a trap that was set behind for us? The eagle-eyed old man spoke with a voice reminiscent of clacking stones. It was rather uncomfortable to hear. Devil Concord calmly said, "Fellow Taoist Heavenvenge, please relax. According to our spies amongst the Milan, although the Milan tribes have occupied the states of Feng Yuan and Yi, they have no other supply of resources. Before we evacuated from those countries, we destroyed all the spirit stone mines and other material sources. In spite of the great efforts of the Milan mortals to repair them, they weren't able to accomplish much in such a short amount of time. As of current, they are consuming a joint reserve of spirit stones that were pooled together from each of their tribes. These spirit stones are all distributed from a secret storehouse that is guarded by a formidable grand restriction. Additionally, there are several sages guarding it for safe measure. With these measures in place, there will be enough time to transport those materials out of the storehouse before it is breached by a potential attack. It is reasonable to say that these resources are as safe as can be." Wei Wuya coldly smiled and said, "However, they hadn't expected that after the many years we spent at war, we were able to place spies in their ranks as they did with ours. One of the sages guarding the safe house is precisely one of our own. When the time comes, he will deactivate the grand formation. Fellow Taoist Heavenvenge, so long as you and your people act with discretion, we will catch them entirely unprepared. You fellow Taoists seem so certain, but I can't help but ask what I will receive afterwards." Long Han answered with a smile. "Once this war is done, our four superpowers will agree to give a section of land in the state of Su over to you. You may establish your own sect there and we will not interfere in the slightest. From then on, you will be known as a sect founder." "Good. Since you seem so confident, my good friends and I will make an attempt. Since it is already late, I will return first to make preparations. We'll then set off the next day and infiltrate the state of Su." Eccentric Heavenvenge appeared satisfied with these conditions, but he had little intention of speaking further with them. He took his leave and soon disappeared from sight. Devil Concord frowned and slowly said, "That eccentric has good odds of succeeding. He will be bringing those vagrant eccentrics with him as well, each of them possessing profound abilities. If the Milan aren't expecting it, there shouldn't be much reason for them to fail." Long Han's expression stirred and said, "Fellow Taoist E speaks truly. So long as we tie down the Milan divine sages, fellow Taoist Heavenvenge will most likely succeed. However, I didn't expect that this old eccentric would want to found a sect at his age, not to mention gathering together so many vagrant cultivators to form their own faction. It comes as quite a surprise." Master Sunreach leisurely said, "I would say otherwise. Eccentric Heavenvenge has entered mid-nascent soul stage for at least 300 years. After being unable to break through to late nascent soul stage during this time, I reckon that he has admitted failure. In this case, it is no surprise that he has become committed to something else. Being able to become the founder of a sect will gain much glory for him. However, he has made many enemies out of various large sects and is taking this opportunity to discuss terms with us. His arrival has come as unexpected reinforcements. Enough! Although we have eccentric Heavenvenge handling some subterfuge, we cannot be careless at the start of this battle. We must prevail. If we are defeated, we will not be able to stop them, regardless of whatever resources they may possess. Master Sunreach paused before continuing. Brother Wei, will your 9 Nations Union have any problems blocking their Grand Spirit Technique formations? This should be the spell warrior's most common tactic for a melee. Wei Wuxia calmly said. In the many years we've fought them, we've gained an understanding towards spirit technique formations no less than that of their own masters. Were it not for the problem of techniques, our 9 Nations Union would have been able to employ spirit technique formations of our own. There is no need for fellow Taoist Sunreach to worry over the issue. Master Sunreach was satisfied by his answer, and then he looked at the large black-robed man. When Devil Concord saw this, he began speaking. Our 6 Devil Dao sects have already made preparations. Not only do we have the controlling spirit sect's 3 sect protecting beasts, our Harmonious Bond sect has also made preparations to release the dual yin-yang devils from their restrictions. The Ghost Spirit sect's Myriad Souls formation is also ready for us. As for the other sects, they each have made various preparations of their own as well. Fellow Taoist Sunreach, have your Righteous Tao Alliance prepared killing maneuvers as well. Our Righteous Tao Alliance had already started. Each sect has opened the halls of their founding ancestors, acquiring many ancient treasures of great power. They definitely won't leave fellow Taoists disappointed. Master Sunreach spoke curtly, but Devil Concord nodded with a less tense expression as if already knowing of the existence of these ancient treasures. Long Han revealed a trace of regret. Our Heavenly Tao Union is rather lax in this regard. Our various sects have begun preparation, but there isn't much that I specifically know about. As for our Phoenix Cry sect, they have taken several ancient jade talismans out of storage. Their might will be quite eye-opening for the Milan. But given all the time that has passed, their power has waned. After the battle, they will be completely exhausted. Ancient jade talismans? I didn't think that the Phoenix Cry sect possessed such treasures. I believe the other Heavenly Tao Alliance sects won't be disappointing us either. With that address, our sole worries are the black-robed men and the wagered battle. Master Sunreach pondered for a moment before hesitantly asking, Brother E, those black-robed men used Devil Tao techniques. Are you able to recognize what they were? Devil Concord unhappily snorted. Their techniques may be Devil Tao, but this is the first time I've heard techniques of this type. I cannot make an accurate judgment, but there is no doubt that their Devil Tao techniques are far more pure and ingenious than the 6 Devil Tao sects of the Heavenly South. Additionally, they appeared to resemble the Ghost Spirit sect's techniques. The Ghost Spirit sect? Master Sunreach pondered for a moment before continuing with a solemn expression. We don't know how many those black-robed men there are, but during the siege of Soaring Heaven City, 8 of them appeared, all at nascent soul stage. There are clearly cultivators of the same sect. As for where this devilish sect has come from, could it be the Grand Empire of Jin? When the others heard Master Sunreach, they didn't appear surprised. It seemed they had assumed the same. At that moment, the red-clothed woman finally spoke, her voice cold and clear. Humph! So what if they're Jin Empire cultivators? From how secretive they've been acting, as if afraid of being seen, it is certain that they are only a single devilish sect, or perhaps only a single branch of one. What is there to be afraid of? We merely have to treat them as spell warriors and feign ignorance otherwise. Master Sunreach agreed. Lady Feng words are reasonable. Even if a branch of the Jin Empire's Devil Tao is fully supporting the Milan, we won't be handing over the Heavenly South to them either despite how powerful they may be. That is right. But we must take into account that not only will the Jin Empire Devil cultivators have superior magic treasures, but that they will meddle in the wagered battles tomorrow through some hidden scheme. It will be troublesome. The Jin Empire possesses countless secret techniques, many of which are impossible to defend against. It doesn't matter. I've already considered this. Do you remember our great truth sex restriction-breaking bead? Long Han astonishedly asked. The restriction-breaking bead? The single-used magic tool that can destroy restrictions? Isn't it only useful against low-grade restrictions? The barrier used during the wagered battles, capable of resisting strikes from a nascent soul cultivator, are capable of being dissolved with this magic tool. Master Sunreach explained, if it were that restriction-breaking bead, it definitely wouldn't have an effect on a high-grade restriction. Brother Long may not know this, but the restriction-breaking beads that have spread are only half-finished goods. True restriction-breaking beads not only require many precious materials, but they are also difficult to refine. As a result, they possess great efficacy at breaking high-grade restrictions. Of course, since my sect hadn't used them often, we hadn't refined many of them. But for those fellow Taoists that will be fighting in the wagered battles, my sect has managed to gather together 10 restriction-breaking beads. So long as they have this on hand, they will be able to break the barrier and escape, given that they aren't immediately dealt with. As such, there is no need to worry about the future. Devil Concord glanced at Master Sunreach and added on, I did wonder why Master Sunreach was so calm about the wagered battles tomorrow, so it turned out he had a trick up his sleeve. With these restriction-breaking beads, we will have no need to fear the enemy's tricks. But to be safe, our Devil Dao's Heaven Fiend sect has refined a medicine pill for the occasion, the Death Return Pill. The pill will stimulate one's true essence, having most of their magic power to instantly replenish and increasing their cultivation slightly as well. However, once the effects ended, their vitality will be diminished. I will be able to give these fellow Taoists a pill each. If they reach a critical moment of danger, they will be able to take the pill and use it to great effect. That is great. With these 2 fallbacks, I feel much more relieved about the wagered battles. Long Han smiled and then he changed the subject. These people cultivate Devil Dao techniques. Why not have some fellow Taoists from the righteous Dao deal with them? After all, the Great Truth sect, as well as several other sects, have many techniques that specialize in restraining devilish arts. They should be quite suitable in dealing with these black-robed men. Long Han glanced at Master Sunreach and waited for his reply. Master Sunreach openly replied, Of course, these Devil Dao cultivators will be handled by our Righteous Dao Alliance. However, you all will be putting most of the effort into handling the Milan sages. This is only natural. The spell warriors will be dealt with the other 3 superpowers. Specifically the others had been quite happy to see that Master Sunreach has agreed to deal with the devil cultivators of the Jin Empire. They began discussing the matter thoroughly until sunset before feeling at ease. With negotiations coming to an end, each party began to make their own preparations. At early dawn the next day, the patrolling cultivators caught sight with shining light and heard earth-shaking trembles from the Milan war camp. Squads among squads of spell warriors calmly flew out from the war camp on their magic tools that they flew towards the center of the sky. At that moment, the patrolling cultivators hastily sent back word through voice transmission talismans. A short moment later, the heavenly South war camp began to sound with drawn-out bell rings, sending countless streaks of light to fill the sky from the opposite direction. For a time, various colored light filled the skies as clear rings and long whistles continuously sounded out. And with the overbearing advance of the spell warrior army from the other side, it appeared as if 2 huge waves were about to clash against each other in the sky. But when they reached about 5 kilometers apart, when they were able to catch sight of one another, both sides came to a sudden stop and began to observe one another from the distance. Neither army retreated, resolved to fight until the other was wiped out. On one side were natives who lived on this land their entire lives. Their morale was soaring, unwilling to allow the enemies to invade their homelands. However, neither side moved despite the pervasive killing intent filling the air. At that moment, Han Li was above a division of over 1,000 cultivators. He was watching the spell warrior army from the distance. There were bright lights reaching out as far as the eye could see. Each light was a concentration of several hundreds of spell warriors, a continuous glow spanning over 5 kilometers. It was clear that both sides have brought out their main forces. Although one couldn't precisely count their numbers, there were at least 70,000 cultivators present. Additionally, rarely seen high-grade cultivators were now a common sight. Although their numbers were vast, the differences between each army were clear to see. While the Mulan spell warriors were all differently dressed, their low-grade cultivators all possessed simple magic tools. They either used bowls and fist-sized beads, or even various colored flags. Blade-type magic tools were extremely sparse in number. As for the Heavenly South cultivators, their low-grade cultivators possessed a myriad of magic tools, with blade magic tools being in a majority. However, these magic tools were each sparkling with light, possessing astonishing spiritual chi. It was obvious their magic tools were superior to those of the Milan. Although the Heavenly South cultivators were better equipped, the spell warriors were better disciplined. As they flew in the air, they continued to maintain a mysterious formation. They were all silent as they watched their enemies with hostility. The cultivators, on the other hand, could barely maintain formation and were in complete disarray. It was clear they didn't have enough training. Not only were they whispering incessantly to one another, but they would occasionally separate from their ranks to do other things. The high-grade cultivators in charge had no choice to rebuke their troops, much to the commander's frustrations. When Han Li saw this, he frowned. This came as no surprise. In only a few months' time, how was it possible to properly train so many unruly cultivators? In comparison, the Milan tribes were often at war with the soaring tribes. As a result, it was a common occurrence for them to be arranged in army formations. They were constantly trained. This matter was obvious to the higher echelon of cultivators, but there was little they could do. Fortunately for them, this wasn't as crucial a factor for victory unlike in mortal armies. As such, they turned a blind eye to these problems. As Han Li thought about this, he examined the Milan army. What was most eye-catching about them weren't the spell warriors, but the dozen of enormous huge beasts that laid amongst their ranks. They appeared almost like small mountains amongst them. Many Nine Nations Union cultivators had personally witnessed the ferocity of these huge beasts, and look at them with a trace of fear as a result. Han Li raised his head upwards to see clear skies completely clear of black clouds. He then looked down at the chaotically organized cultivators and shook his head with a sigh. He soon flipped his head and glanced at the two items in his palm. A thumb-sized black bead and an almond-sized medicine pill with a pungent and colorful scent. These two items were sent to him by Master Sunreach on the day before. Han Li was given an explanation of them, and it was said that every cultivator participating in the wagered battles were given them. He accepted them with surprise. It seemed in order to win this war, the three great cultivators were sparing no expense, taking out the treasures that they were keeping hidden. However, the three great cultivators weren't the only ones taking out their reserves. Han Li couldn't help but glance at an adjacent division of cultivators below. They numbered about 1,000 and had 16 cultivators that wore red and green clothes. They were carrying two huge coffins together, one black and one white, side by side. Several tens of various colored talismans were covering it. Han Li easily recognized these cultivators. They were disciples of the Harmonious Bond sect, the Top Devil Dao sect. This had aroused much of Han Li's interest in these coffins. It was only a pity that the formidable restrictions on the coffin blocked his spiritual sense to looking deeper inside. Apart from the two coffins, there were also a few other eye-catching objects amongst the rank of cultivators. There was a righteous Dao sect that was carrying a 20-meter-tall copper platform with a huge 3-meter-wide gong on top. The surface of the gong shined with sparkling golden light and would occasionally reveal white talisman characters floating above it. There was a large bare-chested man that was sitting cross-legged at its side with his eyes closed. Amongst a division of cultivators farther away, there were many black sculptures that were nearly 10 meters tall and were being pulled by a few flying carriages. They appeared to be modeled vicious beasts from antiquity and were carved with vivid, lifelike details. It was unknown what they were used for. Every division of cultivators seemed to have a strange item within it. When Han Li saw this, he felt more at ease. The various sects knew that this battle was extremely important, and they brought out their own sect protecting treasures. As a result, the odds of victory were far greater. And in addition to these treasures, there were also countless other formidable items hidden inside storage pouches. As for the spell warrior armies, they didn't have anything obvious to see apart from the huge beasts. However, Han Li still felt uneasy. The spell warriors were certain to have hidden schemes, certain to be deadly as they lay hidden. It was truly difficult to say who would win the battle. At that moment, an unending stream of cultivators and spell warrior armies had finally all gathered together. Then, apart from a select few, both armies dropped to the ground, and silence filled the air. An uproar was raised amongst the spell warrior armies as 3 people flew out from its ranks. The 3 divine sages. A shriveled old man, a very short man, and a scholarly man. 3 streaks of light also emerged from the cultivator's side, revealing Master Sunreach, Wei Wuya, and Devil Concord. They were each stopped tens of kilometers apart. The scholarly man surnamed Zhong glanced at the cultivators and coldly said, "There is still time for you to come to an agreement. So long as the Heavenly South hands over half of their land over to our Milan tribes, we will cease hostilities and become friends. Otherwise, your Heavenly South cultivation world will be certain to suffer a great loss of strength, regardless of the outcome." Wei Wuya raised his chin and said, "What a joke! We may suffer a great loss in strength, but if you lose this war, you will face extermination. I should be cautioning you spell warriors instead." The shriveled old man spoke bluntly. "It seems there is no point in speaking any further. There is no room for discussion. Now, there can only be a battle of life and death. But before that, let us conduct the wagered battles. Let us send out our people and set up the restrictions. Regardless of the outcome of these wagered battles, we will immediately start the war once they are concluded." At this stage, he realized that having the 3 great cultivators admitting defeat was merely wishful thinking. Devil Concord stared at the old man and coldly smiled. "Of course we will agree to the wagered battles. However, where are the captives you've promised? I don't see anyone. Hee." Once the old man heard this, he blankly stared in through before sending a voice transmission to someone behind him. Suddenly, a spell warrior division began to shuffle, revealing over 1,000 unarmed cultivators among their ranks. The cultivators were then placed in front of the army, each wearing a variety of expressions. There were even those that were flushed with anger and were glaring at the spell warriors. This had aroused an uproar in some of the cultivator ranks. Some cultivators recognized a few fellow sect members amongst the captives. When Master Sunreach and the others saw this, they exchanged a glance and nodded. The short man of the Milan divine sages grew impatient. "What now? You've seen them, so you should feel at ease. Quickly start the wagered battles." Wei Wuya suddenly asked, "Why is your esteemed self so anxious? Could it be that you're planning something with these wagered battles?" The short man's face stirred and he menacingly said, "If you don't dare to fight the wagered battle, we will string these cultivators up on banners and then start the battle. Would you like that?" A cold glint flickered from Wei Wuya's eyes. He sternly asked, "You're threatening us?" At that moment, the shriveled old man sinisterly said, "It isn't a threat at all. If you aren't willing to conduct the wagered battles, we no longer have use for these captives, apart from hanging them and stirring up morale." When Master Sunreach heard this, he frowned and said, "But if we agree to the wagered battle, you will have to release the captives first." The short man bluntly rebuked, "Release them? You believe that we would do something so foolish. But we are also distrustful of you. What can we do if you don't keep your promise?" Wei Wuya calmly asked. "Even with this we—" Before the short man could finish, an ominous glint flickered from the shriveled old man's eyes, and he interrupted him. "Enough with these useless words. We will first release half of the captives before the wagered battle takes place. We will hand over the remaining captives once they are over. You must have no objections about this, right? If that won't do, then we will simply start the battle." Master Sunreach spoke to the other 2 at his side through voice transmission and said with a decisive tone, "Fine, that will do. Release half of the men and we will begin to set up the restrictions on our end." These conditions were the most that the enemy could concede. If the negotiations truly collapsed, he would have no way of rescuing those remaining cultivators. With the matter decided, the six returned to their respective war camps and made their arrangements. Han Li already left his original hiding spot from inside a division of cultivators. He hadn't wished to be noticed by the enemy high-grade cultivators before the battle started. As for conversation between the late nascent soul cultivators, Han Li was able to eavesdrop on them with his powerful spiritual sense. With a faint smile on his face, he saw the spell warriors release half of the restrictions on the captive cultivators. They all flew back towards the heavenly south cultivators with delight. Of course, Master Sunreach was already prepared for this. Before the cultivators flew back to the heavenly south armies, a party of several hundred cultivators flew to meet them halfway. After inspecting the cultivators that were released and confirming that there were no spies among them nor any tricks placed on their bodies, they were released to join the cultivator ranks. The short man surnamed by watched this from a distance and resentfully snorted. Those heavenly south fellows are quite careful. Fortunately, we hadn't used those heart-drain pills on those cultivators beforehand. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to deal with. The scholarly man surnamed Zhong said, "Without a doubt, the three great cultivators of the heavenly south aren't easily dealt with. These small tricks won't work. To kill a serpent, we must strike at its heart. If we try to be clever dealing with these cultivators, we will only end up overreaching ourselves." When the old man heard this, he didn't reveal the slightest chance in expression. He merely curled his sparsely haired beard and watched the vast army of cultivators across from him. When Han Li watched from a distance, a group of cultivators and spell warriors flew out from their respective factions towards the center point between each army. They divided into groups of 10 and began to lay out spell formations. These men were all spell warriors and cultivators that were spell formation masters. Although they needed to place some powerful restrictions, there weren't any tricks that could be placed. As these people possessed vast obtainments in the Tao of spell formations, nothing could be hidden from one another. Ordinarily, placing down restrictions of this rank would consume a large amount of time. But with so many spell formation masters simultaneously working together, making liberal use of precious materials and prepared formation flags and plates, it took only a quarter-hour of time to complete 10 small spell formations that shined with white light. As soon as the formations were activated, they created 10 barriers of white light that each spanned over 250 meters. After these spell formation masters re-examined the restrictions, they saw no problems and each departed. They were then exchanged for 10 core formation stage spell warrior and cultivators. They flew over to the barriers, each one guarded by both a single cultivator and spell warrior to prevent any tampering. One of the heavenly south cultivators happened to be Cultivator Song from the Drifting Cloud sect. She appeared to be assigned to watch over the second spell formation barrier. Han Li didn't appear surprised by her appearance in the least. Since Han Li was going to participate in the wagered battles, it was only suitable that a disciple from his own sect was to guard him. If he were being guarded by the disciple of a hostile sect, they may hesitate to act or even choose to remain still as danger approached. As a result, Han Li took the initiative to raise this matter with Cultivator Song. She was most familiar Drifting Cloud sect cultivator to him. With the spell formations finished, it was time for the fighters to appear. At that moment, 10 black-robed cultivators flew out from the Mulan warriors, each of them brimming with a pervasive devilish aura. Devil cultivators. Han Li's pupils shrank back and he shot into the air towards the spell formations at the center along with 9 other nascent soul eccentrics. Taoist Shattered Soul, Devil Cloud Part, and the woman surnamed Bai were amongst them, but there were 3 among them that he didn't recognize. When they arrived in front of the spell formations, they came to a stop. When Han Li arrived above the spell formations, he nodded to Cultivator Song down below and calmly faced the black-robed man across from him. How strange! Why is the devilish chi from their body so frantic? Could it be that they've taken an overbearing pill like the Death Return pill? Han Li retained an indifferent appearance as he pondered. The black-robed man appeared ordinary, but his eyes flickered with cold green light as he stared at Han Li. Although Han Li couldn't make out his face, it was undoubtedly a cultivator at the peak of early nascent soul stage, just a step away from entering mid-nascent soul stage. Han Li then turned his attention to the other black-robed devil cultivators. They appeared to be nearly the same as his own opponent and had very few differences between them. Han Li's heart stirred with vigilance. There was definitely something wrong with the wagered battle. There wasn't a single mid-nascent soul cultivator among their opponents. But this would prove no matter to him. So long as his opponent used Devil Dao techniques, he will be able to use the divine Devilbane lightning to instantly exterminate them. None of their tricks would be of any use against him. In the blink of an eye, Han Li resolved himself, and killing intent surged through his heart. At that moment, the black-robed cultivator took out a storage pouch from his waist and emotionlessly glanced at Han Li. Han Li smiled and took out a storage pouch filled with materials, the wager for the match. The materials in the storage pouch were something that the four powers of the Heavenly South had gathered together. They were extremely valuable and caused even Han Li to feel covetous. With a wave of his arm, the black-robed man tossed the storage pouch over to him. Han Li narrowed his eyes and did the same, exchanging their storage pouches. The black-robed man's storage pouch didn't possess a large variety of materials, but its value was easily greater than his own. From what he learned from ancient records, none of the materials appeared amiss. Han Li nodded and simply placed the storage pouch at his waist. The black-robed man mirrored him. When Cultivator Song and the Spell Warrior saw this, they both began to mutter an incantation and form hand seals. Various spell seals struck the formation and began to activate it. Han Li and the black-robed cultivator both acted quickly and their bodies blurred, simultaneously appearing in front of the spell formation below. This caused the both of them to glance at each other with slight surprise. At that moment, a milky white barrier appeared around them and isolated them from the outside. The other cultivators and the black-robed men had also entered in the light barriers. For a time, there was complete silence amongst both armies. They held their breaths with anxiousness as they stared at the 20 vague silhouettes through the barrier of light. Having entered the barrier, Han Li didn't pay further attention to any of the others. He simply watched the black-robed cultivator across from him and remained still. However, blue light began to swirl around him, and flying swords began to tremble as if they were about to launch themselves. Of course, the most vicious weapon he had against devil cultivators was the fist-sized mass of golden light that was condensed in his dantian. Han Li saluted his opponent with a chuckle before launching an earth-shattering strike. When the black-robed man saw the light barrier appear around them, he put his hands together in an incantation gesture and began to utter an ancient and obscure incantation. A sinister devilish chi erupted from his body and transformed into an inky black tentacle that continuously waved itself around. Han Li's eyes narrowed as he stared at the black-robed man. However, faint sounds of thunder rang from the cuff of his sleeve along with a flicker of golden light. Han Li had once before killed a devil cultivator of a similar cultivation in an instant. So long as he took advantage of the opening when the devil cultivator attacks, he would be able to deal with him with ease. But in that next moment, the black-robed man's eyes glowed scarlet, and a beastly, savage roar left his mouth. Soon after, the devilish chi surrounding his body disappeared. Instead, it expanded, doubling in size in the blink of an eye. Han Li yelped in surprise. His astonishment wasn't due to his opponent's sudden transformation, but the complete disappearance of his devilish chi. A strange, unstable aura had replaced it. The black-robed man's crimson eyes revealed a trace of madness. His inflated body then shrank into the size of a 3-foot-tall dwarf before shooting back towards the wall of the barrier in a blur. In his alarm, Han Li's mind began to churn. He felt a faint sense of dread. He raised his hand and shot 2 dense bolts of lightning from his hands, forming a huge net of lightning in the air to capture the black-robed man. Soon after, he shook his sleeve, summoning a small blue shield in front of him. It quickly enlarged and blocked his front. He then slapped his storage pouch with his other hand, summoning the restriction-breaking bead into his grasp. If matters turned for the worse, he would immediately make use of the bead and break the restriction. Since he knew his opponent was up to no good, he wasn't about to stay still and subject himself to harm. Just as Han Li's thoughts fluttered about, The black-robed man let out a miserable scream when the net of golden lightning enveloped him. Then, with a huge explosion, every inch of his body scattering through the air as a bloody pulp, Han Li found himself in complete amazement. He originally believed his opponent had performed some ferocious self-detonation technique. However, the entirety of his flesh was scattered all over the light barrier. The explosion itself didn't contain an iota of power. During Han Li's bewilderment, he discovered something odd. His opponent's flesh remained stuck onto the light barrier, rather than dropping to the ground. As Han Li stared at the flesh, he saw that they began to squirm. He was dumbstruck by the sight. With several pops, the flesh remains sputtered into crimson mist and began to spread around the light barrier. In the blink of an eye, it had painted a majority of the light barrier crimson, and a bloody, pungent scent filled the air. Han Li was aghast, and he hastily threw the restriction-breaking bead behind him. With a bang, a black light ruptured as soon as the restriction-breaking beads struck the barrier. Soon after, the affected portion of the barrier flashed with light, causing the entire barrier to tremble. Han Li was overjoyed by the sight, and he hastily flicked his fingers, launching successive attacks of azure light at the affected area in an attempt to break it. But during that moment, a crimson light flashed before him, enveloping the weakened portion of the barrier in mist. Han Li felt his heart sank and he glanced around, discovering that the entire light barrier had turned crimson and roiled with crimson mist on its surface. Drops of blood seemed to be forming out of nowhere, further condensing the putrid scent of blood in the air. Without another thought, he opened his mouth and shot a bowl-thick, dense bolt of lightning at the crimson wall in front of him. In a burst of golden light, the crimson mist scattered, but it soon restored itself to its original form, as if it hadn't suffered any damage in the first place. In his shock, he ceased his plan of releasing his bamboo cloudswarm swords and wore a grave expression. At that same moment, the other 9 wagered battles had experienced the same scene. With self-detonation, the barriers turned crimson with blood. The 10 Heavenly South cultivators in the wagered battles were all trapped by the light barriers, seized by a technique they couldn't defend against. The 10 Heavenly South core formation cultivators that were controlling the spell formation from the outside knew things were far from good. They vigilantly glanced at the spell warriors across from them as they hurriedly formed the hand incantations to halt the spell formation. To their surprise, the spell warriors immediately flew back to their armies without a word once they saw the barriers turn crimson. The 10 core formation cultivators weren't relieved in the slightest. Rather, they all knew that matters were grim. It seemed the change in the light barrier was certainly the Milan's doing. They managed to dissolve the spell formation barrier as they expected, but strangely enough, a crimson mist had appeared in its place. The mist began to spin and condensed into a thick crimson layer, forming a complete barrier around it. It appeared as if were made of the blood of several hundred people. When Master Sunreach and the others saw the blood barrier appear, and that the 10 cultivators down below were unable to stop it, they managed to keep calm as they suddenly flew down in streaks of dazzling light. Once Master Sunreach arrived down below, he examined the barrier with astonishment and gloomily said, "Go back! This isn't something that you're capable of dealing with." When the cultivators heard this, they were greatly relieved and hastily withdrew. Before Cultivator Song left, she glanced at Han Li's blood barrier with a trace of worry. On the other side, the shriveled old man and the other spell warriors grew excited upon seeing the Heavenly South nascent soul cultivators trapped. They also appeared calm as they watched the 3 late nascent soul cultivators fly down to the spell formations as if they weren't afraid of the barrier being broken. The shriveled old man turned around and smiled at the black-robed man standing behind him. "Sect Master Fong, it is a success. I hope this blood-catching barrier is as formidable as you say and is capable of trapping these 10 cultivators for half a day. With 10 fewer nascent soul cultivators, their strength will be greatly decreased. We'll be able to strike a decisive blow against the Heavenly South during this time." The black-robed man glanced at the shriveled old man and coldly smiled. "Don't worry, this blood-catching barrier is one of my sect's 6 grand techniques. Not only was each blood corpse nurtured for 100 years, but we particularly had the blood corpses consume a devil spirit pill. I also personally controlled the blood corpses with a thread of my spiritual sense in order to conceal their true identity. With such care taken, I was completely confident of its success. Even if those late nascent soul cultivators wished to eliminate the barrier, they wouldn't be able to accomplish it in a short amount of time without consuming a large amount of magic power. Will you be giving them the opportunity to do so? As if proving the black-robed man's words, Master Sunreach had arrived before the blood barrier and swiped at it with a blinding cut of sword chi. With a series of fierce echoes, the blood barrier merely shook for a second before turning to normal. Master Sunreach wore a gloomy expression upon seeing this. When Wuxia and Devil Concord saw this, they didn't bother to attack the barrier. With their experience, they were able to immediately see just how powerful the blood barrier was. This blood barrier was extremely durable and there were other peculiarities about it. But from that single strike, the three were able to tell that this barrier solely meant to trap and isolate rather than to harm enemies. The three glanced at each other and wryly smiled. They originally believed that the wagered battles were an opportunity to heavily injure the strength of the Milan. They hadn't expected that the enemy planned to trap 10 of their most powerful from the very beginning. This miscalculation had caught the three eccentrics off guard, causing most of their preparations to be in vain. Wuxia sighed and slowly asked, "Brother E, what kind of Devil Dao technique is this? Does your 6 Devil Dao sects have techniques of this nature? Those people self-detonated to employ them. It's unfathomable." Devil Concord replied with a frown. "We have no such techniques. This is the first time I've seen such a strange secret technique. It seems the cultivators of the Gene Empire cannot be underestimated. In their annoyance, they didn't have the mind to question their enemies. Drumbeats were already pounding from the spell warrior armies and divisions of spell warriors began to take to the air. As for the spell warriors that remained on the ground, they began to chant a series of incantations and assumed a position to attack. The three great cultivators were unshaken by the sight of this. The formations of their own army began to move in response. Varied color lights began to shine from it. Master Sunreach thoughtfully said, "We've suffered quite the loss, but it is fortunate that they are only temporarily trapped rather than dead. So long as they can stall, they will have the opportunity to emerge. We originally had more high-grade cultivators to start with. Even if we have 10 fewer, we won't be that much weaker." Devil Concord and Wuxia knew that these were only self-comforting words. With matters having come to this point, there was nothing they could do despite the fury in their hearts. We aren't needed to direct the battle as it unfolds. We only need to deal with the 3 Milan divine sages. An ominous glint flickered from Devil Concord's eyes as he spoke. He then paid no further notice to the two at his side and raised his head to shout at the spell warrior army. "I've long heard of the 3 Milan divine sages possessing unfathomably profound spirit techniques. Might I ask to experience them and invite you to battle?" With the use of a secret technique, Devil Concord's yell caused the air within several kilometers to tremble and leave echoes in its wake. For a time, the incantation being uttered from both armies were interrupted. Even a few of the spell warriors in the air swayed. Those with weaker cultivation had also momentarily fallen from the sky. With Devil Concord's challenge ringing through the air, the shriveled old man frowned, but he soon spoke with a tranquil tone. "We will have the fight with the 3 great heavenly south cultivators sooner or later. However, I must remain behind to direct the battle and cannot fight. I'll have to trouble Sect Master Fong to occupy one of them. It should prove an easy task given that you've cultivated the Heaven Flash Devil arts to its peak stage, and can take in the Heaven Fiend Devil's true chi into your body. Since I've already come to an agreement with you, I will be taking action. I also wish to test the abilities to the top Devil Dao cultivator in the Heavenly South." The black-robed man spoke with a cold tone. With green light glowing from his eyes, black chi began to slowly ascend from his body before he took off in the direction of Devil Concord. As for the scholarly man surnamed Zhong and the short man surnamed Bu, they wordlessly flew after him in streaks of silver and red light. When the 3 great heavenly south cultivators saw this, they hastily pursued them. The 6 of them then disappeared into the clouds without further trace of them. Not long after, the color of the nearby sky began to change in color. It turned from fire red one moment to pitch black, another with thunderous explosions echoing across the skies. Flashes of light would occasionally flash and illuminate the clouds. As 6 late nascent soul cultivators began to fight, the battle between the cultivator and spell warrior armies on the ground and lower sky unfolded. However, it was vastly different from a battle between a small number of cultivators, when they would approach and strike one another when they were in range. Instead, both armies chanted various incantations and first activate various defensive formations around themselves, slowly raising a huge light barrier at the center of 2 armies, shrouding their main forces. It was clear to see that the cultivators had finished setting up their defenses first. However, that doesn't mean that the cultivators' elemental Taoist techniques are superior to the spell warrior spirit techniques. This display of speed was only because a majority of defensive spell formations were made from formation tools. With the initiative seized, Long Han, the commander of the Heavenly South Army, resolutely gave the order to begin the attack. The first wave of attacks were to be launched by over 10 rare far-range treasures, the huge gong Han Li saw earlier being one of them. At that moment, the platform supporting the gong was already placed at the very front of the army division. It floated off the ground as if weighing nothing and stopped about 100 meters in the air with 8 large yellow-clothed men standing guard around it. As for the large man that had been sitting at its side, he was now stood at the gong's side with a 3-meter-tall iron hammer in his hand, his eyes still closed. A short distance away, there were 2 men that were raising a 20-meter-tall triangular banner that shined with black light. There was a vivid and lifelike black flood dragon embroidered on top of it. Farther away, there were 9 red-clothed young women that were holding up a tray covered in red cloth that seemed to conceal something underneath. They were arranged in a strange formation as they gently floated in the air. Among them were 3 embroidered-robed old men, were each carrying a gourd half their height on their backs. They walked at the very front of their troop. These 3 groups were amongst the first to hear the order to attack. The large man standing next to the copper gong suddenly opened his eyes. An aura of yellow light suddenly emitted from his body, and he swung the large hammer at the center of the gong as fiercely as he could. A blinding golden light glared for just a moment before disappearing. In the instant the golden light appeared, it had dissolved into specks of starlight before launching themselves towards the enemy. But just as soon as it flew about 40 meters, the golden specks had turned into clouds of golden mist with a series of pops. The large man struck the bronze gong repeatedly, launching barrage after barrage of golden specks from the gong. The golden mist soon turned into a wave as it rushed towards the spell warriors. The triangular black banner was wildly shaken by the 2 cultivators underneath it, releasing a black flood dragon out of seemingly nowhere. The flood dragon flew through the air, leaving behind threads of azure and black smoke from its mouth. Then with a fierce gust of wind, a black windstorm formed, blowing rock and sand all around it and preventing nearby cultivators from watching it. The young red-clothed women simultaneously rested their hands on top of the large tray they were carrying and uttered pleasant incantations. In a flash of red light, 9 brilliant red copper plates flew out from the tray and began to twirl around each other in the air. They were all meter-long fire-red mirrors that shined with spirit light. Countless fist-sized firebirds emerged from them, their bodies and mouths all burning with flame. With a series of clear cries, they shot towards the spell warrior army like arrows. The 3 embroidered-robed old men stood in a triangle formation before taking out the giant gourds on their back. As soon as they were opened, a bone-piercing icy white chi instantly spread to an area in front of it, covering it in a layer of frost. The frost quickly spread towards the spell warriors. The strike from these exceptional treasures occurred at nearly the same time the spell warriors managed to raise their own spell formation barrier. Even under the shriveled old man's command, their only option was to endure. In the following instant, the golden mist, the black winds, and the firebirds all struck the spell warrior barrier with their attacks, causing it to tremble. When Long Han saw this, he immediately ordered for the second wave of attacks before the first wave of attacks was over. These wave of large-scale attacks were conducted through the use of secret techniques by the joint efforts of each sect. Various colored beams of light and overflowing devil fire shot out from the cultivator army, striking the spell warrior army immediately after the first wave of attacks. These attacks struck true once more, relentlessly damaging the spell warrior's defensive barrier. The shriveled old man wore a gloomy expression on his face. He completely didn't expect that the spell techniques would activate so slowly and leave the spell warrior army vulnerable. Under such vicious attacks, his spell warriors were suppressed, without the opportunity to withdraw or launch a counterattack. These fearsome large-scale attacks were something that even a nascent soul cultivator wouldn't dare to receive without the protection of a spell formation. The shriveled old man turned to the black-robed woman at his side. "Madam Lu, it seems we will need you to use your huge beasts, else we won't be able to hold our ground." The woman smiled and carelessly said, "Since our sect master has lent them to you, feel free to use them. There is no need to tell me personally." The shriveled old man nodded and immediately gave the order. A series of bellowing roars shook the skies, followed by the appearance of over 10 huge silhouettes. They forcefully blocked the various attacks from hitting the spell warriors. These giant armored beasts immediately rushed in the direction of the cultivator army as soon as they appeared. With their appearance, the cultivators split off their attacks, with some of them attacking the beasts while others relentlessly attacked the spell warrior army. Several high-grade spell warriors quickly flew out at that moment, taking advantage of the weakened assault. As they flew, they tossed several tens of various colored beads into the air and began to mutter an incantation. An inconceivable scene occurred before them. A few of the beads directly bore into the ground and disappeared from sight, while a few others resolved in the air while wrapped in azure light. There were also those that produced clear water, pulsed with dazzling light, and emitted raging flames. Soon after, these beads transformed into the form of demon beasts, such as 30-meter-long yellow pythons, 20-meter-tall fire wolves, transparent azure rocks, blue demon tortoises covered in icy mist, and much more. As soon as these demon beasts appeared, they followed after the huge armored beasts and charged straight towards the cultivator armies. Because of the innate defenses of the huge beasts along with armor and defensive spells, they were able to continue their charge despite the battered conditions of their bodies. As for the strange beasts following after them, they were on the brink of destruction. Although they possessed a fearsome aura, most of their bodies scattered after a single attack, turning them into specks of spirit light. With their form dissipated, the beads fell onto the ground, completely void of any spiritual chi. The high-grade spell warriors didn't seem to mind this in the slightest. They raised their arms once more and tossed out another batch of pellets. With another incantation, the strange beasts came to life and fearlessly charged forward. When this occurred, many cultivators appeared alarmed and drew more attention towards these beasts, reducing the number of attacks on the spell warrior barrier. Long Han's expression sank. He hastily thought to give orders, but he hesitated. With this difficultly acquired opportunity, the shriveled old man gave the order to begin their spell technique assault. In an instant, various colored spirit lights glowed. As incantations were chanted, 3-meter-wide fireballs and icicles the size of trees began to form from thin air. Spirit technique spell formation. When Long Han saw this, he muttered to himself. Knowing that he was incapable of suppressing their attack, he hastily sent a voice transmission. Suddenly, the rare treasures ceased their attacks and their owners hastily withdrew back into the ranks of their troops before returning back into the barrier. At that same moment, over 1,000 cultivators flew out from the barrier, each holding a meter-tall formation flag. They quickly formed an astonishingly huge spell formation in a quick shuffle. The formation flags were then thrown in the air, forming a layer of rainbow light above the cultivator army, providing an additional barrier against the Mulan attack. At that moment, several hundreds of huge fireballs and icicles struck down, enveloping their surroundings in waves of fire and mists of ice. As for the huge beasts and the hollow demon beasts, they were already halfway to the cultivator army. Only the 8 strongest of the huge beasts remained, and a majority of the second wave of hollow demon beasts had already been wiped out. However, The demon beasts were completely fearless in the face of the vast cultivator army and continued their overbearing charge. The cultivator's layer of rainbow light was clearly specialized in blocking spirit techniques. Under such heavy attacks, the light barrier wasn't shaken in the slightest. Long Han rejoiced at the sight. The 1,000 of cultivators that had activated the formation were elite disciples from the 9 Nations Union. From how skillfully they placed down their spell formation, it appears that way Wuxia's description of them wasn't exaggerated. Seeing that the attack had no effect, the shriveled old man's expression grew unsightly, but he immediately ordered another wave of attacks regardless. The next series of incantations from the spell warrior army didn't form simple fireballs and icicles. Rather, fire crows and translucent ice pythons began to take form in the sky. Of course, due to its increased complexity, the attack took longer to channel. At that moment, a series of disturbances occurred in the cultivator army, and a division of green-robed cultivators flew out from barrier. They raised spirit beast pouch from their waist and released several tens of different demon beasts in a burst of rainbow light. The 3 in the lead appeared particularly uncommon. There was a rarely seen dragon horse, with a horn on its head and scales that twinkled with white light on its body, a 2-headed demon lion, with a fishy scent and green fur, and the most fearsome of them all, a 15-meter-long venomous scorpion, with a crimson shell and a pitch-black stinger. These demon beasts were the most vicious and meticulously nurtured spirit beasts of the controlling spirit sect. Immediately after they were released, they led an overbearing charge against the huge beasts and transformed spirit beasts. For a time, the beasts fought together in a chaotic battle. Although only the 3 main spirit beasts could stand against one of the huge beasts alone, they had numbers on their side. They were well trained. Together, they were able to block the huge beast's advance and even gain the upper hand in battle. At the same time that the demon beasts were released, several thousands cultivators took to the skies. As they flew, these 5 cultivators' divisions each wielded their various magic tools and rained down attacks upon the spell warrior army. The current wave of spirit techniques that the spell warriors were casting were far more vicious than the others. As such, the cultivators wouldn't calmly wait for the spell warriors to finish, and they continuously sent waves of magic tool attacks and raging waves, wearing down the Mulan defensive spell formation. The shriveled old man's expression sank, and he coldly snorted before giving the order for a large number of spell warriors to fly to the skies and engage the cultivators in battle. A fierce exchange of spirit techniques, magic tools, and treasures erupted through the sky. In the confrontation, several hundreds of defensive magic tools ruptured upon receiving enemy attacks, and their owns fell from the skies, making for a desperate sight. But in that moment of delay, the spell warrior army had already finished preparations for their next spell technique barrage. Several tens of fire crows and ice pythons charged towards the cultivator armies as if they were alive. Likewise, in the time the Mulan were casting their spell techniques, the cultivators had also prepared defenses. Before the attacks could land, countless magic treasures and tools flew into the air and struck down a majority of the flame crows and ice pythons. As for those who made it through, they were completely blocked by the rainbow light barrier, causing no lasting damage, only a few sways. Long Han frowned when he saw this. It seemed the 9 Nations Union's defensive spell formation was incapable of completely blocking more powerful spell techniques. After breathing out a long sigh, he gave the order for the cultivator army to slowly advance towards the spell warriors under the protection of the rainbow barrier. At that same moment, many cultivators began taking out their magic tools and treasures, using them to protect themselves. Soon, various incantations followed, and the magic tools and treasure began to brightly shine as if being readied for an attack. The shriveled old man's eyes coldly glinted. He knew that the cultivators risked taking the initiative to approach to interrupt the casting for another spirit technique barrage, and they were successful. With these new developments, he gave the order for the spell warrior army to leave their defensive barrier and slowly march forward. The distance between both sides quickly drew closer. When the armies were only 300 meters away from each other, they could faintly see their enemies' faces. 7 white jade talismans took the initiative to leave the ranks of the cultivators, each talisman sent out by 7 solemn old men from the Phoenix Cry sect. Just as the jade talismans were released, They shot towards the ranks of the spell warriors in streaks of white light, and revolved about 100 meters above them before revealing their true form. They contracted and swelled before releasing sky-shaking claps of thunder. Each of the 7 talismans shattered and turned into balls of dazzling white lightning. As they floated in place, they suddenly grew in size, expanding to miniature suns the size of 30 meters in length in the blink of an eye. Many of the spell warriors couldn't help but look above, dumbstruck at the sight of them. Not good. It's an ancient talisman. The shriveled old man lost his composure at the sight of this and turned pale with fright. Before he could react, the 7 blazing suns exploded in succession. Scorching arcs of electricity surged instantly above the spell warriors, covering them in 7 huge arcs of electricity. The others seemed to have taken this as a sign for actions. Countless flashes of various colored light filled the sky as they tossed their own talismans into the fray. At that moment, a muffled thunder clapped from within the white light. "It seems quite lively on the outside," Hanli muttered to himself. At that moment, he was staring at the crimson barrier in front of him with complete tranquility. Ever since he realized that the Mulan planned to trap them, Han Li's worries had disappeared without a trace. The Mulan might be completely confident in this barrier, but likewise, Han Li was confident in his ability to dispel restrictions. However, he had to be careful deciding when he would emerge. Although Han Li might be willing to lend his strength to resist the Mulan invasion, he also didn't wish to become cannon fodder and die a worthless death in the middle of a chaotic battle. After all, this was a war between armies of cultivators, not a battle against single cultivators. If he were spotted by several nascent soul stage cultivators as soon as he appeared or was met with the simultaneous attack of hundreds of spell warriors, it would prove very dangerous even with his lightning movement. It would only be safer to emerge once the melee starts between both armies, when a majority of high-grade cultivators were fighting each other. Of course, even if the blood barrier hadn't appeared, Han Li would have had other methods of disappearing during the most dangerous parts of the battle. Able to feel the thunderous vibrations through the barrier, Han Li felt that it was a sign that the melee was about to start. While he didn't know what caused such an astonishing attack, he knew that it was certain to be devastating to the side that received it. With that thought, Han Li sighed and he shook his head before examining the other areas of the blood barrier. The blood barrier was truly weird. His spiritual sense wasn't able to penetrate it in the slightest. While it was clear this restriction was a Devil Dao technique, his divine Devilbane lightning had no effect on it, greatly arousing Han Li's interest. Previously, Han Li had examined various areas of the blood barrier using his bright sight spirit eyes, but he wasn't able to see anything apart from the layer of red. This hadn't flustered Han Li at all, and with the battle occurring on the outside, he still had quite a bit of time to study it. Han Li opened his mouth and spat out a small azure sword. Wielding it with his spiritual sense, he had it transform into a foot-long streak of light and fiercely strike at the barrier. With a muffled bang, the barrier remained unshaken, and his flying sword was flung back by 3 meters. Unsurprised, Han Li withdrew the flying sword and took out a pitch-black item in his hand. It was the magic treasure, the thousand-fold mountain. He tossed it into the air and formed an incantation gesture with his hands. Black light flashed, revealing a small mountain that was over 30 meters tall. With a point of his finger, the mountain trembled before fiercely striking at the distant wall. With a loud smash, the black and crimson light intertwined, but the mountain was repelled, resulting in only a few light trembles from the barrier. A trace of shock appeared on Han Li's face, and he held his chin in hand as he pondered a bit more over the matter. Soon, he pointed to the small mountain once more and had the treasure fly towards the center of the blood barrier. Then, with a muttered incantation, the small mountain glowed with black light as it began to rapidly expand. A short moment later, it grew over 200 meters tall and pressed against the top and bottom of the barrier. Without any intention of stopping, Han Li raised his arms and struck the small mountain with several spell seals, causing it to enlarge at even greater speeds. With rumbling swaying, the mountain grew to over 300 meters tall as its entire body shined with black light. It appeared as if it were a huge pillar firmly propping up the crimson barrier. Soon, The mountain began to cause a slight protrusion from the barrier followed by violent swaying. Han Li rejoiced at the sight of this and hastily circulated the spiritual power in his body. As he continued to strike various spell seals at the small mountain, it grew ever so slowly as it deformed the blood barrier before it was blocked from further expanding. Han Li ceased his incantation gestures and stared at the top of the blood barrier with narrowed eyes. It seemed that using the thousand-fold mountain to break the restrictions wasn't going to work. He would have to try using the celestial ice flames and the purple apex flames to break it. Han Li waved at the huge mountain and it shrunk back to several inches in size in a flash of light before flying back into his sleeve. And in a display of tenacity, the blood barrier shortly returned to its original shape. He turned around and extended his finger. With a crackle, a walnut-sized ball of faint blue flames appeared on his fingertip. Han Li then shouted, "Go!" sending the fireball to strike the distant wall. With a light bang, the blue flames ruptured and formed a blue icy layer that covered the inner layer of the barrier, turning its interior into a world of a severe winter. It had turned so cold that one's breath would turn to frost as soon as they breathed out. Sparkling blue covering the inner layer of the blood barrier, Han Li pressed his hand against it in a blur, striking at the dense layer of ice with azure sword chi. As a result, the ice around his hand shattered into translucent fragments of ice drifting through the air. Han Li's expression grew sullen. The area where he struck at the ice was unscathed and still as crimson as blood. The barrier wasn't truly frozen though. Its surface was merely covered in a layer of frost. Blood chi still roiled at the center of it. Han Li pondered for a moment before sweeping his hand, covering it in purple devil flames. He pressed it directly against the blood barrier. The difference in strength between the celestial ice flames and the purple apex flames were clear to see. As soon as the purple flames touched the wall, the blood mist protruding from the barrier instantly solidified and began to glow with a brilliant purple light. With a smile on his face, he carefully controlled the purple apex flames and concentrated their power on a small portion of the barrier. He then opened his mouth and spat out a bolt of golden lightning, thunder ringing from his mouth. Golden light flashed as the lightning struck the barrier, leaving behind fine cracks. But soon, the barrier violently shook and instantly mended itself. Han Li was dumbstruck. The blood barrier greatly resembled ghost Dao techniques. It was even capable of restoring itself. It was no wonder why the Milan was so confident in this restriction. Even the purple apex flames was incapable of damaging it. Truly, the restriction was more than capable of trapping nascent soul cultivators. Although he felt somewhat alarmed, Han Li quickly slapped his storage pouch and took out an azure thumb-sized pearl into his hand. This was one of his newly refined lightning beads. Ever since he had refined it, he hadn't had a chance to test it yet. Having no other way of sensing how the battle was faring on the outside apart from the rolls of thunder, Han Li believed that there should be many obstructions waiting for him as the battle was still in its beginning phase. Additionally, if he were too slow in escaping the barrier, the cultivator army would have already been defeated, leaving him surrounded by the Milan forces. No matter how exceptional he may be, he wouldn't be able to escape from that. With that in mind, the lightning bead began to glow as he willed the lightning bead to spin in his hand before shooting towards the blood barrier. With a muffled roar of thunder, a head-sized ball of gold azure light struck the ceiling of the barrier, violently shaking the entire dome as a result. A trace of astonishment appeared from Han Li's expression. The might of these lightning beads were far beyond what he had expected. Just as the thought surfaced in his mind, his expression made a sudden chance and azure light brightly shined from his body as he shot through the air. The strike from the lightning bead was able of easily ripping open a small hole in the blood barrier, causing Han Li to fly towards it without another thought. The hole rapidly shrunk, but Han Li was able to escape just in time. He was overjoyed. The lightning bead created from purple flames and azure lantern flames could easily break through such a durable barrier, much to his surprise. Had the lightning bead not worked, his only other options was to use the gold-devouring beetles or the blood devil sword. Although there was nothing the gold-devouring beetles couldn't consume, devouring the barrier would have taken time. As for the blood devil sword, The consequences of its use wasn't something that Han Li could accept lightly. The nameless lightning bead's ability to deal with the blood barrier came as a pleasant surprise. It seemed the purple apex flames was incapable of breaking the restriction because it was inherently an ice attribute flame, unlike the lantern flames which were a true fire attribute flame. But when Han Li flew out of the barrier, he heard many astonished cries of alarm before he could clearly see what was going on. Followed by that, there were various explosions, rumbles, and furious roars from all around him. Han Li hastily looked at the scene in astonishment. At that moment, he was surrounded by 10 spell warriors. Fortunately, he was able to quickly see that their cultivations wasn't very high. There were 2 core formation spell warriors, with the rest of them being at foundation establishment stage. They were all holding onto formation flags and were about to prepare a spirit technique attack. But when Han Li emerged from the blood barrier, he appeared right in front of them. Han Li ignored them and examined the surroundings instead. He felt his breath turn cold. The area surrounding him, be it sky or ground, were all densely filled with spiritual light and treasure aura, not to mention a rapid succession of explosions far and near. The cultivators and spell warriors from both sides were engaged in a melee, with groups of varying numbers engaging one another. At that moment, Han Li wasn't able to see which side was winning, and he turned his gaze to coldly examine the nearby spell warriors. When these spell warriors saw Han Li emerge from the blood barrier, they were dumbstruck. Not good. He's a nascent soul cultivator. Call for the great sages. One of the core formation cultivators was the first to recover. After he shouted, he slapped the back of his head and spat a green saber towards Han Li before flying away in a streak of green light. When the other spell warriors heard him, they also recovered from their shock. The other core formation cultivator released a fire-red trident and raised his hand, sending a voice transmission talisman through the sky. As for the foundation establishment stage spell warriors, they all raised the formation flags in their hands and began to utter an incantation. Over 10 streaks of light shot out from the tips of the flags and formed a sea of flames burning around Han Li. Han Li felt greatly surprised that the spell warriors actually took the initiative to tie him down rather than flee. However, a trace of killing intent appeared on his face and azure light twinkled to release several tens of azure bamboo clouds sword from his sleeve. He struck them with a spell seal in a casual wave of his hand and had each of these flying swords lightly tremble before immediately splitting into several copies of themselves, instantly surrounding Han Li in a dense screen of sword light. The sword QI surrounding him instantly soared with astonishing pressure. When the 2 core formation cultivators saw this, they were greatly alarmed, but they ordered their magic treasures to continue the attack regardless. Han Li coldly smiled and casually flicked 2 of his fingers, sending several streaks of sword light to block the incoming saber and trident. In a bright flash of azure light, the 2 magic treasures were utterly suppressed by the sword light and endlessly wailed as their spiritual light shrank. As for the sea of flame that roiled around him, the sword lights surrounding his body dispelled the flames whenever they grew near. Since he didn't have the time to further place with these spell warriors, Han Li had no intention of holding back. With a single command, the 100 streaks of sword light brightly shined and simultaneously launched towards each of the spell warriors nearby. Although the Foundation Establishment spell warriors raised the formation flags in attempt to block the attack, they were completely shredded without resistance. When the core formation spell warriors saw the sword light fly towards them, blood drained from their faces. They possessed neither the courage nor recklessness to receive such a powerful attack, and hastily fled in streaks of light. When Han Li saw this, a cold glint appeared in his eyes. He formed an incantation gesture with his hands and 2 sword lights masses of sword lights chased after them. With a series of rings, they bonded together and increased in speed. Just as the 2 Milan spell warriors flew 50 meters away, sword light had already enveloped them. Despite their greatest efforts to protect themselves and the various techniques they released, the azure light instantly shattered everything that protected them. Without even scream, the sword light split their bodies into countless pieces, shattering apart even their primal souls. As Han Li killed them with ease, a violent roar came from up above him. A blinding yellow light soon followed, pouncing towards him at great speed. With a change of expression, Han Li instantly unfolded the thunderstorm wings and disappeared in a flash of silver light. When the silhouette in the yellow light saw this, he couldn't help but slow down and come to a stop, revealing a beardless old man who wore yellow clothes. Although he wore an expression of fury, bewilderment also appeared on his face. He was a Milan sage who had been battling against a heavenly south nascent soul cultivator when he suddenly received a voice transmission from a clan member. He immediately disengaged from the fight and quickly flew towards the sender only to see two of his relatives exterminated by azure swordlight. One of them had even been his succeeding disciple, his own nephew. However, Han Li had quickly disappeared from sight. Alarmed by the sight, he quickly recalled a particularly fearsome heavenly south cultivator, and he restrained his hatred only to sweep his spiritual sense around him. In the following moment, silver light flashed behind him and Han Li came into existence once more. Die! The old man quickly turned around as soon as he sensed him and raised his hand, releasing a cubic magic treasure towards Han Li. As it flew, it brilliantly glowed in yellow light, instantly turning into a huge brick that was over 40 meters large, carrying a fearful momentum as it screamed through the air. With an expressionless face, Han Li raised his hand, releasing a blue light from his sleeve. In the blink of an eye, it expanded to become a huge shield and received the strike from the huge brick. Bang! Yellow and blue light intertwined as the brick and the shield remained at a standstill. When Han Li saw the shield fall back towards him, he calmly pointed at it, and in a flash of blue light, it came to a sudden stop. Then, the huge brick circled around the shield and smashed towards Han Li. Han Li coldly smiled and disappeared once more in a flash of silver light. The yellow-robed old man was alarmed by this and raised his hand without another thought, summoning a small purple flag into his hand. It quickly transformed into a purple cloud that surrounded his body. In that same moment, the old man heard thunder coming from his left. As soon as Han Li appeared, he opened his mouth and spat a small sword towards the purple cloud. An instant later, a layer of deep blue flame emerged from within it. When the old man saw the blue flames on top of the sword, he lost his composure and wore a face full of terror. His body instantly blurred 3 meters away in an attempt to dodge the sword. But against his complete expectations, a woman suddenly appeared behind him as if she had already anticipated where he would dodge. She raised her hand and released an azure ball that struck at the spell warrior like a bolt of lightning. The woman appeared without a trace, like a ghost. It was as if Han Li coordinated with this woman to perform a precise and incisive strike. Even with such skilled execution, the old man was able to see this coming through his spiritual sense. But at such a short distance, he was unable to dodge. His only choice was to surge the entirety of his magic power into the purple cloud covering his body. He was somewhat confident in the treasure that formed from the transformed purple cloud. A huge explosion sounded out as golden and azure light brilliant flashed. The purple cloud had crumpled in the exchange, and the old man within was in a pathetic shape. Half of his body was gone, and the remaining half was engulfed in azure flames. Overwhelmed with disbelief and furious alarm, resentment appeared on the old man's face as he gritted his teeth. With a boom, body combusted and a blinding streak of yellow light flew through the skies, revealing an inch-large nascent soul with the exact same face as the old man. Seeing the circumstances were far from good, he decisively anticipated to abandon his body and flew out as a nascent soul in a vain attempt to flee. However, Han Li had already anticipated this. Just as the old man's nascent soul attempted to escape, he disappeared in a flash of silver light and blocked the nascent soul's escape path. He waved his hand, summoning a golden net from his hand in a clang of thunder. In that same moment, a small sword covered in blue flames shot out from his sleeve as well. The nascent soul wore a face of terror upon the sight of Han Li, and spat out an inch-large bowl in its panic. The sparkling silver bowl charged forward to meet the oncoming golden net, and before they made contact, the old man's nascent soul caused it to rupture with a spell seal. In a burst of silver light, countless fragments shot at the lightning net, faintly shaking it upon impact. In that short moment of delay, the nascent soul employed an instantaneous movement technique. In a flash of yellow light, the nascent soul disappeared without a trace, only to appear 100 meters away. It then disappeared from sight in a brilliant streak of yellow light. The golden net was a step too late and allowed the prey to escape. Han Li frowned and glanced in the direction the nascent soul had escaped, possessing no intention of chasing it. Such a wise and decisive character is rarely seen. In order to save his life, he actually destroyed his own personal magic treasure. A white-clothed woman suddenly appeared, holding the old man's storage pouch in her hand. Han Li gloomily snorted. A mere stroke of luck. With both the thunderstorm wings and the celestial ice flames, the Mulan spell warrior was as good as him. It seemed killing an off-guard high-grade spell warrior was harder than he thought. Han Li glanced at Silvermoon and said, "Regardless, it seems your movement technique is much more powerful than before. You are even able to conceal yourself a close distance away." Silvermoon smiled. The four-pupiled fox is truly adept as concealment techniques. With my recent advancements, I'll be able to easily attack them, given that master is occupying their attention. Good. Han Li indifferently nodded. Although Silvermoon was only his tool spirit, she was also the only other person who knew of the secret of his small bottle. But at an unknown time, he faintly felt a veil of mystery shroud her. After a few more words with Silvermoon, Han Li turned his head to examine the battlefield. After further examining it, Han Li was able to see through the chaos. At the greatest heights of the sky, there were 6 late nascent soul cultivators battling. Excluding them, there were 3 sections of the battle. One was the small-scale skirmishes. Cultivators and spell warriors would head out in various sized groups spanning from several tens to even 1,000, and would fight at each other in close quarters. These cultivators and spell warriors were very adept at fighting in their groups. As a result, they were much stronger together than alone. Both sides found it difficult to eliminate one another, and they were stuck at a standstill. Additionally, they were battles where a few individuals fought against a crowd of enemies. These cultivators and spell warriors possessed superior cultivation. These battles were far more dangerous than the group battles. A single mistake could lead to death in both body and soul. Finally, there were those wielding unfathomable techniques and treasures as they stood in confrontation. The most eye-catching of them was a large black mist floating in the air, releasing sharp wails. Any spell warrior that was captured by the mist immediately fell from the sky as a corpse. Whenever it appears, the nearby spell warriors would always fearfully keep their distance. And behind the ghost mist, there would be several fearless spell warriors that continuously struck at the mist with wind and lightning attribute spell techniques and magic treasures. Each strike seemed to scatter a small portion of the mist. However, there were still people continuously waving their flag magic tools within the mist and summoning more mist. This left the Mulan spell warriors without a good plan to deal with it. In another area, there were a dozen nascent soul-grade cultivators that were currently engaged in a battle against a 300-meter-tall stone giant. It appeared to be made of ordinary stone, but not only was its figure large, but a few small stones would rain down every time it moved its body. These cultivators didn't dare to receive the giant's attack even under the protection of the spell formations. Additionally, there were several spell warriors standing on top of its head and shoulders. They were assisting the giant with their own magic treasures. There were also a few cultivators and spell warriors that were engaged in a battle using magnificent treasures, each possessing power far beyond ordinary ancient treasures. These sect and tribe protecting treasures have greatly opened Han Li's horizons. Although Han Li emerged from the blood barrier, he remained idle as he observed the nearby fights due to the chaos. He was about a kilometer away from the nearest battles, but even so, 2 Mulan sages emerged from the fray and flew towards Han Li with overbearing momentum. Seeing Han Li ruthlessly dispatch of a similarly ranked spell warrior in an instant, the two had no certainty of victory. However, they couldn't allow this nascent soul cultivator to reign free, or the damage he will cause will be far too great. Come! Han Li coldly ordered Silvermoon. He then flew towards a neighboring blood barrier. When Silvermoon saw this, she wore a strange smile as she chased after him. An azure streak of light appeared above the blood-red barrier, and was soon struck by a lightning bead. Afterwards, Hanli disappeared once more in front of another blood barrier. Hanli planned free these other nascent soul cultivators before planning what to do. A huge explosion sounded out, along with a streak of scarlet light flying out from the gap in the blood barrier. With a series of laughter, the freed man said, "I, shattered soul, cannot thank you enough for your assistance." The scarlet light disappeared to reveal a gray-robed cultivator. Taoist shattered soul? Hanli was slightly surprised to see that this was the first person he rescued. "Fellow Taoist, block those two for me while I rescue the others." With a quick thought, Hanli immediately gave him a voice transmission. So it turned out to be fellow Taoist Han. "Your kindness cannot be thanked with words. Please allow me to deal with them." The gray-robed cultivator revealed shock upon seeing Hanli, but he soon agreed. In a streak of white light, he flew over to face the two Milan sages. When Hanli saw this with his spiritual sense, he inwardly smiled and quickly flew over to another blood barrier. With a wave of his hand, another azure light was released. But at that moment, something unexpected had occurred. The top of the blood barrier flashed with gray light, revealing a large embroidered robed man. He looked at the incoming lightning bead with a solemn expression. Hanli was shocked. How was this person able to conceal himself there without even the slightest trace? When Hanli swept his spiritual sense past this person, he couldn't help but reveal his alarm. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, Hanli found that the large embroidered robed man actually possessed a late nascent soul cultivation. He was a Milan divine sage. Wasn't it said that the Milan only had 3 divine sages? Before Hanli could recover from his shock, the large embroidered robed man had grabbed the air in the direction of the incoming lightning bead. In Hanli's alarm, he hastily pointed to the lightning bead and had it change direction, but it was too late. A large azure hand suddenly appeared and grabbed onto it with indomitable might, holding it firm in place. Hanli raised his brow and instantly formed an incantation gesture with his hands, detonating the lightning bead's restrictions. Gold and azure light ruptured from within the large hand, scattering both itself and the hand without a trace. The large embroidered robed man coldly snorted, but with a flicker of azure light, his expression returned to normal. Hanli remained in place, staring at him in silence. The large embroidered robed man watched him and asked, "Are you Hanli, the cultivator that wields the golden lightning bamboo?" Rather than answer, Hanli asked, "The Milan should only have 3 divine sages. Who are you?" The large embroidered robed man said in an indifferent tone, "Good. Since you know that I am a divine sage and you are able to remain calm, it seems you are the one that divine sage Zhong spoke of. My name is Tian Zhong, the 4th Milan divine sage." "The 4th Milan sage? This is the first time I've ever heard of this. Regardless, that manifested hand of yours seems incapable of restraining that lightning of bead. It seems you haven't entered late nascent soul stage for long, and have yet to consolidate your cultivation." Hanli spoke without restraint as he stared at Tian Zhong. In that same moment, he casually pointed to the various sword lights in front of his body, gathering them together to form a sheet of azure light guarding him. "It's true that I've only entered late nascent soul stage for a few years, but do you think you can be a match for me? Your arrogance is quite great." Tian Zhong sneered. "If he were alone, that'd be the case. But I am also here." A woman suddenly spoke, and Hanli soon rejoiced. "Who are you?" In the spell warrior's surprise, a stern glint appeared in his eyes. "I didn't expect that after I hadn't seen you for 100 years, fellow Taoist Tian would actually enter late nascent soul stage. You've greatly surprised me. Let's see whether or not your abilities have grown." Soon after this was said, white light flashed to reveal a red-robed beauty floating in the air. She was coldly staring at Tian Zhong. When he saw her, his expression stirred. "So it was Lady Feng, but you came here by yourself. Aren't you afraid that something will happen to Long Han? You and your husband have always fought together." "No worries. My husband is being protected by over 1,000 cultivators. Even if you divine sages were to personally attack him, you wouldn't be able to touch him. That's why I came over to test the abilities of the fourth divine sage. Fellow Taoist Han, go ahead and rescue the others. Once this was said, she raised her arm and extended her fingers, summoning a bottle of crystalline flames into her palm. Before she even began to cast her techniques, the bottle was already shining with red light as a raging flame flourished within it. The fire spirit bottle. Tianzhong wore a grave expression. As for Han Li, he flew away in a streak of azure light after hearing her. Tianzhong's expression grew solemn, and he tossed a spirit beast pouch into the air. In a flash of rainbow light, the pouch released two identical winged beasts. They had an azure eagle's body and tiger heads. Heavenly tigers! Han Li was alarmed by the beast's appearance and couldn't help but shout out their name. It was an extremely rare flying beast located in the Mulan Plains. It was capable of both wind and earth attribute magic techniques and was incredibly difficult to deal with. Although the two of them only possessed late core formation cultivation, they weren't to be underestimated. At that moment, the two heavenly tigers roared, unfolding their wings. In a flash of azure light, they disappeared and reappeared near Han Li, glaring at him as if he were their prey. At that moment, the light surrounding his body disappeared and he came to a sudden stop. Instant movement. Han Li inwardly cursed. He had long heard of demon beasts capable of instantaneous movement, but he didn't expect it to be true. It won't be easy to break free of these two beasts. Tianzhong didn't stop with the two demon beasts. In a blur, he created an identical doppelganger of himself and it began to move as if it were true to life. The only difference was that the doppelganger was completely enveloped in a screen of azure light, and his appearance was brimming with dazzling light as if he were a hollow image. External incarnation! Lady Feng shouted in alarm, a strange expression on her face. It came as no surprise that he was capable of an external incarnation, but she hadn't seen one so strange before. The azure light doppelganger quickly shot towards Han Li without any obstruction from Lady Feng. At that moment, she was fully occupied with Tianzhong. After Tianzhong spat out a sparkling rainbow wheel, he said, "This way, I'll be able to properly test the might of the both of you." With that said, he pointed to the colorful wheel, causing it to fly over to Lady Feng as a rainbow mist. When she saw this, she solemnly struck the fire spirit bottle with a spell seal. The bottle trembled for a moment before red light flourished from within, releasing countless threads of raging flame. These flames appeared completely unordinary and moved as if they were alive. One moment they were scattered while in another they were together. But then, the flames roiled, transforming into several huge crimson snakes before rushing to meet the rainbow light mist. Hearing an explosion nearby, Han Li immediately knew that Tianzhong and Lady Feng have already begun to fight without having to look. Not that he could. He was watching the two heavenly tigers that were glaring at him as well as the azure doppelganger. He wouldn't be able to free the other cultivators like this. With the two famous characters battling behind him, it seemed there would be no further attention spared on this part of the battlefield. Having thought that, he gave several lightning beads to Silvermoon so that she could sneak off to free the other cultivators, but there wasn't any opportunity for that now. He would have to first defeat the three opponents in front of him before he could consider other matters. With that thought, Han Li reached for his waist and released his own spirit beast pouch, summoning a large swarm of glistening gold devouring beetles. They formed a large revolving cloud above him. Han Li clutched a hand incantation and disappeared into the beetle swarm. Then with a loud buzz, azure light flashes several times from within, splitting the golden swarm into 3 divisions, each of them rushing towards a different enemy. Gold-devouring beetles. If they were fully mature, I might have had something to fear. The azure light doppelganger coldly snorted and spoke with a voice similar to Tianzhong's. As for the two heavenly tigers, they spread their wings upon seeing the gold-devouring beetles and retreated 70 meters away, revealing an expression of fear. At that moment, the azure doppelganger opened his mouth, releasing 3 bowl-thick beams of light towards each mass of gold-devouring beetles. With each beam, the azure light doppelganger turned a fraction darker. It even appeared a few inches shorter as a result. The 3 beams of light extremely quick and accurately struck each of the beetle swarms. With each flash of azure light, a 3-meter-wide sphere of azure light appeared, trapping each of the 3 clouds of beetles. In his alarm, Han Li pointed to the 3 swarms, having them each line the walls of the barrier in an attempt to devour them. But a short moment later, Han Li's expression grew unsightly. The barrier was exceptionally durable, and the gold-devouring beetles were slow in breaking it down. Since the 3 azure light barriers were all made of pure wood attribute spirit chi, it could trap the gold-devouring beetles for quite a while. With the combined abilities of the Azure Doppelganger's restriction abilities and the Heavenly Tiger's instantaneous movement, Han Li sensed this battle would be difficult to deal with. Could it be that the 4th Divine Sage was prepared to deal with him? As Han Li pondered about this, he felt a sense of dread. His guesses weren't far from the truth. When the Mulan's higher echelon had discussed the matter, they had given the task of killing Han Li over to Tianzhong. As a result, Divine Sage Zhu and the others had given him the Heavenly Tiger along with several other treasures capable of restraining Han Li. When the battle started, the Mulan hadn't anticipated that Han Li would join the wagered battles. As such, Divine Sage Tianzhong had tossed the matter to the back of his mind. But when Han Li reappeared, exterminating a group of spell warriors and the body of a sage, Tianzhong immediately noticed Han Li. Regardless of whether he was being blocked from rescuing the other trapped cultivators or being killed to fulfill the sifting sex exchange, Han Li had no choice but to fight. But he also didn't expect that Long Han would risk sending his wife Feng Bing to assist Han Li once he noticed that Han Li broke free. If Han Li truly managed to save the trapped cultivators, the war would shift in the Heavenly South's favor. Seeing that the gold-devouring beetles had yet to make any progress in escaping, Han Li was filled with gloom. Before he could do anything else, the 2 Heavenly Tigers regained their courage upon seeing the gold-devouring beetles be restrained. In a series of azure flashes, the 2 spirit beasts disappeared from sight. Han Li coldly smiled in response and flung his sleeve, summoning a blue shield in front of him. At that same moment, he pointed to the swarm of swords in front of him. They surged with sword chi and began to revolve around Han Li, forming an impenetrable barrier. Soon, azure light flashed next to Han Li, revealing the 2 Heavenly Tigers. They opened their mouths and each spat out a blinding orb of light. Han Li wore a stern expression upon seeing the attack and had his sword lights part into 2 to meet the incoming orbs of light. 2 muffled explosions sounded out as the sword lights easily shattered the orbs of light. Afterwards, they swept their way to the 2 spirit beasts. When the Heavenly Tigers saw this, cunning shined from their eyes before they teleported a distance away. In his fury, Han Li was about to command the sword light to pursue them, but the Azure Doppelganger suddenly attacked. Just as Han Li's battle with the Doppelganger continued, both Long Han and the shriveled old spell warrior gave the command for their armies to unleash their killing maneuvers. 7 white-haired nascent soul cultivators flew out from behind Long Han with a calm expression, each of them wielding an ancient treasure. As for the spell warriors, a troop of nascent soul spell warriors flew out, the woman surnamed Lu amongst their ranks. Under the shriveled old spell warrior's signal, she carefully took out a bronze lantern from her storage pouch and held it in her hand. The woman surnamed Lu sent the ancient lantern into the sky and released a trace of white nascent flame from her mouth, lighting the ancient lantern. With both hands forming an incantation gesture in the shape of a lotus flower, she muttered a cryptic incantation, summoning a white lotus beneath her as it slowly blossomed. It was done with such grace that she appeared otherworldly. Her incantation was filled with an indescribably ancient aura. Then, with a tremble from the bronze lantern, mirages suddenly emerged from the lamp, forming 8 identical copies of itself. They then began to revolve around themselves before separating into 3 different circles that slowly circled around each other. The woman surnamed Lu flicked her finger, striking each of the ancient lanterns with various spell seals. Azure light brightly shined, causing 9 flames to simultaneously float from the lanterns, and met at the center of them, turning into a head-sized azure flame. The woman then spat out a mist of blood essence at the azure flames. The flames engulfed it, burning all the more brightly and vastly increasing in energy. A short moment later, a clear cry echoed and a foot-long azure bird emerged from the flames. The magnificent peacock appeared graceful with long azure feathers and a pair of jewel-like, fire-red eyes. It arrogantly glanced around and tilted its neck when it saw the woman surnamed Lu beneath it. It began to speak to her in an ancient language from the time of antiquity. After deeply saluting at the bird 3 times, she replied to it through voice transmission. The shriveled old man watched this with a grave expression. Spell warrior Lu stopped talking in an ancient language and she flipped her hand, taking out a pink, fragrant pearl. When the azure peacock saw this, he revealed an expression of joy and sucked it into its mouth in an azure mist. With a crackle, a halo of light glowed azure peacock and azure flames roiled around it. As a sharp cry screamed through the air, it transformed into a huge bird of flames and unfolded its wings, engulfing 5 kilometers of the sky in fire attribute spiritual chi. The cultivators and spell warriors who used fire attribute techniques suddenly felt their power weaken, much to their alarm. The fire spirit chi in the air began to gather together like rivers to an ocean and poured into the azure bird's body. As a result, it began to expand, causing the azure flames on its body to grow all the brighter. All the cultivators within 5 kilometers stilled their hand and looked at the azure firebird with shock. The nearby temperatures had instantly risen. Even under the protection of magic tools, they felt as if they were beside a furnace. But when the spell warriors saw this, they revealed an expression of joy. It's the sacred bird. Sage Lu has summoned it. This battle is ours. A few spell warriors shouted out with loud voices. Soon, they began to launch frantic attacks at the cultivators with great excitement. The shriveled old man wore a rare smile upon seeing the might of the sacred bird. When the black-robed woman from the Een-sifting sect saw the azure peacock, a strange expression flickered from her face. She then said, "Only a sacred bird at deity transformation stage is able to control the fire spirits of heaven and earth. It is no wonder it is your most valued weapon. However, your sacred bird may be powerful, but when it emerged it was only at early nascent soul stage. And it was only able to barely ascend to late nascent soul stage after absorbing all that fire spirit chi. That should be a doppelganger of sorts. Else, the Mulan definitely wouldn't have lost so much land against the soaring tribes." After glancing at the black-robed woman, the shriveled old man calmly replied, "Lady Lu is no ordinary character I see. The sacred bird's true body isn't present, but that is only a small matter. Even late nascent soul cultivators are no match against it." The black-robed woman nodded. "That's right. Being able to absorb so much worldly spiritual power is something only deity transformation stage beings can do. But just this ability alone already puts it in an invincible position." The shriveled old man chuckled and didn't reply. As for the 7 white-clothed old men, just as they used their various ancient treasures to strike the spell warriors, they spotted the huge bird within an azure sun and were dumbstruck. The gray-robed old man in charge wore a grim expression and said, "Not good. That demon beast isn't something that ordinary cultivators can withstand. We must block it." Another old man responded with a lively tone. "Then what are we waiting for him? Let's use the 7 treasures of great truths to kill them. That demon bird isn't something from this world. We cannot allow it to cast any spells." Soon after, he transformed into a streak of yellow light and flew straight towards the azure sun. When the others saw him, they immediately followed his lead. As for their leader, the gray-robed old man, he appeared hesitant but followed after them as well after a sigh. When the 7 cultivators approached the azure sun, the Mulan sacred beast had already finished absorbing the fire spirit chi nearby, and its body grew to over 80 meters tall. It glanced down at the several cultivators with an entirely hostile expression. With a malicious glint in its eyes, it unfurled its wings and launched a barrage of fist-sized azure fireballs towards the 7. Before the 7 old men could begin their attack, they felt a wave of warm wind. Their bodies were immediately dry, but they felt their hearts tremble. Under the vast barrage azure fireballs, The old man with long eyebrows slapped his storage pouch and flung a crystalline ice net towards the fireballs. In a flash of white light, all of the fireballs had been captured by it. When the long-eyebrowed old man saw this, he smiled, but soon his complexion paled. The ice net ruptured only after a moment, thoroughly dissolved by the azure flames that it held. In that time, the fireballs transformed into a pillar of flame and shot to the men with overbearing momentum. Go! The old man in the lead swiftly released his own magic treasures, a milky white ancient mirror. It flew out and circled once before releasing a white barrier that staved back the azure flames. But when the others saw the ice net dissolve, they felt their breaths turn cold. They knew that common magic tools wouldn't prove useful against an azure flame. Quickly use the devil isolating formation. Seal that demon bird, the leading old man shouted. When the other cultivators heard this, they hastily commanded their ancient treasures. A red club, yellow halberd, medallion, small cauldron, jade fan, and a scepter soared into the sky, surrounding the huge bird. Then, after a series of clear rings, the ancient mirror transformed into a rainbow, raising a rainbow barrier that not only withstood the azure flames, but also trapped the huge bird. When the azure bird saw this, its eyes were filled with fury. It pecked downward, its beak surrounded by a dense layer of azure radiance. An instant later, a tall old man suddenly felt his medallion treasure tremble. With a huge bang, it was struck back and flew straight towards him. In his alarm, he hurriedly struck his medallion with several spell seals in an attempt to stop its momentum. But the medallion only paused for just a moment before ruthlessly continuing onward towards the old man. But just as it was about to strike him, a silhouette suddenly blurred behind him and placed his hands on his shoulders, pouring in a huge amount of spiritual chi into his body. Quickly cast the technique. I'll lend you my strength. The leading old man spoke with a cold voice, rousing the tall old man's spirits. In a single breath, the tall old man cast 5 spell seals and stopped the medallion from coming any closer. The two couldn't help but sigh with relief, having regained control of it. As this occurred, dread filled the hearts of the other old men. They became more vigilant and hurriedly exerted the utmost power of their ancient treasures. Various colored light intertwined and combined together to block the strikes from the huge bird's light-clad beak. Not far away, Spell Warrior Lu glanced at the scene and turned her head around to look at the ancient lantern. After a moment of hesitation, she remained still. Until the lantern oil fully burned, she needed to guard it and couldn't eliminate the cultivators attacking the sacred bird. Leaving the lantern alone would prove disastrous. The shriveled old spell warrior revealed surprise when he saw the old cultivators tying down the sacred bird, but he didn't seem to pay it any mind. He wasn't worried about the bird deity that they had worshipped with tens of thousands of years. Clearly had the advantage. Regardless of how powerful those 7 magic treasures may be, they aren't any match for the sacred bird. It would definitely be able to strike down the 7 cultivators before the lantern oil was finished burning. These 7 should be the ultimate killers of the heavenly south. With that thought, the shriveled old spell warrior turned his eyes to glance at Long Han, who was standing in front of an army of over 1,000 cultivators with a sullen expression. I didn't expect for the Milan of being capable of summoning such a powerful demon bird. This will be troublesome. Long Han muttered to himself with a sullen expression. Then with a loud voice, he coldly said, "Quickly, release the spirit phantoms. Take advantage of moments the 7 great truths cultivators are giving us and use them to great effect." Soon after he gave the order, several tens of birds shining with pitch-black light flew out from the cultivator army. Additionally, there were several cultivators who took out a spirit talisman from their storage pouch and slapped it on a statue. In a flash of green light, the spirit talisman merged into the status and the cultivators immediately sat on the ground, motionless. A short moment later, the eyes of the pitch-black phantom birds shined with a chilling blue light, and they extended their claws as much as they could before flying down to the spell warriors below. As for the cultivators who slapped the talismans on the statue, their heads began to roll as if they fell asleep. When the shriveled old man saw this, a trace of mockery appeared on his face. He turned around to the black-robed woman and politely said, "The time has come for your esteemed self to give them the lethal blow. Lady Lu, release your copper-armored corpses. We can seize victory now." Satisfaction appeared on the shriveled old man's face. The black-robed woman's eyes twinkled for a moment before she calmly said, "Brother Zhu, don't be hastily. Let's wait a moment more. A majority of my sect's copper-armored corpses possess Foundation establishment cultivation. So long as we wait until the Heavenly South cultivators exhausted their strength, the corpses will be able to rout them." After frowning a moment, he hesitated before nodding. Fine. So long as you don't change your mind, we can wait a little bit more." He felt her words felt a bit of reason. At that moment, Han Li felt particularly gloomy. Half of it was due to the two heavenly tigers' cunning. They stuck to him like tar, but they didn't dare to face him on a one-on-one battle. They merely harassed him at close range. Not long after, he deliberately left an opening and managed to bait one of the beasts into attacking him. As a result of fierce retaliation, Han Li cleaved one of the demon beast's claws in half, but from then on, the two demon beasts switched to continue attacking him from a distance using light orbs, rather than staying close to him. But every time that Han Li attempted to shake them off with his thunderstorm wings, the demon beasts immediately chased after him and bothered him without end. As for the other reason for his gloominess, it was the azure light doppelganger. It seemed to be formed out of pure wood spirit chi and couldn't be harmed by the bamboo cloud's warm swords. Regardless of how much sword chi struck his body, it would scatter and become one with him. This was the first time Han Li had encountered such a situation. It proved rather eye-opening. When Han Li saw this, he used the celestial ice flames to attack, but he didn't expect that the azure doppelganger would spit out a blue bowl that was capable of absorbing the flames. This had caused a cold tremble down Han Li's back. Fortunately, as he had already refined the celestial ice flames to be one with his body, he was able to will the flames to struggle free from the bowl and return back into his body. Since the amount of ice flames refined in his body wasn't much, even the loss of a slight sliver was significant. As a result, Han Li didn't dare to use the purple apex flames. As for the thousand-fold mountain and his other treasures, Han Li used them to little effect before putting them away. Although the azure doppelganger wasn't unkillable, as each wound would cause its light to dim and its figure to grow shorter, it wasn't an enemy that he could deal with in a short amount of time. Fortunately, it didn't have any particularly vicious attacks and magic treasures. It was only capable of attacking him with threads of azure chi, something that Han Li could easily deal with. It seemed that this doppelganger only wished to tie him down. As for the red-clothed woman, Feng Bing, despite being at the peak of mid-nascent soul stage, her strength was still vastly lacking as she fought against the late-nascent soul stage spell warrior. She used her techniques and abilities to their greatest extent, but she still found herself at a disadvantage. The fourth divine sage would occasionally glance over at Han Li, causing him to feel greatly uneasy as if there were needles bearing into his back. At that moment, the 7 great truths cultivators were only barely able to withstand the attacks of the Mulan's sacred bird. Han Li's heart sank at the sight. As of current, their only hope of victory would be freeing the cultivators trapped by the blood barrier. Otherwise, they would have no chance of recovering their momentum and they would be forced to retreat in a massive defeat. After a moment of thought, Han Li resolved himself, unwilling to allow the standstill to continue. He immediately released several sword streaks in order to repel the heavenly tigers for a moment. He then slapped his storage pouch and took out a wooden box with talismans sealed all over it. When the doppelganger saw this, he yelped in surprise and promptly attacked Han Li in a barrage of wood spirit threads. Han Li's figure blurred. With a quick command, his body glowed with sword light and cut down the attacking threads. Azure light then flashed from the wooden box and the talisman seals were released. A streak of crimson light flew out from the box and revolved once in Han Li's palm. It was the spirit subjugation talisman. Han Li slapped the crimson talisman on his body without the slightest hesitation and it disappeared in a flash of crimson light. Azure light glowed from Han Li's face as he took a deep breath, summoning a huge flood dragon phantom in front of him. It was over 30 meters large and had a body of crimson, appearing exactly the same as the Grade 8 venomous flood dragon. The flood dragon coiled above Han Li before releasing a sky-shaking roar, shaking the hearts of all the cultivators nearby, momentarily putting a stop to the fighting from the shock. When Tianzhong saw this, he frowned and a solemn expression appeared on his face. As for Feng Bing, her eyes twinkled as if looking forward to its performance. With the roar finished, the flood dragon charged towards the sky in a spiral, and its figure quickly shrank before burrowing itself into Han Li's body without a trace. At that moment, Han Li felt a wave of scorching heat in his body as the small image of a flood dragon was burned into his back, glowing with crimson light. At that moment, crimson light pulsed from Han Li's body as fingernail-sized crimson scales began to emerge one by one, glistening with light. Then, with a sharp pain from his head, an exquisite bright flood dragon horn emerged with 10 sharp points. When Han Li felt the astonishing spiritual qi emitting from his body, he found himself in awe. Although the spirit subjugation talisman had mentioned its effects slightly, that was capable of refining a demon soul's cultivation and taking it into one's body to vastly increase their cultivation. It had never mentioned that the user would have their body become semi-demonic. Of course, this kind of demon transformation was quite weaker than a spirit fuse technique. At the very least, he didn't grow a fong and a flood dragon tail. Rather, it strongly resembled Man Huzi's heaven-bearing devil arts. Han Li sighed and gently stroked his horn without speaking a word. Of course, Han Li couldn't have known that the founder of this talisman had created the talisman to make up for the flaws of the spirit fuse technique. Not only was the user now able to retain his original consciousness, but they wouldn't overdraft their vitality and caused harm to their lifespan. The sole flaw was that it was incredibly difficult to refine. In this world, most cultivators wouldn't even have the opportunity to spot a Grade 8 demon beast, let alone acquire Grade 8 demon souls. Additionally, the manifested demon soul would have to be refined, else it would bring about harm. Although low-grade demon souls could also be refined into a spirit-subjugating talisman, the demonic qi of their souls would be too impure. Once it was turned into a talisman, it would display the same effects as the spirit fuse technique, so it was particularly stressed that only demon souls at Grade 8 and higher could be used to refine a spirit subjugation talisman. Although Han Li was somewhat surprised, he felt his cultivation suddenly rise to the peak of early nascent soul stage. The talisman's effects were truly effective. Additionally, the two heavenly tigers felt rather uneasy from the flood dragon aura that Han Li's body emitted. But after the azure doppelganger shouted at them, the two heavenly tigers regained their calm. Han Li coldly smiled and he unfolded the thunderstorm wings, reappearing 30 meters away in a ring of thunder. When the two heavenly tigers saw this, they hastily chased after him in a flash of azure light. Soon after, they closely chased after Han Li and spat out several balls of light at him in succession. A cold glint flickered from his eyes and thunder rang from his wings once more. He suddenly disappeared for a moment before reappearing behind the demon beast. At that moment, the other demon beast spouted out a barrage of balls of light. It intended on forcing Han Li to block the attack and give its companion the opportunity to escape. But with his increased cultivation, Han Li no longer felt the need to control the sword light. With crimson azure light shining from his body, he took the risk to have his body's spiritual qi block the attacks. Then in a blur, he extended his arm, swiping it in an azure streak with otherworldly speed and momentum. In the heavenly tiger's shock, it wasn't able to use instantaneous movement. It was only able to spit out its azure yellow demon core in an attempt to block the attack. When the azure doppelganger saw this, he flew forward with alarm and spread out his arms, releasing a dense barrage of azure threads towards Han Li. In a series of huge rumbles, the balls of light exploded upon impact with Han Li's body, but it merely caused his body to sway. He didn't suffer any damage in the slightest. Rather, his full-powered sword wing not only cleaved the demon core into two but also the heavenly tiger as well. Without instantaneous movement, the beast was no match for Han Li. In that moment, the azure doppelganger's attack had wrapped around Han Li, but crimson light flashed from his body, turning the azure threads black and causing them to fade away. The flood dragon poison! Han Li was delighted. He had only blocked the azure threads with his body's spirit light and was able to easily dissolve them. He hadn't used any techniques. The azure doppelganger revealed fear at the sight. A mournful howl roared through the air. When the remaining heavenly tiger saw that its companion was slain, it was filled with violent fury. In a flash of azure light, it directly teleported to Han Li's side and swung its foot-long, light-clad claws as if it had lost itself to rage. Han Li remained expressionless and raised his scale-covered claw. Crimson light flourished all around it and directly met the heavenly tiger's claw. Bang! Han Li's claw was able to easily strike away the heavenly tiger's swipe, and in a blur, he was able to easily pierce into the heavenly tiger's body with his other arm. He took out an azure-yellow demon core in his claw and the heavenly tiger's corpse fell to the ground. With the increased cultivation from the spirit subjugation talisman, Han Li was able to kill the two beasts in succession in mere seconds. This display of might had caused the azure doppelganger to hesitate and release Han Li from further pursuit. Then, in another blur, Han Li faced the azure doppelganger and coldly examined it. As this occurred, Tianzhong had clearly seen this, arousing furious alarm in his heart. He commanded his rainbow wheel to furiously attack the beautiful woman before he disappeared, abandoning the fight and flying straight towards Han Li instead. But just as this occurred, a muffled explosion sounded out and a nearby crimson barrier suddenly ruptured, a glacial mist madly rushing out from the opening. A silver streak flew out amidst it and spiraled once around in the air before stopping near Han Li. The light faded away to reveal a beautiful white-clothed woman. She was the woman surnamed by who seemed to have a past with Master Sunreach. As she expressionlessly glanced around in the air, she saw Han Li and Feng Bing, causing her expression to stir. The sudden appearance of this woman caused Tianzhong to unconsciously pause in the air and his expression to waver. When Feng Bing saw Cultivator break out from the blood barrier, she shouted with roused spirits, "Fellow Taoist Bai, you've come at a great time. This is the fourth Milan Divine Sage. Quickly help me tie him down so fellow Taoist Han can free the others." The woman surnamed by icily glanced at Tianzhong, and she maliciously said, "The fourth Divine Sage? So you had a hand in this trick as well. I didn't think that apart from that youngster, that there would be someone else able to break through the blood barrier as well. It seems those from the Yin-sifting sect are unreliable." Tianzhong didn't respond to Cultivator Bai's question, and instead muttered to himself instead, "You're courting death." Seeing that she was ignored, Cultivator Bai's complexion grew ashen with fury. She formed an incantation seal with her hands and gathered together a vast, shining white mist, launching it towards the divine sage with astonishing momentum. When Feng Bing saw this, she pointed to the fire spirit bottle and launched an attack from the other side. Han Li no longer hesitated and spread his wings once more, reappearing near another blood barrier. Although he felt certain that he could kill the azure doppelganger given the power of the spirit subjugation talisman, it was more important to free the cultivators for the sake of the war. With the blood barrier before him, Han Li summoned a lightning bead into his hand with a wave of his hand. "Be careful, master." Just as Han Li was about to throw out the lightning bead, he suddenly heard Silvermoon from the back of his mind. Han Li's heart trembled, and he instantly tossed out the lightning bead, striking down at the blood barrier in a fierce streak of azure light. But in that same moment, a head-sized ball of azure flames had moved to intercept him. With an expression of shock, he saw the ball of flames swiftly strike at the lightning bead. With a pop, the lightning bead was silently engulfed by the flames, and with a series of shifting flames, it turned into a foot-long azure firebird that floated in the air. Han Li wore a stern expression at the sight, and he formed a hand incantation, detonating the lightning bead within the firebird's body. However, the bird's body merely swayed from the explosion and suffered no true damage. It merely stared at Han Li with a slightly swollen body. When Han Li saw this, he was greatly alarmed and looked up to see a series of azure fireballs approaching him from the direction of the Milan sacred bird. When they drew near the crimson barriers, they transformed into azure firebirds in the blink of an eye, and they each began to surround the blood barriers. At that moment, Han Li realized the firebirds were most likely related to the sacred bird. It is no wonder why the lightning beads had strengthened them, as they were formed from the lantern flames to begin with. Not far from the sacred bird, spell warrior Lu was coldly staring at Han Li. The two's gazes met. Now realizing that the sacred bird had to do with her, he grew furious. However, when Han Li saw the 9 ancient lanterns floating at her side, Han Li couldn't help but narrow his eyes, pondering as he calmly gazed at the blazing flames. As for the azure firebirds, they didn't have any intention of attacking him. They merely circled around the blood barriers. At that moment, Silver Moon appeared at Han Li's side in a flash of white light. With an apologetic tone, Silver Moon said, "Master, please forgive me for being of no use during your previous battle. Those heavenly tigers were far too intelligent. I would have been found out if I drew too close of them. Enough. You've done all you could." Han Li shook his head and calmly said, "Nevertheless, you should take these 2 lightning beads. See whether or not you can sneak past them and rescue the cultivators inside. Use the 2 of them and see if you can free even one." Silver Moon received the 2 lightning beads and respectfully said, "This servant will do her utmost." She then concealed herself in a flash of white light. Han Li then turned around and glanced in the direction of Tianzhong. Scarlet flames and icy white mist were intertwined as rainbow light occasionally flashed from within. At the moment, it was difficult to say who held the advantage. As for the azure doppelganger, it had disappeared at an unknown time, unknown as to whether it was fighting within him or if Tianzhong had withdrawn it. Relieved at the fact the sacred bird had personally assisted him, Han Li shook his head and then glanced at the tensome azure firebirds with a fierce intensity. Crimson azure light shining from his body. He raised both of his hands and summoned the blue light shield. Afterwards, he formed a hand incantation and enlarged the shield, blocking his front as he summoned another lightning bead with the flip of his hand. Then, with claps of thunder from behind him, Han Li blurred and reappeared 40 meters in the air. Having yet to throw the lightning bead in his hand, the firebirds all around him shot towards him. In the blink of an eye, a shroud of azure flame appeared in the air, submerging Han Li within it. At that moment, Long Han's gaze moved away from Han Li. He had originally hoped that Han Li would be enough to free the trapped cultivators and regain momentum over the battle. But when he saw the sacred bird release several firebirds towards Han Li, he grew sullen and knew that their chances weren't good. He then turned his gaze to the spell warriors in the distance, and he saw that although the 7 Great Truths cultivators managed to hold down the azure demon fire from the Mulan's sacred bird, they clearly wouldn't last much longer. Although it only possessed late nascent soul cultivation, it had the abilities from deity transformation stage. Release the Yin-Yang devils. Tell them to not busy themselves with killing and have them deal with the ancient flames instead. With a sullen voice, Long Han released the last card he had hidden up his sleeve. Yes, a harmonious bond sect cultivator who had been waiting at his side immediately flew off to deliver the message. After an uproar, 2 eerie coffins, one black and one white, were summoned forth. 16 male and female disciples from the Harmonious Bond sect all sat down around the 2 coffins and began to cast incantations and spell seals, striking at the coffins with various spell seal and beginning the process of releasing the coffin seals. As the incantation continued, the talismans on top of the black-white coffin began to tremble and the coffin thumped as if limbs were knocking against the wood from within. When Long Han heard this, he couldn't help but raise his brow. He had heard quite a bit about the Harmonious Bond sect's Yin-Yang devils. It is said that these 2 corpse devils were once a pair of Tao companion elders from a previous generation. They both possessed early nascent soul stage cultivation, but they had betrayed the Harmonious Bond sect for some reason or another and turned to the path of the Ghost Tao, transforming themselves into living corpses. Later, when the 2 made great sweeps in their cultivation, they wished to exterminate the Harmonious Bond sect, killing over 100 disciples before they were finally captured alive by several sect elders. By taking advantage of an ancient technique to erase their consciousness, they were refined into the legendary Yin-Yang corpse devils. It is said that the corpse devils were immensely powerful, even more powerful than when they were once alive. As these thoughts appeared in Long Han's mind, the sounds from the coffins grew louder and louder, with the talismans growing fewer with each spell seal that strikes it. As for the 32 harmonious bond sect disciples that surrounding the coffins, their faces grew more uneasy as their incantations continued. Their gazes focused on the talismans remaining on the coffin. With a pop, the final 2 talismans flew off of the coffin and the harmonious bond sect disciples immediately scattered from the scene. At that moment, an explosion occurred from the coffin, filling the air with a fishy scent with the appearance of 2 vague silhouettes, one black and one white. They shot out from the coffins and disappeared off into different directions. The slowest of the male and female disciples released a blood-curdling shriek. 2 people in Taoist robes had pounced on the 2 disciples and tore out their throats, drinking the blood essence that poured out. When the other harmonious bond sect cultivators saw this, they sighed with relief and stopped. As for the cultivators from the other sects, they couldn't help but reveal their shock. An old man with draped hair walked out from the sect division and calmly said, "Good. Since the devils have consumed the blood essence of a virgin male and female, they won't suddenly feed on any others." Afterwards, he raised his arms to the 2 silhouettes and revealed 2 green bronze plates engraved with talisman characters. The 2 plates then shot streaks of gray light towards the corpse devils' heads, embedding inside them. The 2 corpse devils trembled and ceased sucking up the blood. They slowly stood up and stiffly flew over to the front of the cultivator army. At that moment, their true appearance could be seen, arousing many cries of astonishment. The Yin-Yang corpse devils were actually a young man and woman, both possessing delicate appearances. The man had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, while the woman possessed an elegant dignity. But in contrast to their lifelike features, their eyes were completely lifeless. Were it not for the remnant blood still dripping from the corner of their mouths, they would have appeared to be a common pair of Tao companions. However, they released an indescribable odor of decay nearby them, bewildering anyone who smelled it. The old man with the draped hair poured spiritual power into the bronze plates, and suddenly, the gray light began to envelop the 2 corpse devils. They remained silent and still as the old man quickly chanted an incantation, the bronze plate in his hand slowly floating in the air. Suddenly, the old man struck the bronze plates with 2 spell seals, causing both of the bronze plates to emit thumb-thick beams of light into the foreheads of both of their foreheads. A radiant light suddenly shined from the 2 corpse devils' eyes. The old man with draped hair put away the bronze plates and pointed to the huge azure bird, commanding, "Go!" The Yin-Yang devils turned their gaze and suddenly stood side by side before turning into a gust of green wind, a rotting stench left in their wake. It appeared they were heading in the direction of the Milan sacred bird. The cultivators immediately sighed in relief. They felt more confident with these blood-sucking monsters at their front. The corpse devils' green winds appeared to travel slowly, but in reality, they were amazingly quick. In the blink of an eye, they had already traveled halfway and gradually disappeared from sight. The others glanced at this with astonishment, and they couldn't help but turn their gaze to draped-haired old man controlling the 2 corpses. He appeared entirely calm, much to the relief of the many cultivators watching him. On the spell warrior's side of the battlefield, the huge azure bird was calmly releasing its demon fire to rigidly suppress the 7 great truths cultivators. Able to take advantage of the world's spiritual chi, the bird was able to easily gather all the fire spirit power within a 5-kilometer radius into its body, easily transforming it into azure demon flame without the need to consume spiritual power from its body. Additionally, as time went by, it was able to draw in even more fire spirit power. This was the difference between deity transformation stage and what is lower. It was for reasons like this that whenever a deity transformation stage cultivator appeared in the heavenly south, they were able to sweep across the continent without fear of anything else. From the very beginning, the 7 great truths cultivators were only able to tangle down the beast with the might of their magic treasures. But as time passed by, not only was the devil isolating formation broken, but the surging flames that were trapped had escaped as well. As of current, it took them all their might to preserve their own lives. It was then that the demon bird ceased its flame and bewilderedly glanced around as if it had felt something strange. With a sudden cry, the bird spread out its wings and an azure ring of light surged around it, covering an area of over 300 meters. With a crackle, a nearly indiscernible cloud of green smoke appeared amidst the light. Afterwards, the yin-yang devils appeared from within. With their concealment broken, the two devils harshly shrieked and shuffled about before undergoing to transformation. With red hair and green skin, their bodies grew to 6 meters in height. Their fingers trembled, launching several tens of threads of gray light towards the huge bird. The azure bird paused before screeching in fury. When it saw the devil's attacks, it opened its mouth and shot out a pillar of azure flame from its mouth. At that same moment, it spread out its wings and engulfed its body in a storm of azure flames, sweeping up a 40-meter-tall wave of azure flame to the two devils. Through some unknown technique, the yin-yang devils were able to overcome this attack by emitting threads of undead qi, allowing them to withstand the attack of demon flames and continue their assault. With the focus from the sacred bird being taken off of the 7 great truths cultivators, they were able to join their treasures together in renewed spirits and display their strength once more. Just as the 2 corpse devils and the 7 great truths cultivators were dealing with the Mulan's sacred bird, the 2 corpse devils suddenly flashed with gray light and darted behind the huge bird, making its way past the sea of flames and directly towards the ancient lanterns not far away. When spell warrior Lu saw this, she calmly struck one of the lanterns with a spell seal, suddenly stirring the lanterns to release an ember of flame. In the blink of an eye, 9 embers began to twirl around one another before suddenly transforming into 9 azure firebirds. They spread their wings and met the 2 devils' charge. The 2 devils met them in a fierce display, gray undead qi drifting from their mouths. Their fingers turned into claws before tearing apart the firebirds as they blurred from sight, their claws pulsing with gray light. But in that moment of delay, the huge bird suddenly turned its head to the 2 corpse devils and spouted a huge azure cloud from its mouth, sweeping them inside it. In the blink of an eye, the yin-yang devils were caught inside another sea of flame. When the 7 great truths cultivators saw this, their hearts sank. At that moment, the shriveled old spell warrior saw this in the distance and smiled before speaking to the black-robed woman. The woman then turned her eyes to the battlefield and nodded, noticing that both spell warriors and cultivators appeared equally exhausted. Her lips moved, giving the command. A group of black-robed men flew out from the spell warrior camp, arranged in a single row, each of them carrying 7 bulging bags at their waist. With this, the black-robed woman opened her mouth and spat out a small exquisite flag. It was only 2 inches large and shined with faint black light, but as it traveled through the air, it expanded to the size of 3 meters. The woman coldly pointed at the treasure and soon, the black flag trembled and shined with black light as it streaked through the sky, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. A short moment later, the entire battlefield was enveloped in a dark wind as black clouds began to cover the sky, spreading darkness throughout the battlefield. When the cultivators in battle saw this, they couldn't help but look up in alarm. With the sky blackened, the black-robed men tossed out the storage pouches from their waist, incantation leaving their lips. Dense black fogs and eerie winds spouted out from the bags. In the blink of an eye, the land was covered in a black mist with vague, shuffling silhouettes emerging from within it. Scales glittered from them as if they were armored troops. This astonishing scene was to the dread of the cultivators who watched it. Long Han in particularly had frowned tensely as he inwardly sighed. Soon, the bags finished emitting the mist with armies slowly emerging from within. The silhouette's true appearance finally became clear. They were fleshless corpses armored in copper. Although these refined corpses swayed as they walked with their armor clanking as they moved, each of these corpses had eyes shining with green light, exposed fangs, and a cultivation at foundation establishment stage. There were even 3 larger corpse lords that possessed core formation cultivation, their shifting eyes displaying a deeper intelligence. A cultivator from behind Long Han screamed with alarm. Copper-armored corpses. How can there be so many of them? There are thousands of them. Long Han coldly said, "It's nothing." With a devilish sect from the Jin Empire assisting them, these armored corpses come as no surprise. If this were the start of the battle, we would have nothing to fear. But now that we've exhausted ourselves with the spell warriors, The copper-armored corpses will certainly defeat us. All we can do is head out and deal with them. When the others heard this, they glanced at each other and bitterly smiled. Even if they were to leave their posts and attack, the spell warrior would release their reserves as well. The battle would be already lost. As for the three great heavenly south cultivators and the Milan sages, the battle was yet to be concluded. The sounds of their battle could still be heard from up above. In this fierce battle, it was unknown which side had the upper hand. They couldn't be relied upon. Just as Long Han and these other cultivators found themselves in a moment of helplessness and were preparing themselves to fight, they suddenly heard explosive howls from a distance. Silver light shined upon the entire battlefield when a huge beast appeared amidst the light. A 70-meter-tall ape with hair as black as ink, fur as sharp as arrows, eyes as lit like crimson flames, and a horrendously shaped nose. When the huge ape appeared, it turned its head to look at the copper-armored corpses down below. It hammered its chest before excitedly roaring and smashing its limbs on the ground, chasing towards a nearby group of copper-armored corpses. When the copper-armored corpses saw the huge ape growing closer, they each rose into the air without warning and spouted threads of black chi, enveloping the ape in a huge black cloud. While the refined corpses didn't possess very high cultivation, when such a great number simultaneously spouted out undead chi, even a nascent soul cultivator wouldn't dare to receive the attack. However, the huge ape didn't have any intention of dodging out of the way. Instead, it snorted at the black chi and spouted a dense beam of yellow light from each nostril, transforming into a yellow cloud that swept away at the black mist with lightning speed. It was quickly absorbed before being absorbed back into the huge ape's mouth. As the refined corpses possessed little intelligence, they remained still as this happened. Taking advantage of this situation, the huge ape continuously snorted and yellow mist surged on, absorbing the black threads of chi into its folds. The undead chi from the refined corpses disappeared and each of them fell to the ground, reverting back into ordinary corpses. As for the clouds of gray chi in the air, they had slowly scattered. A short moment later, several hundreds of the refined corpses had been swept clean by the huge ape. It then licked its lips and gazed at the other refined corpses with a trace of desire. The ordinary refined corpses knew no fear and remained motionless at the side. However, the three core formation stage corpse lords became restless at the sight and their eyes revealed a trace of fear and hesitation. Both armies were in complete awe of the abilities that the huge ape had displayed. The black-robed woman was particularly aghast. She gave the shriveled old man a quick word before personally shooting towards the huge ape in a streak of yellow light. When she saw the huge ape opened its mouth and was on the verge of releasing yellow light, she flusteredly waved her arm, forming a 10-meter-long blade of purple light that chopped down toward the huge ape. But before the blade could strike at the huge ape, thunder rang, and silver light appeared. An azure-robed youth abruptly appeared on the huge ape's shoulder, and he also waved his arm, summoning forth a blue light shield in front of it. With a loud clank, blue and purple light intertwined. An instant later, the blue shield and purple blade recoiled from one another. The azure-robed stumbled, his face in shock. The youth glanced at the black-robed woman and indifferently asked, "A devil cultivator?" He then twisted his hands, summoned forth various sized arcs of golden lightning all around him. They jumped all over his body, emitting a blinding golden light. Han Li had appeared. "Divine Devilbane lightning!" The black-robed woman shouted in alarm. Just as she thought to retaliate in fury from having her attack countered, she suddenly saw the lightning emitting from Han Li's body, a net of crackling thunder rushing to envelop her. Horror on her face, her body transformed into smoke as she shot back, attempting to avoid the lightning at all costs. With an emotionless face, Han Li unfolded his wings and disappeared from sight. When she saw this, the black-robed woman immediately recalled what she had heard about Han Li and hastily formed an incantation gesture with her hands, her body of smoke blurring and shifting into 8 identical copies, each one standing side by side. Each of them appeared real and took actions of their own, splitting up and scattering in different directions in streaks of yellow light. It was unknown which copy was the true. In a flash of silver light, Han appeared where the woman original stood, thunder ringing behind him. He glanced at the scattered streaks of yellow light in a calm manner. There was even a trace of a sneer on his face. Spiritual power entering his eyes, blue light shined from deep within his pupils, activating the bright sight spirit eyes. Han raised his head and peered into the distance. The silhouettes within the yellow light were all dim and possessed sparse spiritual chi. They were all fakes. Han's heart trembled, and he hastily looked around him to suddenly discover that a nearly invisible thread of smile was silently approaching him from behind. The woman had used an illusion technique to capture his attention, and decided to use this gap in attention to seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on him rather than escape. The woman was both capable and bold. Were it not for his bright sight spirit eyes, he wouldn't have been able to detect her. The woman's evasion techniques are no less skillful than Silvermoon's. Spiritual sense wasn't enough to find any trace of her. Shocked to the core, Han silently turned around and flew straight towards the huge ape, as if he had no further intention to chase after the black-robed woman. The faint thread of smoke had already arrived about 10 meters away from Han. It paused, and the woman's body suddenly manifested in the air. An inch-long blade of yellow light shined from her hand in an attempt to strike Han from behind. From how it appeared, it seemed she was about to incisively strike at Han's heart. If her attack struck true, his body was certain to be destroyed. But in the moment the woman was about to strike, Han turned around in a blur, his eyes immediately locking onto her. He opened his mouth, shooting golden light from his mouth. Ah! The black-robed woman's face turned deathly pale, and she hastily attempted to dodge. But she was too late. She couldn't avoid the attack from such a close distance. Bang! A bolt of golden lightning shot out of Han's mouth and directly struck the woman's shoulder, filling the air with a burning scent. The woman screamed before falling down from the sky. Han flapped his wings, disappearing with thunder ringing behind him. Suddenly, Han reappeared behind the woman, with a single hand enveloped in faint blue flames. He gently pressed it against her neck. Whoosh! A dense layer of blue ice covered her entire body, isolating her from any other sensation but the cold. She then continued to fall from the sky, clad in ice. Han motionlessly floated in the air, already prepared with a handful of lightning arcing from his hand. He released the lightning and caught the iced woman inside of it. Then, with a malicious glint from his eyes, golden light brilliantly shined around her iced figure, and in a series of explosions, the black-robed woman turned into specks of icy light before disappearing without a trace. The sole thing that remained in the lightning net was the woman's nascent soul. The nascent soul's complexion was deathly white, as if it held the divine Devilbane lightning in complete fear. Han glanced at her, and just as he was about to exterminate the nascent soul shrieked, "You cannot kill me! I am the Tao companion of the Gene Empire's sifting insect master. If you kill me, my sect will not rest until you are dead." The sifting sect master's Tao companion. Han coldly watched the nascent soul for a moment before suddenly relaxing his grip on the lightning and turning away. The woman's nascent soul was stunned for a moment before joyously flying through the gap, her mind filled with malicious thoughts of revenge. But just when she was 30 meters away from Han, the net suddenly tightened once more, tightly binding the nascent soul into the net. Soon after, thunder roared and the black-robed woman's nascent soul turned to ash. "Now that I've already destroyed your body, how could I possibly allow you to the chance for revenge?" Han muttered to himself helplessly and deeply sighed before turning his attention back to the huge ape. Although the series of events in which Han had exterminated the woman was complex, the matter had only occurred in the blink of an eye. The shriveled old spell warrior was already flying towards her in a streak of golden light during her time of danger. But in that moment, a strange pink light appeared nearby and turned into a large pink cloud, directly enveloping the shriveled spell warrior. In a series of rumbles, the shriveled old spell warrior managed to scatter the pink mist, and the light around him scattered to reveal an ashen complexion. He rigidly stared at the pink mist with eyes of rage. He truly didn't know what the sifting sect master would do when he found out his Tao companion was killed. He could only grit his teeth in rage at Han Li and whoever it was that blocked him. A series of soft chuckles came from the pink cloud, and soon it disappeared to reveal a handsome youth with a soft face. He was the harmonious bond sex Devil Cloudpart. Devil Cloudpart chuckled and glanced at Han Li. Fellow Taoist Han, now that I've helped you, the debt is repaid. Having just flown back from killing the black-robed woman, Han Li replied, "It was only a chance matter that I freed you. I wasn't looking to be repaid. More importantly, Divine Sage Zhu isn't something the two of us can deal with, and he isn't alone." Once that was said, Han Li swept his gaze past the shriveled old man. In addition to the black-robed spell warriors that were doing their utmost to stop the huge apes massacre, there was an army of spell warriors flying across the horizon. As bold as Devil Cloudpart may be, his expression immediately revealed surprise when he saw their great numbers. Earlier, Han Li had managed to rescue Devil Cloudpart from the barrier in a fluke by using 2 of the lightning beads. But just as Han Li was making plans to fight together with him, he suddenly saw the sifting sect release a vast quantity of copper-armored corpses. It was then that Han Li decided to release the Weeping Soul Beast, curious about its abilities now that he had refined the Weeping Soul Pearl in its entirety. As soon as it had appeared, it caused an uproar with great enthusiasm and began to vigorously absorb the refined corpses around it. But what came as a surprise was how effective the Weeping Soul Beast was against corpses that cultivators have refined. Han Li knew that the Weeping Soul Beast was adept at devouring the souls of demons and ghosts, but it seemed its strange abilities had undergone an evolution along with its body. Surprise to be sure, but a welcome one. Now that they've found themselves facing so many spell warriors, Han Li and Devil Cloudpart glanced at each other, both intending to flee. However, the Weeping Soul Beast was still rampaging amongst the army's refined corpses. Han Li was unwilling to abandon it there. Just as Han Li thought to use the Weeping Soul Pearl to order it to retreat, he suddenly heard roaring laughter from behind him. "Have no fear, fellow Taoist Han. Since you've released this great beast to deal with the refined corpses, we will help you deal these spell warriors." When Han Li heard Long Han's voice, he felt his heart stir. He quickly turned and saw Long Han 100 meters away, leading a squad of cultivators. Han Li was delighted. It was no wonder the spell warriors didn't immediately launch an attack. It seemed they were treating the situation carefully, having seen cultivator reinforcements were approaching them as well. When Long Han saw Han Li's demon form self, a trace of astonishment momentarily appeared on his face, but he soon turned a blind eye to it. Now was not the time to ask about it. The cultivators were all watching the spell warriors across from them. The entire battlefield had already gone through a bitter struggle, and the time has come for the decisive battle. Both sides had their own victories and defeats as well as a vast number of losses. However, these battles weren't merely spars. Those that lost the battle lost their lives, and those that won would have to continue the fight, exhausted. Long Han had sent other cultivators to keep Tianzhong occupied, freeing his Dao companion Feng Bing for a different battle. It was only when they were together that he would mobilize their true strength. Now that matters have reached this stage, Long Han had nothing else to say to the shriveled old spell warrior. Long Han softly waved his arm. The troops that he had preserved until now were elites. They promptly summoned their magic treasures and began their momentous attack, their bodies glowing with bright light. The spell warriors they were facing were unordinary as well, and they summoned their spiritual chi to confront them. Suddenly, the final confrontation between each army was about to begin. Although the spell warriors had an additional late nascent soul spell warrior, with Devil Cloudpart present along with 4 other mid-nascent soul cultivators, they would be able to forcefully restrain him. Han Li thought to join the attack against the shriveled old man's spell warriors, but when he swept his gaze over to the sacred bird, his expression vastly changed. The 7 Great Truths cultivators and the Yin-Yang devils were able to withstand the Mulan's sacred bird, but after a short amount of time, they soon found themselves on the disadvantage. The 2 devils were handling themselves relatively well and were able to release Yin winds and undead chi to ward off the azure flames. However, the 7 Great Truths cultivators were now running out of magic power and they could no longer endure. There were two old men that were particularly strained. A red-faced old man with dimming spiritual light and a pale-faced old man with white chi visibly wavering around his nose and mouth. The two were clearly pushing past their limits using secret techniques. Hanli frowned and glanced at some dead cultivators nearby before looking at the spell warrior, who was standing guard nearby the ancient lanterns. Look after the weeping soul beast and don't let anything happen to it. Withdraw it if it is ever in danger. I'm going to head off to exterminate the ancient lanterns. Hanli spoke in an inaudible voice and tossed the weeping soul pearl behind him. In a flash of weak white light, the pearl disappeared from sight. Yes, Master, please be careful. That peacock's abilities are truly powerful. Silvermoon's worried voice came from behind him. Hanli calmly nodded, and when he saw that nobody nearby paid him any notice, he blurred from sight and disappeared. Hanli used the nameless chi retraining technique to conceal himself. Although Hanli's concealment techniques were vastly inferior to Silvermoon's techniques, this chi retraining technique was able to rival her own. Hanli had reached the peak of this technique. Not only could he completely erase the spiritual chi from his own body, he was also able to forcefully conceal the aura from his own body. As of current, not only was he concealing himself from spell warrior Lu, but also the unfathomably profound Milan sacred bird. In the distant, spell warrior Lu faintly revealed a trace of worry when she saw the cultivators tangle with the shriveled old man. Although she still guarded the ancient lanterns, she turned to the huge bird and beseeched the bird in an ancient language. When the azure flame bird heard this, it couldn't help but pause and turn around to glance at the shriveled old man's battle. With a trace of disdain from its eyes, it immediately turned its head back and shot several balls of azure flames into the sky, repulsing the 7 great truths cultivators and leaving them in confusion. Then, with a clear cry, it spread its wings and took to the skies. It circled once in the air before facing the direction of the shriveled old man's battle. Then, with a tremble of its wings, a large expanse of azure feathers began to drop down from its body, and in a flash of light, each of the feathers turned into foot-long azure firebirds. Without any need for a command, these several hundreds of firebirds cawed and spread their wings, shooting towards the battle. Spell warrior Lu felt relieved at the scene. With these phantom birds, it was only a matter of time before victory was theirs. At that moment, she suddenly heard a series of explosions from the center of the battlefield. Spell warrior Lu bewilderedly glanced over at the source of the noise. Hanli, who was carefully sneaking closer to spell warrior Lu, was also astonished by the noise. At the very heart of the battlefield, a most important contest was taking place. The myriad soul formation, the mist that formed under the combined effort of several tens of ghost spirit sect disciples, had finally come to a stop and motionlessly floated in the air. Blocking it was an army of hollow spirit beasts formed by several Milan sages as well as the stone giant. Under the command of the Milan sages, the stone giant moved to block the myriad soul formation once it defeated the heavenly south cultivators attacking it. The recent noise was actually the stone giant slapping its hand down against the ghost mist. Before its palm even landed, countless boulders fell from its hand. No matter how confident were the ghost spirit sect disciples in the myriad soul spell formation, they didn't dare to receive the attack. With a prompt hiss, the ghost mist dodged out of the way, traveling a distance of 100 meters before stopping. When the heavenly south and Milan combatants saw this, they all realized that the battle had reached its most critical point. As a result, the ghost spirit sect elder in charge of the formation came to a decision to use the spell formation's killing maneuver, regardless of the cost. Before the stone giant could further pursue the ghost mist, a gloomy incantation was uttered by the cultivators within the ghost mist. As ghostly wails screamed from the mist, a pillar of crimson light soared into the sky, and the eerie black ghost mist followed suit as if tainted by the light, turning crimson as the incantations continued. When the 2 Milan sages who were standing on top of the stone giant's shoulders saw this, they appeared bewildered. A short moment, the incantations came to a stop and the crimson mist roiled to reveal several tens of various colored lights fleeing from the mist at utmost speed. They were the cultivators from the ghost spirit sect. The 2 Milan sages were at a loss at the sight. At that moment, Crimson Mist came to life after being abandoned by the ghost spirit sect cultivators. Several various-sized tentacles intermittently emerged from the mist and wildly danced around as the center of the mist began to rapidly shrink. The ghost spirit sect elder in charge of the formation turned to face it after flying 20 meters away. He glanced at the crimson mist and thought, having absorbed so much blood essence from the spell warriors and the voluntary blood sacrifice, surely it will succeed. As the ghost spirit sect elder watched with restlessness, the crimson mist shrunk to over half its size before beginning to squirm. When the two Milan sages controlling the stone giant saw this, they immediately ordered the giant to fiercely stomp down upon it. Suddenly, the level ground was obscured from sight by sinister yellow winds, chilling to the core. Even the stone giant couldn't help but pause for the moment. By the time the Mulan spell warriors could see what was happening, they astonishingly discovered that yellow gusts of wind were surrounding the crimson mist, obscuring it from view. But then the yellow winds were forcefully blown open by a crimson silhouette as it emerged from within. When the two Milan sages saw the appearance of the silhouette, they felt their breaths turn cold. It was a 30-meter-tall blood-vial ghost. Its devilish head had 2 horns and 2 glistening fangs, both incisively sharp, and a ponytail seemed to form behind it. Its arms appeared to be sculpted out of wood with dagger-like fingers, and a layer of translucent scales seemed to wrap around them. Although vile ghosts were ordinarily said to be huge, it was several times smaller when compared to the stone giant. However, the ghost showed no fear and instead screamed at the giant as it stared at it with a cold glint in its eye. It lowered its head and its body darted like an arrow, launching itself at the lower leg of the stone giant. It extended its claws and swiped, immediately cleaving off a large portion of stone. The two Milan sages couldn't allow this to continue and immediately had the stone giant to form fists and strike down at lightning speed, knocking the blood vial ghost over 30 meters away. The strike had blown off half of its head, but it stood up as if nothing had happened. Then, in a flash of crimson light, its head was restored as it charged to the stone giant once more. In the two sages' furious alarm, they ordered the hollow spirit beasts to attack and released their own magic treasures to assist the giant. As for the ghost spirit sect cultivators that had fled from the ghost mist, they immediately turned around and joined the battle. Explosions continuously ruptured as crimson light continuously flashed from the battlefield. Spell warrior Lu frowned at the sight of this and continued to watch the battle in silence. As a Milan sage, she knew of the might of the stone giant and was surprised to see that the heavenly south cultivators were able to match it. But she wasn't overly concerned over the matter. So long as the stone giant could persist for a moment more, she could call for the Milan's sacred bird to exterminate them and decide the battle. With that thought, she glanced at the huge bird a short distance away. As if knowing that it was a decisive moment on the battlefield, the Mulan sacred bird exerted the entirety of its fire spirit chi to envelope 300 meters of area into an azure sea of flame. In a spread of its wings, it separated the 7 old men and the yin-yang devils. The sea of flames down below split into 2, separating the 2 devils from one another. With 2 devils neutered, it then focused a majority of its attacks on the 7 great truths cultivators. Unable to endure, these 7 old men soon found their lives to be in danger. Spell warrior Lu was satisfied by the scene. When she turned around and saw that the lanterns were still half full with oil, her heart appeared particularly steadfast. Suddenly, the woman raised her brow and her eyes narrowed. In a swift motion, she summoned an ember of fire from one of the lanterns and in a wave of her hand, it disappeared. Azure light flashed in an area 100 meters away, followed by a shout of alarm. A silhouette appeared with his body sparkling in azure light. A layer of flame enveloped him. Soon after, spell warrior Lu formed an incantation gesture with her hand, combusting the flame around the azure light barrier. Then, with a miserable scream, the flame turned the figure into ash.